Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lake Karapiro on the final day of the Maadi Regatta. And what a day it's going to be. There is going to be some tremendous racing that's going to have us on the end of our seats, falling in the lake, shouting our lungs out, and it's all going to be just an extraordinary day for all of our athletes and all of our supporters. Just a reminder that just take care of your rubbish responsibly, please. A regatta of this magnitude produces an awful lot of rubbish. And if you can't find the appropriate bins, take it home and dispose of it responsibly at home. Well, goodness me, we are starting with the girls under 16 Coxed quadruple sculls, kindly sponsored by the Gibbets Ferry. What a way to start Saturday morning at the Maadi Regatta. The Gibbets Ferry is a new KRI merchant. Come on down, get your jib full. I don't write this. From the Gibbets Ferry, all the charms and accessories you can dream of. Woo. Located just behind the finish tower. Also inquire about NZ Custom Charms, where we make your logo into a gibbet. Also making key rings and magnets too. You can even now buy a gibbet handbag or a croc handbag in which to put your gibbets. We can't wait to see you. Say hello. Happy gibbling. Right, let's get down to this race in hand. It's the B final of the girls under 16 Coxed quadruple sculls, and they're off. And they started at 8:23, as it says in the programme. Now, when you come top 2 in a B final at Maadi, you are top 10 in the country, and that is something to crow about. So in lane 1, we have Hamilton Girls High School. In lane 2, we have Villa Maria College 1. In lane 3, we have Diocesan School for Girls 1. In lane 4, we have Hamilton Girls High School 1. In lane 5, ACG Tauranga 1. In lane 6, St Andrews College 1. In lane 7, Westlake Girls High School 1. And in lane 8, Maclean's College 1. These are all the number 1 boats with the exception of Hamilton Girls High School. And goodness me, Hamilton Girls High School have done well because they don't have their number 1 boat in the final. You look down at the list of the final contenders and they were all medalists bar 2 boats at the North and the South Island regattas respectively. So this is a fairly stacked, I would say it's a fairly stacked race. Who would I expect to come out fighting? Well, if the seeding is right, you've got Diocesan School for Girls, Hamilton Girls High School. Hamilton Girls High School 1 is in this race, and ACG Tauranga. But it's a race and it's Maadi, and the rule book goes out the window. So it might not be what it says it's going to be on the paper. And it's a little, the weather is not just quite as kind to these athletes as it has been during the rest of the week. There's a bit of a wind there. We're not at Whitecaps, thank goodness. And these boats will be heavy enough that they should remain unaffected. So lane 1, we've got Hamilton Girls High School 2. They're just sitting a little bit back off the pace. Villa Maria working hard in lane 2. Lane 3, Diocesan School for Girls. They're moving up there. They're just a little behind Hamilton Girls High School 1. And I think ACG Tauranga might just be leading the charge home. But it's lanes 3, 4, and 5, as it says on the paper. Goodness me. And then lane 6, St Andrews College, just sitting back a little bit, but coming forward is Westlake Girls High School. and actually keeping abreast with them is Maclean's College. Now, as happens on finals day at the Maadi Regatta, we will bring down the B final as far as I can. Hopefully I'll get my first and second across before we start commentating the A final. And the A final is live, but it's not live with the commentators that you have here at Lake Karapiro on Friday and Saturday. So if you want to tune out and have another voice, then you'll find that on the live stream with Milford Asset Management and YouTube. Or you can stay and listen to us, which we would prefer, of course. We're vain enough to want that. Okay, how are we doing here? Has there much been changing here? Well, you know what? Hamilton Girls High School working valiantly away in lane 1, and lane 1 is the lane that always catches me out. Villa Maria sitting back. Diocesan School for Girls, they are working hard here. They're trying to stay with the leaders. You can just see how hard they are working. The leader is Hamilton Girls High School. No, it's not. I think it's ACG Tauranga. Just the level at the angle I'm looking at, it could be ACG Tauranga. ACG Tauranga. It is ACG Tauranga. Has just got the lead over Hamilton Girls High School, over Diocesan School for Girls. Then we pop back to St Andrew's College, who are just sitting a wee bit off the pace here. Come forward in lane 7 to Westlake Girls. They are just sitting, if you can imagine them all in a row, they're just sitting a little bit behind Diocesan School for Girls. And then valiantly working their way in the outside lane is Maclean's College. They are approaching the 1750 mark. The A final is on the water. But come on, girls, get a tiger in your tank and we can finish this race off. And then we can get to the A final. Goodness me, it's ACG Tauranga. They're really barreling down here. Hamilton Girls High School, are they the fastest moving boat on the water? Possibly. Diocesan School for Girls, also working hard there, as is Maclean's in the outside lane. And is Sneaky Hamilton Girls in the inside going to catch me out? No, I don't think they are. Hamilton Girls High School putting ACG Tauranga under pressure. ACG Tauranga, I think, is the fastest moving boat on the water. Are they going to row through them? I think they are going to row through Hamilton Girls High School. Now they're going to this dark spot. Oh, we have a ding-dong here. Oh, Hamilton Girls High School, they have got the march on ACG Tauranga. Well done, you've taken out the B final. ACG, you're second, and Dial, you're third. And we go straight up to the girls under 16 Coxed Quadruple Sculls A final, and they are advanced on the water. So let's just give you a rundown. Cambridge High School lane 1. In lane 2, we've got Ashburton College 1, who took gold in the South Island Secondary School Regatta. Lane 3, Wanganui High School 1, who took bronze in the North Island Secondary School Regatta. Lane 4, St Paul's Collegiate 1, who took gold in the North Island Secondary School Regatta. In lane 5, Wakatipu High School 1, who took silver in the South Island Secondary School Regatta. Lane 6, Kashmir, who took the bronze in the secondary school, South Island Secondary School Regatta. And then in lane 7, Wellington East Girls College, who took silver in the North Island Secondary School Regatta. And then we have lane 8, Craighead Diocesan School number 1 crew. So who would you anticipate being up front here? Well, you would think it would be our 2 gold medalists, St Paul's and Ashburton. And where is this ding-dong going on? Well, look at my screen. It's lane 3 and 4. And that wouldn't surprise me. Wanganui, green and yellow hoops, and St Paul's black and white hoops, with a bit of white. So that is where some of the action is coming from. They've still got a long way to go. This will be a hotly contested race. This is the girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls, so the Coxons will be working hard. So it's lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4 that are having a complete ding-dong here. It's seesaw as they're coming down here. And the Coxons, got quite a good shot of the Coxons there. And, you know, the concentrations on their wee faces, it's extraordinary. So we've got a lot of action going on in lanes 3 and 4. Lane 1 at Cambridge High School, they've done well to get into this final, but the heat in the kitchen's just a bit strong. Ashburton College working hard there in lane 2, but they're going to have to work considerably harder, I think, if they want to catch the Wanganui and the St Paul's Collegiate crew. Then we go across to Wakatipu. Wakatipu finish fast, but they're just sitting a little bit more back there. I think we might have more trouble picking our bronze medalists at the moment. Kashmir is also going well there, as is Wellington East Girls College. I mean, you know, you've got class. You've got real class in this race. And Craighead Diocesan just a little bit further back. But, you know, none of it is something that can't be pushed forward. But it's the speed and the momentum that the boats at the front are leading with. And so Ashburton going well here. Then we've got Wanganui High School, St Paul's Collegiate. Then I'm going to pop across to Wellington East Girls College. I think that's where my 3 is sitting at the moment. But there is going to be some very fast movement on this water. Do not underestimate this Ashburton school, albeit I think they've left the run rate too late. The other one that's causing me a little bit of conniptions here is Kashmir. Is Kashmir going to wriggle their way up here at the moment? It's St Paul's. It's St Paul's at the moment. No, it's not, Vicky. It is Wanganui High School. Wanganui High School. This is Axel Dixon's club. Wanganui, and then St Paul's. Wanganui seem to have got the momentum here. They've got the push. Their head's in the right spaces. They're going into my dark area, so don't do anything stupid. And it is still Wanganui High School. Wanganui High School take out gold. St Paul's take out silver. And Wanganui. Oh, who got third there? Sorry, I just missed that third. Let's just check. Some great racing there, but I did slightly miss who got third. I wanted to say it was Ashburton College, but I need to check that. Okay, the final results on the girls under 16 Coxed quadruple sculls. Wanganui High School in a time of 7:16.29. St Paul's Collegiate 7:18.38, and it was Ashburton in a time of 7:24.61. Congratulations to all our athletes who won medals. Congratulations to all who made the A final. And hopefully we'll get to see you doing something else today. That would be lovely. Now we're just getting ready for the next B final, which will be the boys under 16 double sculls. And that is very kindly sponsored by Laszlo Boats, who luckily for you are here. So Laszlo Boats is New Zealand's oldest and newest rowing skiff building company, with more than 30 years of boat building industry experience. We understand that it's rowers who make boats go fast, but having a fast boat can help create that fractional advantage that can make the difference between gold and silver. Whether you row competitively, for fun or both, and whether your rowing habitat is fresh or salt water, Laszlo Boats is keen to work with you, your school, your club and your rowing facilities in order to understand your goals and to build the boats that surpass your needs and your requirements. So thank you, Laszlo. We really appreciate your continued support at KRI. It has been pretty exceptional over many years. Well, we're underway with the B final of the boys under 16 double sculls. In lane 1, we have Shirley Boys High School. Now, Shirley Boys High School took out the bronze medal at the South Island Secondary School Regatta. And so that will show you the standard of boats in this B final and then the A final soon to come. So this is Ruben Saggers and Domenico Fricker. In lane 2, we've got St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Caro Horgan and Seth Tranter. In lane 3, St Kentigern's College 1, Sebastian Wallace and Liam Dowling. In lane 4, Cambridge High School 1, Luca Cartwright and Ben Galanders. In lane 5, Burnside High School 1, Thomas Carey and Riley McMorran. In lane 6, Scots College 1, we have Mitchell McJorrow and James Hayes. In lane 7, Glendowie College 1, Mitchell Smith and Jonathan Smith. And in lane 8, Tauranga Boys College 1, Nico McComb and Aidan Soper. So again, I come back to something that you'll hear us all say over the commentary tower today. The top 2, top 8 in a B final, you're top 16 in this country. And you look at the amount of athletes that participate in rowing, you're doing very, very well if you've got thus far. So how are we going here? Well, I can hardly see Shirley boats in the water, but I know they're there because every now and then we get a wee glimpse of an oar. So are they traveling very fast up in the inside lane? They're going to have to get a bit closer for me to see that. I'm sorry. Lane 2, they're just a little black blob on the water as well. That means that I'm afraid to say that that water is getting up a little bit. And then we pop to St Kentigern's College. I can't even see the blue and white of their Zooties. Goodness me, that water's maybe just a fraction rougher than I thought. And then we've got Cambridge High School. They're stuck in beside the umpire boat. Popping out in front of the umpire boat is Burnside High School 1, who I think is leading the charge home at the moment. What I can tell you is that the A final is in the blocks. They're getting ready to rumble, which is going to be exciting. It's going to be an exciting race. Lane 6, we have Scots College. That's Mitchell McJorrow and James Hay. They're travelling well out in lane 6. Lane 7, Glendowie College. Now, Glendowie College has had quite a lot of experience on this water, and so they might be slightly more familiar with what it's doing. And then in late 8, we've got Tauranga Boys College number 1. So Shirley Boys is travelling fast in the inside lane. St Thomas just a little bit back. St Kentigern's College, they're working hard there. They're moving quite quickly. Cambridge is up on them, and up on them is Burnside. And then we go back to Scots College, but then coming forward is Glendowie. Glendowie's got their foot on the accelerator. And then we go back to Tauranga Boys. Who's it going to be? Goodness me, they haven't got far to go. Who's going to take out the B final of the boys under 16 double sculls? There's nothing to deny any of these boats that are going really, really fast. It's not the best of conditions. Burnside seem to have it at the moment. Can they remain the fastest moving boat on the water? Well, we haven't got far to go. We've got wee white caps. We've got some splishing and splashing going on here. It is a rowing regatta. It just shows you that the conditions are not quite fantastic. Burnside is coming through my dark bit. Burnside is going to take it out. Well done, Burnside. You have taken out the A final. And Scots College, I think, has got second. So that is a nice win for Wellington. I will confirm those results when they come up. Now, on the water, it's already started. It's the boys under 16 double sculls. It's the final. A final, Laszlo Boats, thank you very much. Lane 1, Topanui Atia. College, Zach Bidwell and Nico February, coached by Grant February. In lane 2, Napier Boys High School 1, Kazuka Bocock and Carlin Johnson, coached by Matt Mannington. In lane 3, Wanganui High School, who took out gold in the North Island Secondary School regatta in this boat class, Joseph Dudson and Nicky Maxim, coached by Alan Luff and Dave Dudley. In lane 4, we've got Whakatane 1, Cole van der Anker and Adam Albert May, coached by Gary McAdams and Leighton Hale. Lane 5, we have Francis Douglas College, Oliver Calais and Noah Prendergast, coached by Jody Haskell. Now, they took out silver in the North Island Secondary School Regatta. Lane 6, we've got Otago Boys High School 1, who took out gold in the South Island Secondary School Regatta. That's Ollie Scott and Leo Garden, coached by Thomas Ryden. In lane 7, we've got St. Peter's School 1, Max Fielder and Jacob Kampenhout, coached by Joseph Ulrich and Jasper Mailing. And out in lane 8, Gisborne Boys High School 1, River Summerton and Blake Bramwell, coached by Luke McKenzie and Joshua Kelly. Topanui Atia College, I don't know whether I mentioned that they got bronze in the North Island Secondary School regatta, and that's Zach Bidwell and Nico February. So how are we travelling on this piece of water called Lake Karapiro? Well, who is the nose out in the front? Well, Napier Boys is going well there. And then Wanganui. Now, these boats move quickly. And then we've got lane 5 travelling well. And that's what I've got on my screen. If there's anybody out in front of them, I can't see. And I can't see on the water because it's so dark. We've got a really nice close-up of some of the athletes. I'm sure you'll have seen that down on the big screen. Goodness me, don't look around. They're just working their craft. Now, when I'm looking at the screen here, lane 5, Francis Douglas College, who got silver in South Island. Are they wanting to up the colour? You never know. They are travelling well here. And I think they've taken over Napier Boys High School. And lane 3, Wanganui High School, just dropped back off the pace here. Give me a second more and I'll be able to see them a bit better on the water. Lane 1, Topanui Atia, who got bronze, just sitting a little bit back. But as we all know, that lane 1 can fox us. Lane 2 is travelling really well. This is Napier Boys High School. This is Kazuki Bocock and Carlson Johnson. And wouldn't it be wonderful if they could be in medal contention, as they didn't secure one at the secondary school regatta. The camera seems very focused on lanes 2, 3 and 5. I'd quite like to have a look at lanes 6, 7 and 8. You get that message? I'd like to see 6, 7 and 8. Because it's so dark looking as they're coming down here at the moment. It's not crystal clear for us up in the tower, even with my glasses on. So Topanui Atia, they are travelling reasonably well in lane 1, but they are going to have to find something that they haven't discovered. Yeah, they're going to have to work very, very hard. Then Napier Boys High School working. I'd so love to see a school like this come through and win a medal when they haven't won a medal at either the North or the South Island. Now, Wanganui High School. Is it Wanganui High School? Have you got some young eyes? Wanganui High School bringing that home. Lane 3. Then we go back to Whakatane in lane 4. And then lane 5, Francis Douglas. Francis Douglas is bringing this race home at the moment. Lane 5 is 1. Who's second? Lane 3? So lane 3, that's Wanganui. Okay, so with my second pair of eyes up here, thank goodness for that. Francis Douglas is certainly bringing it home. But actually, you know, you just pop out into lane 7. St. Peter's School's also going really well there. The camera's just not been seeing it, and the light's just been a bit shitty. So Francis Douglas is bringing this race home. There's no denying that. Wanganui High School is second, and I think St. Peter's is third now. And then we've got a little bit of competition from Napier Boys High School. But what is in no doubt is Francis Douglas, who got silver in the North Island Secondary School, Oliver Calais and Noah Prendergast, is bringing this race home. Goodness me, they are bringing this race home very convincingly. Nobody was going to catch them. Well done. Then we've got Wanganui High School. Who's going to be my third? Who's going to be my bronze medalist? My bronze medalist is lane 2, Napier Boys High School. What a win for them. Gosh, Matt Mannington will be jumping up and down like he's got Tiger in his pants. How exciting for them. They didn't get a medal at any of the other regattas in this boat class, and to secure one at Maadi is just phenomenal. Well done. You must have rown your little hearts out. Good on you. Right. Oh, it's so exciting. You feel totally invested in these boats. Let me tell you. And I could walk past some of these kids and I wouldn't know them, but man, you're invested in them when they're coming down that 2K. It is wonderful to see. Now let's just check out these results. Well, we were in no doubt that it was Francis Douglas. And we were in no doubt that it was Wanganui High School, and we called it right. It was Napier Boys High School. Well, I hope there's some celebrations in your camp. Congratulations, not taking anything away from Francis Douglas or Wanganui, but getting a medal like that when maybe you're not expected to is magic.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Here we have the B final of the girls under 18 singles sculls coming down the course, sponsored by the Colgan Foundation. In this B final from lane 1 out, we have Christchurch Girls High School 1, Marley Ross, Barradine College 1, Kate Hunter, John Paul College 1, Lucy Gaston, Mount Aspiring College 1, Lola Ritchie, St Andrews College 1, Jasmine Christie, Wanganui High School 1, Robin Van Dyke, St Peter's School 1, Zoe Phillips, and Nelson College for Girls 1, Millie Trader. The conditions here today, we've got a bit more wind than we've seen over the rest of the week, but it's a tailwind and it's not too rough, which for those parents coming along that don't have a lot of experience with rowing, what we've got here is what we would probably call it the world level, world record conditions. The wind is strong, but the water is not too rough. So expect to see some pretty quick times today coming down the course here at Lake Karapiro. But here at the B final for the girls under 18 singles sculls, they're coming through the 500 metre mark, or they're approaching that last 500. Have a look down the binoculars now. Hard to tell from this angle, but it looks like we might have lanes 2, 3, 4, 5 and 7 out in front. The first two crews from this race will get their top 10 pins. I'm just covering for Vicky McLean as she dips out. And it does look like we have lane 3. I would call that as lane 2, 3 and 4 possibly. I may be wrong. But that would be Kate Hunter, Lucy Gasson and Lola Ritchie. Possibly with lane 5 and 7 as well. Jasmine Christie and Zoe Phillips. Well through into that last 500 now, coming into 300 metres to go. The conditions, the wind's good, but it's not completely flat. They will struggle a little bit with these singles in these conditions, but it looks like the girls are handling it well. Look for any white water to see whether they're having a hard time out there, but looking down the course, it looks like lane 2 and lane 3 as they get closer, and we can see the angles. I'm picking that it might be lane 2, Barradine College. Does look like it's lane 2, Kate Hunter, who might be out in front here, closely followed by lane 3, John Paul College, Lucy Gaston. 200 metres to go now. They'll be feeling the burn. Lane 2 is out in front. Kate Hunter. Second place looks like it's Lucy Gaston in lane 3. But who's going to get third? There's a bit of a fight on for third here. It could be between lane 5 and lane 7. Lane 5, Jasmine Christie. Lane 7, Zoe Phillips. But Kate Hunter, she looks like she's out in front, but not completely out of the woods. Jasmine Christie's pushing her as well. Sorry, I may have that wrong. That's Kate Hunter and Lucy Gaston battling it out in lane 2 and lane 3 for first and second. Looks like it is lane 2 crossing the line first. Kate Hunter. She'll take a top 10 pin. So will Lucy Gaston. And looking out for third place, that is lane 7, Zoe Phillips. She'll take third. Lane 5, St Andrews College, Jasmine Christie takes fourth. In between them, Robin Van Dyke. Lane 4 coming across as well, Lola Ritchie. And over to the outside, we've got Millie Trader from Nelson College for girls. And back into the inside, Christchurch Girls, Marley Ross.
Thank you, Michael. That was very kind of you. And now, what we've got going now is we have the girls under 18 single sculls final water race. This will be kindly sponsored by the Colgan Foundation. This is Sean P. Colgan and his wife Bibi. They are phenomenal supporters of rowing and other sports. So the Colgan Foundation are proud to partner with Rowing New Zealand. Were founded by Sean P. Colgan in 1995 to benefit athletic, scientific and education causes. And he's been phenomenal. There's a song which I'm not going to sing. Lane 1, Columbia College 1, Kira Patterson, coached by Emily Brown and Isabella Davey, holds the silver medal from South Island Secondary School in this boat class. King's College sitting in Lane 2, King's College 1, Bella Furman, coached by Natalie Welsh. Lane 3, Onslow College 1, Olivia Martin, coached by Jason Theobald. Lane 4, St Paul's Collegiate 1, Amber Church, coached by Rachel Pollock and Roy Pickard. In Lane 5, Waikato Diocesan School 1, Angala Carney, coached by Alice Danier. Gold at North Island Secondary School. Lane 6, Marion College 1, Charlotte Peterson, coached by Fiona Mackay. Gold at South Island Secondary School Regatta. Lane 7, Craighead Diocesan School 1, Isla Crawford, coached by Dean Milne. And out in Lane 8, going well, is Lane 8. It's a furrow on their own. It's Diocesan School for Girls, Sabella Thompson, coached by Joel Clayton Green and Franklin Hamilton. She took the bronze at North Island Secondary School. So goodness me, they are really giving it Laldi out there. Waikato Diocesan, Angela Carney, really look at the concentration on her face. It's quite extraordinary. The water's not her friend today, but she is giving it absolutely Laldi. I love, woo, that was just a little bend. There was a little crook there. That is tough for girls, Sabella Thompson. Those are the three working hard here. And they are working very, very, very hard. You know, it is just not easy out on this water. The concentration on these girls' faces, it's not just doing their craft, it's actually navigating this water. What a great drone shot. Yeah, it is the girl from Waikato Diocesan going really, really well here. Really bringing this charge home. Don't forget, a Diocesan School for Girls, Sabella Thompson in the outside lane. Where else am I getting my contenders for gold? A contender for silver and my contender for bronze. Isn't it fantastic that you've got these athletes who are going to try and up one on the medal count? And lovely seeing Diocesan School for Girls running down. You are going to have to get your lungs, girls with the red caps, into full Monty to bring Sabella home and see if she can secure a bronze medal for the Maadi Regatta in the girls under 18 single sculls. What a feather in her cap that would be. Whether there's anybody that's going to touch Waikato Diocesan, Angelina Angala Carney, I'd be a little doubtful here, but I love the work of Diocesan School for Girls out in the far lane. She's working really, really hard. Marion College is also working very, very hard here. And then let's not forget our athletes on the inside of the course. Columba College, Bella Furman from King's College. She's going to have to do a little bit more work here. I think it's not going to be Onslow's day, and neither is it going to be St Paul's Collegiate. But whose day is it going to be? It's going to be Waikato's. Waikato is going so well here. I mean, everything will be hurting. What was it Ian said yesterday? Razors in their lungs. He's going to regret saying that here, and you're going to regret he ever said it here because it's going to feature as part of my vocabulary. But their legs will be sore, and you know they've done a huge amount of racing, these girls, over the last week. Now, do you know Sabella's going absolutely like a blinder in the outside lane? Is Marion College going to actually keep going? I don't think you've got it yet in outside lane. Keep going. But who has got it? It's Angala Carney. Got gold at North Island. She's got gold at the Maadi Cup. Congratulations. You can pump the air and you do everything you want, but you've done bloomin' well. Oh my goodness me. I will say Marion College over Diocesan School for Girls for bronze and silver. But what an accolade. Bronze by Sabella at North Island. And she's got bronze at Maadi. That's not bad going. Marion College, a gold at South Island, and a silver at the Maadi Regatta. Congratulations to you all competitors in the girls under 18 single sculls. Very grateful to the Colgan Foundation for sponsoring this race and for everything that they do. Now, get ready to rock and roll. Get your coffees ready. Put a little shot of brandy in it. We have got another big race coming on. One of our main races. Not that every race isn't particularly special, particularly if your child's competing in it. But this would be one of our standout races. It's the boys under 18 single sculls. It's got the same amount of accolade as the girls under 18 single sculls. The B final is slightly smaller than the A final. The A final's got a full lineup of 8, and I promise you that will be just a brilliant race. So the under 18 single sculls, both male and female, is sponsored by the Colgan Foundation, and they really were invested in, I think more laterally, the men's Olympic program, if I remember rightly, and it could have been more into sweeping as well. And one weekend last year, for a few days, they took the sweepers up to a farm they have in the Hawke's Bay, and a break from training, albeit many of the athletes didn't think it was a break from training, as they did fence posts. And maybe it was just using a different set of muscles, and they were looked after incredibly well by the Colgan family when they worked to help them. I think it was after the storms, actually, that had been affected by them. So if you want some brute strength from the rowing boys and girls, sponsor us, and you too could have some fence posts put in. There you go. There's an offer you can't refuse. So when is our B final about to take place? I've lost my mouse. There we go. B final, B final, B final. The B final's starting at 9:25. It's 9:23. Sorry. So, the powers that be have just updated me. It's going to be 9:23 for the start of the B final, and that gives us 7 minutes between the A and the B, and that allows the B finals to just about finish before the A finals start. So 9:23, well, that is 2 minutes away. 2 whole minutes away. On the water now, we have the boys under 18 single sculls. This is the B final, very kindly sponsored by the Colgan Foundation. It's a smaller field for this B final. In lane 2, we have Tauranga Boys College 1, Wilson Gee, coached by Richard Gee and Nicola Austin. In lane 3, Scots College 1, Maxwell Kingston, coached by Dan de Groot. In lane 4, St Patrick's College 1, this is Jack Clark, coached by Jono Debbage, who got bronze in the boys under 18 single sculls at the North Island Secondary School Regatta. In lane 5, we have Yalta Stook, coached by Simon Smith. In lane 6, we've got Pukekohe High School 1, Cohen Robinson, coached by Brett Henry. And in lane 7, Tauhara College 1, Joseph Williams, coached by Craig Martin. So it's a wee Armada advancing down the water here. They would do really well if they were Armada because you can't actually see them, or not terribly well. And the water up at the start, I've just had a drone shot at the start of the A final. There's a breeze going across there, but the water does look a little calmer. But that race should not be starting for another 2 minutes. So let's concentrate on our B final here. So Tauranga Boys College travelling well in lane 2. Scots College just a little bit off the pace there in lane 3. Lane 4 is St Patrick's College, and you possibly would expect St Patrick's College to be up there with the leaders. That's Jack Clark. He took a bronze out in the North Island Secondary School race of the same boat class, and he's just sitting in front of the umpire boat. But it's Dunstan. It's Dunstan High School, and that is Yalta Stook, coached by Simon Smith. And he's having a fantastic race, just burling down the water here, really going well. And you know why? It's because we pronounced his name correctly. He's gone through the whole season, well, maybe not the whole season because the South Island might have got it right, but the whole of the Maadi Regatta with it wrong till the other day. So good on you, Yalta. It is lovely to see you coming down here. Pukekohe High School also going well. I mean, this is quite a close race for these guys. And then we've got Tauhara College. just sitting on the shoulder. But first and second at the moment, it's Dunstan and St. Patrick's. And the A final is off, and we will come to that very, very quickly. Goodness me, it is Dunstan all the way here. Dunstan, you are the 9th fastest in the country. Well done, you've taken out the B final, and St. Patrick's has taken number 2 slot. Congratulations to you all. And then we'll whisk up to the A final, which is Fast and Furious on the water. Now, the boys under 18 single scull, they're competing for the Charlie Stapp Cup. And have we got a lineup for you in this race? Have we got our future Mahi Drysdales in here? Have we got our future Rob Waddell's, or Robbie Mansons? Goodness me, and will they surpass them? Lane 1, St. Kevin's College 1, Patrick Spillane, coached by Ivan Docherty. Lane 2, Wakatipu High School 1, this is Harry Lightfoot. John Morrison is his coach, and he got gold in this boat class in the South Island Secondary School Regatta. Lane 3, St. Thomas of Canterbury 1, Carter Baxter, coached by Paddy Dowling, who took out bronze in the South Island Secondary School Regatta. In the middle, in lane 4, Maclean's College 1, Nathan Strachan, and he's got his nose out in front, has he indeed? And he got gold in the North Island Secondary School Regatta, and he is coached by Martin O'Brien. In lane 5, Wanganui High School, number 1 crew, Jake Newton, coached by Alan Luff and Dave Dudley, and he got a silver in the North Island Secondary School Regatta. Then we go to lane 6, Whakatane High School 1, Travis Talpost, coached by Graham Watt. Lane 7, Otamotai College 1, Arthur Crimmins, coached by Ted Phelps. And in lane 8, St. Peter's College 1, Billy Simpkins, coached by Sam Jackson and Cameron Patton. And remember, they're competing for the Charlie Stapp Cup and a gold medal at the Maadi Regatta in the boys under 18 single sculls. Well, they're not making a commentator's life very easy at the moment, with the exception of this young lad, Nathan Strachan, who is leading the charge home, going really well. That was a beautiful shot of him, and he's leading the charge home. And has he gone quickly? Has he gone too quick? Well, only time is going to tell. What I would tell you, he's not having it all of his own way. There is Wanganui High School is very hard on his shoulder. There is a boat overlap the way that I'm looking at it from here. So Wanganui High School, Jake Newton, who got silver in North Island. Now look at this. Is Wanganui High School the fastest boat on the water? You've got a bit of seesaw going on here. It's all on the push. Goodness me, that's going to get fairly exhausting going like this. Seesaw, 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 coming up and down the water. But I do, the minute I'm about to say, I think Wanganui High School's just got it, Nathan picks up, and the minute I say that, it reverses. So we are going to be fixated on these two boats coming down the water, and they've got a wee bit of a way to go. You know, it's what are they at? The 1,000 meter mark, 1,500 meter mark, coming up to the 1,500 meter mark. No, they've got a bit more to go. So quite a long way to go to be having this battle right out in the middle of the field. But it does look like the camera has gone to Wanganui High School, and this is Jake. This is Jake Newton, coached by Alan Luff and Dave Dudley. And that water, yeah, it's maybe, you know, the boys will carry a little more weight, bigger frames, and it's still going on. But it's Wanganui's that got actually the march on Nathan, and he's still got the march. So this, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a royal ding-dong. But let's just see how everybody else is going on the water. It's not just about these two boats. St Kevin's College in number 1 lane. Now, you know, he's travelling okay. I can't see very much of him. I just see little bits of white, so I know he's above water. And Wakatipu have got such a fighting spirit in them. They're travelling well. And then we've got St Thomas of Canterbury also going well here. This might be a commentator's nightmare as they come down to the finish. And then we've got Maclean's College and Wanganui doing their own private thing. And then we've got Whakatane. Whakatane is also having a not a bad race here. They just need to move up a little bit. That's Travis Topless. And then Otamotai College. Arthur Crimmins working it away out there. He could potentially be in a bronze medal position. And then St Peter's College just a little bit out at the back. So we're concentrating our eyes in the middle between these two boats. It is Maclean's College and it is Whanganui. But oh gosh, who's got it now? I think Maclean's has potentially got it now. And then I'm going to come back to St Thomas of Canterbury. And is it Otamotai College? Arthur Crimmins from Otamotai. Is that where our third's going to come from? Either St Thomas or Otamotai. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a race to watch here because these two guys are going to throw the whole kitchen at this. Not just the kitchen sink, it's everything. They are wanting to really gun it down here. Has a Nathan. Nathan just seems to have the march on Jake. And he's pulling away. Just remember your technique, Nathan. Keep your head up. Goodness me, Nathan, you are proving a huge point here. Nathan from Maclean's College, you are going to be an incredibly deserving winner of this race. Well done, Nathan. You've taken out gold. Yes, yes, yes. Wanganui, you have taken out silver. And Otamotai, you've taken out bronze. What a race. Yes, I love seeing them raising their arms. It's just blooming fantastic. And if I was allowed to use other words, I probably would, but I'm not. So that is just an amazing race. So excited for you all. And what a race it was to watch. What a privilege it was to commentate. Just congratulations to you all. On the water now, we have the girls under 15 double sculls. Very kindly sponsored by Lewis Lawyers. Lewis Lawyers are relatively new to the KRI family, and they have offices in Hamilton and Cambridge, and they offer a wide range of expert legal services. They've been established since 1906, and they're dedicated to tailoring legal solutions while fostering enduring connections within our community. Their extensive expertise covers various legal practice areas, ensuring comprehensive support for your needs. Within our firm, you'll find a team of collaborative, pragmatic lawyers committed to walking alongside you, simplifying and resolving your legal matters with personalised attention. Our approach is rooted in forming long-lasting relationships, partnering with clients and the wider community to deliver tailored legal solutions that address your concerns effectively and with a personal touch. So many thanks to Lewis Lawyers for your generosity in sponsoring the girls under 15 double sculls. We have a B final on the water and an A final coming soon. In lane 1, we have Altair College 1, Pippa Percy and Abigail Parker, coached by Jono Debbage. Lane 2, St Hilda's Collegiate 1, Rosa Hurley and Evie Moore, coached by Jazz McIntosh and Georgia Corney. Lane 3, Westlake Girls High School, Adriana Ramirez and Emily Turner, coached by Kelly McCann and Ian Bright. In lane 4, King's College 1, Daniel Dryden and Tallulah Flavel, coached by Natalie Welsh and Jane Shelkins. In lane 5, Wakatipu High School 1, Kira Lightfoot and Caitlin Julian. And you know, they got a bronze medal in the girls under 15 double sculls in the South Island Secondary School Regatta. Then in lane 6, we've got Cambridge High School 1, Olive McDonald and Sienna Ropai, coached by Josh Toa and Kerry Wilkins. In lane 7, Otamotai College 1, Kia Burney and Evelyn Hawke, coached by Kirsty Edhouse and Jeff Johnson. And in lane 8, we've got Glendowie College 2, Katie Jones and Julia Sorty, coached by Denzel Christian and Kieran Smith. I'm just going to interrupt this race to tell you a public service announcement. ANZ Visa Platinum card submitted by parking. Graham Pickett. Graham Pickett, you've lost your ANZ Visa Platinum card. Okay, this race has probably done something quite amazing while I've been chatting away. And you'll be going, why bother with a commentator if she can't commentate? Anyway, so lane 1, we have Altair College, Pippa Percy and Abigail Parker. They're travelling well. This is the B final, St Hilda's Collegiate, Rosa Hurley and Evie Moore, also travelling well. Lane 3, we've got Westlake Girls High School. That's Adriana Ramirez and Emily Turner. Lane 4, we've got King's College 1. This is Danielle Dryden and Tallulah Flavel. They are sitting in third, I think. So with a little bit more work, you could come second in the B final, I think. Wakatipu High School 1 is Kira Lightfoot and Caitlin Julian. And they are travelling extremely well. Going well here. In lane 5, I think they are bringing, maybe they're not. Maybe Cambridge High School has just got a little bit of a wriggle on. That's Olive McDonald and Sienna Ropai. Goodness, is it then? Yes, it is. It is Cambridge High School, but I think that could change because they're both gunning to take out the B final. Then you've got Otomotai, Kia Burney and Evelyn Hawke just in lane 7, with Glenn Dowie over in lane 8, Katie Jones and Julia Sorty. But there is a race, ladies and gentlemen. Of course there's a race. There's a bit of a ding-dong going on between Wakatipu and Cambridge High School. It's Wakatipu, and I don't think that lineup will change. What might change, and they're coming through fast, is King's College in the third position of this B final, and that's bragging rights as far as I'm concerned. You're doing jolly well in a B final, and that is bragging rights. So it's Wakatipu is going to take it out. Well done to Wakatipu. Then Cambridge High School. Oh, King's just had a bit of a whoopsie there, but keep going, girls. Well recovered. And well done to the King's College girls, Daniel Dryden and Tallulah Flavo. You've taken out third in the B final. Now let's just go up to race 431 in your program. It's the final. It's the final of the girls under 15 double sculls. They're racing over 200 meters. They're sponsored by Lewis Lawyers, and it is the A final. Let's give you the lineup of who's who in this particular zoo. It's going to be a cracking race. They're rumbling. They're coming at you. Lane 1, Takapuna Grammar, Sophia Cagney Potts and Sky Grease Douglas, coached by Kira Sherrick and Sam Grant. They took out bronze at the North Island Secondary School Regatta. Sitting in lane 2, we have Kashmir High School 1, Orilla Lind and Zoe Perrin, coached by Annabelle Scott and Molly Judson, and they took out gold in the South Island Secondary School Regatta. Lane 3, Dunstan High School 1, Charlotte Crosby and Bella Breen, coached by Simon Smith and Natalie Wilson. In lane 4, Burnside High School 1, Lucy Gibson and Harriet Gorman, coached by Christina Blackford and Rob Mates. In lane 5, Craighead Diocesan School 1, Ella Metcalf and Neve Callahan, coached by Dean Milne, and they took out silver in the South Island Secondary School Regatta. And in lane 6, we've got Marion Sapper and Isabella Taylor Campbell, coached by Denzel Christian and Kieran Smith, who took out silver in the North Island Secondary School Regatta. Sorry, I'm not going to test you on it. I've written it all down. In lane 7, St Peter's School 1, Meg Cannon and Molly Scott, coached by Kaylin Wren and Morgan Blind. And then in lane 8, Bethlehem College 1, Francesca Romeresa and Lily Cameron, coached by Nick Hanna and Bruce Wills. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we saw some Maadi medals from people who have not secured medals at the respective North and South Island regattas? So who's doing what on this piece of water called Lake Karapiro that they have got to bravely navigate and race down 2 kilometres? Well, I think Dunstan, who could be the surprise of the pack here. Dunstan, and they didn't have a medal around their neck in this particular boat class. Dunstan seems to be leading the charge home. Now that may change. They've still got a long way to row, but Dunstan's got their nose out in front. This is Charlotte Crosby and Bella Breen. Maybe they just didn't have a great race at South Island Secondary Schools, but they're certainly having a great one now. So Takapuna is just sitting in lane 1. They might surprise me and come up quickly. Lane 2, we've got Kashmir High School. Lane 3 is Dunstan High School. Dunstan High School leading the charge home. Burnside's just off the pace behind Dunstan. And then we've got Craighead Diocesan School, number 1 crew, travelling well. And beside them, also travelling well, is Glendowie, and by them is St Peter's. And then we've got Bethlehem, just a fraction off. But we've got a clear winner at the moment. Will they stay out front? Your guess is as good as mine. But you know, you sniff glory and you hang on to it, don't you? Until somebody snatches victory from you. So they're going well. The Dunstan crew, Charlotte Crosby, Bella Breen, going well. I wonder if they rested their legs. I'm pretty sure I called their names yesterday at some stage. So their legs are maybe not rested as well as I would like to think. I'm then going to Craighead Diocesan. Craighead Diocesan and Glendowie. Glendowie and Craighead, they are the ones that are fixated in my little mind at the moment. Coming down here, everybody, you know, battling in this race, valiantly battling, and they won't give up until they're across that line. It's just ingrained in them, and they all want to win so much. You know, you get into an A final and it could be anybody's race on the day. But today it looks like it's Dunstan's. Dunstan's still out there. Are they putting any more distance? I'm not 100% sure whether they're putting any more distance. It's just the closer they get, it's a bit clearer for the hard of sight. Hard of sight and hard of hearing, that is me. So it's Burnside, it's Dunstan, and then Glendowie, and then back to Craighead. But you know, Glendowie College is going really well here. That's what I was just the pause for. Glendowie is going really well, and St Peter's. I'm just thinking maybe St Peter's has got some fairly decent speed on the water over Craighead. Anyway, Burnside. Let's get on to Burnside. Burnside, who did not secure a medal at secondary school regatta. I was going to take out one big flash medal called a Maadi medal, and they're going to take out the girls under 15 double sculls, and they've done it. You know, it's not been tight. They've done it incredibly well, and I hope you hoop, because well done to Dunstan, you've won it. And then we go out to Glendowie, and now I can't see a thing. I think we are going to get Craighead. I think it's Craighead, but we might just wait to see what the people who get paid an awful lot more money than me tell us. And then I'm going to hand over to Ian. Ian's going to do the next hour and a half. I just want to see the results coming out here. Just a big shout out to Gary Davison, whose birthday it is today, and a big thank you for his long service to St Peter's College. So if you know Gary, you see Gary, I come across Gary, give him a slap in the shoulder. It's his birthday and he has been involved in a long service to St Peter's College. Okay, I've got my results up. Please tell me I read it right. It's when I don't quite get it right that I get the knickers in a twist and have conniptions, because if I was a parent and I listened to somebody cock it up, I would be very upset. Anyway, well, I didn't get first wrong. That was Dunstan High School. Second was Glendowie. And third was Craighead Diocesan. What a race that was for the girls under 15 double sculls. So that's it from me for this Maadi Regatta. Thank you so much for listening. Enjoy the rest of the racing, And thank you. Here's Ian.
Thanks, Vicky. Good morning, everybody. Lovely to be here on our last day of final Saturday here at Lake Karapiro for the 2025 Maadi Regatta, and congratulations to Simon Smith and the Dunstan Arm girls under 15 double, maybe just showing the benefit of doing a lot of rowing on Lake Dunstan with conditions similar to this on occasion when they get them. Just a public service announcement: if your vehicle has the registration plate PGW 599, it's still running in the car park. So if you're lucky, it'll still be there. But if you want to go and check PGW 599 and you'd like to go and turn it off, that'd be magnificent. We move on now to the boys under 15 Coxed quadruple sculls. The B final will be due to go in another couple of minutes. This is proudly brought to you by Grasslands Trust and Grassroots Trust. In fact, we thank them. Grassroots Trust, dedicated to providing local funding to local communities. They share our passion and enthusiasm for sport and are a proud partner of Rowing New Zealand and sponsor of KRI. We've got the B final about to go. I'll give you the feel for that. In lane 1 will be St Kentigern's College number 2. Lane 2 will be St Kentigern's College. Just give you the whole feel while we're waiting for them. St Kentigern's College 2, Lucas Yang, Henry Vincent, Patrick McNee, Noah Stoddard, Matthew Self, the Cox. In lane 2, St Kentigern's College 1, Bo Dowling, Caleb Go, Conrad House, Harley Evans, Ryder Greaves, the Cox. In lane 3, St Peter's Tool 1, Elvin Wong, Alex Batchelor, Andrew Harris, Samuel Wilson, Darcy Grammer will be the Cox. In lane 4, St Peter's College 2, Charles Adam, Elijah Rudsitz, Enzo Nola, Harrison Luke, Monty Caesar will be the Cox. In lane 5, Whakatupu High School number 2, Zebby Jarvis, Flynn Webber, Koto Nakazawa, Barker Schmitz and Cameron Hall will be the Cox. In lane number 6, Timaru Boys High School. They're the bronze medalists in the South Island, so we'll make the most of the B final. Good to be here on the Saturday racing though for Idris Hoodart, Josh Sadler, Baxter Hopper Park, Murphy Hopper Park and Toby Connor, the Cox. Lane 7 will be McLean's College 1, Kean Smith, Caleb Brown, Jason Lucas Jiang, Nick Fahey and Sarah O'Loughlin will be the Cox. And in lane number 8, Lindisfarne College 1 will complete the field in the B final. Charlie Cropper, Angus Breyer, Angus Knoll, Noah Layton and Aidan Novak will be the Cox. They are underway and racing in that B final, so good to see them making their way through. Looks pretty even from here across the field there. The two St Kent's cruise away quickly in lane 1 and lane 2, but it's coming early out of St Peter's School in lane 3 and St Peter's College in lane 2. Then we go to Whakatupu. They've no doubt got the big yellow boat out there in lane number 5, just being shadowed by the umpires crew, and then we go out to Timaru Boys ahead of then McLean's College, and just out there in lane number 8 is Lindisfarne College. So looking for the A final to get underway at around about 10:10, so another 5 minutes or so before they come down, and they're racing this morning for the Bill Eadie Memorial Cup. Good to see some of those presentations taking place. The crowd's starting to build, so handy tailwind in terms of speed. A little bit of clean sculling required as they make their way down the course, though, just with a little bit of chop that is in behind them. Through the 250 metres now, heading up towards that 500 metre mark, and a nice handy advantage coming already from Timaru Boys out there in lane 6. Just back inside from them is Whakatipu. Raced each other a lot this season. Right along them, St Peter's College number 2 to the left of the umpire's boat as you have a look down the course, ladies and gents, and to the right of them in lane number, well, actually lane number 4 would be St Peter's. Then we go across to lane 3 is St Peter's School. So as they make their way up, just inside of them, the 2 St Kitts crews in lane 1 and lane number 2. Just a reminder, if it is your vehicle, PGW 599. Hopefully it's not still running in the car park, but if it is, best get something sorted. Through 500 now, heading towards the 750. 1,000 metre mark, in fact, as they make their way up now, and still coming out of lanes 4, 5 and 6. St Peter's College, Whakatipu and Timaru Boys. Right across then to Maclean's, just Lindisfarne in lane 8, struggling a little bit with the conditions out there. A final sitting there ready to go, just a little bit sheltered down there they are in the start bay, so when you look on the screen it might not look quite so bad, but as they get a little bit out of that Lagoon Bay area and make their way further up the course, they get into those tailwind conditions. So it is with Maclean's Timaru Boys, Whakatipu and St Peter's College as they head in towards the second half of the course here in the B final. Just positioning themselves in the A final. Let's give you that field for the A final while we can, while the B final makes its way up. So looking for the field here, the boys under 15 Coxed quadruple sculls, the A final at the Maadi Regatta. In lane number 1, St Paul's Collegiate, James Heap, James Jordan, Cale Ganley, Ashton Russell and Charlie Seath the Cox. Lane 2, Burnside High School number 1, Jack Payne, Felix Rowe, Sean Gilman, Tyler Rogers, Evie Nathan the Cox. In lane number 3 will be St Peter's College 1, Maximilian Charters, Tommy Landers, Tom Tracy, Piet Dainty and Henry Ryan the Cox. In lane number 4, Onslow College 1, Alfie Picker, Ruben Andrews, Costanelli, Elias Kern, and Benjamin Buttle will be the Cox. Lane 5, Hamilton Boys High School number 1, Fletcher Blowman, Oliver Wells, Oliver Goldfinch, Isaac Penny and Michael Jorgensen is the Cox. In lane number 6, Whanganui Collegiate 1, Levi Swanepoel, Charlie McIntyre, Harry Sherritt, Anthony Jones and Angus McConnell will be the Cox. Lane 7 will be Whakatipu High School number 1, Baxter King and Henry Monier, Phineas Thomas, Ruben Davis, Jesse Glover the Cox. And completing the field, the South Island champions in lane 8, John McGlashan College 1, Artie Sweetman, Archie McDonald, Gus Carr, Archie Gordon and Cameron Lane the Cox. They're ready to go. We're just waiting. 10:10 they're due to go, so another minute or so. Just on the screen you can see Hamilton Boys here getting themselves ready, looking pretty relaxed. Perhaps not quite so relaxed as the rest of the B final as they make their way through to the last 750 or 600 metres to go now for them, and it is coming right out in the middle of the course. We can see Whakatipu just in the goal. So if you go to the right of them, you will see St Peter's College. Look like they've got the lead over the top of Timaru Boys out there in lane number 6. Then we go back to Maclean's and Whakatipu, back across the lane 2, St Kentigern's College 1, and then lane number 1 is St Kentigern's College 2. Seem to have a bit of a line join between the bow ball. They're making their way down. And then we go outside them to be St Peter's School in lane 3, and then back to Lindisfarne, who seems to be battling a little bit out there for whatever reason. Great view there of the A final ready to go. There's the Burnside crew in lane number 2. You can just see on the big screen if you're watching outside. 350 metres to go in the A finals. A bit of splash comes off the St Peter's blue oars as they make their way through just the right of the umpire's boat, and still being held onto nicely out here in lane number 4 by St Peter's College. Whakatipu trying to push up upon them, but the Timaru Boys are holding second. But St Kentigern's, the 2 St Kentigern's crew pacing each other nicely down in lane 2 and lane 1, making their way through up towards the Golden Boys and 250 metres to go. And they're pulling up right alongside the St Peter's College crew. And then we go back to Timaru Boys. So St Kentigern's looking to make it a 1-2, and then St Peter's third. That's where it would be at the moment. Then we go across to Timaru Boys. Back we go to Whakatipu, inside to St Peter's School. Then right on the outside to Maclean's College here in the B final, then a long way back to Lindisfarne. So nice push here since the 1,000 of the 2 St Kent's crews. They're both in front now. So here's the St Kent's 1 are in lane 2, St Kent's 2 are in lane 1. There'll be a real battle for testosterone power on these two crews as they come down towards the finish. 120 metres to go now here in the B final. It's with St Kent's number 1 over number 2 just. Then we go back to St Peter's. Then it's Timaru Boys. Then Whakatipu. Back we come to St Peter's School. Oh, just got a dirty stroke there, did St Kent's in lane number 2. So they've let through the two crew. Two crew have taken advantage and they've pounced like a cat on a mouse. They've gone straight through them. They'll take out the B final over by about a canvas over St Peter's. Then we'll go to St Kent's number 1. Then we'll go outside to Timaru Boys, back inside to Whakatipu to St Peter's School. We're underway in the A final. The A final's away here in the boys under 15 Coxed quadruple scales. Great start in the either side of Hamilton Boys by Whanganui Collegiate and Onslow College as the umpire boats swoop out in behind them to shadow them down. Then we go out probably to lane 7, Whakatipu High School off to a pretty good start. Right across to lane 2, Burnside away pretty cleanly too. But it's lane 4, Onslow, the North Island champions. They've got the bow ball as they get through the first 100 metres. So these crews will start to settle now as they get into their routine, going nice and long if they can. Onslow looking pretty tidy, those red blades flashing through Lake Karapiro as they tick away there at 40, just making their way through into that 250 metre mark here in the final of the boys under 15 Coxed quadruple scale. So Whakatipu now away cleanly, take half a canvas over Onslow, they do from lane number 7. Then we go back inside from them to Whanganui Collegiate. They're in lane 6. Then it's Hamilton Boys, just a bit of work to do to get back in the middle of it, but they'll all be starting to settle. St Paul's Collegiate there in lane 1 have started to settle nicely too and lengthen as they head out. So Whakatipu though, they've got half a boat length already. Let's see if they can hold on to that back from them to Whanganui Collegiate. Then we go across to Onslow, then across to St Paul's Collegiate. Those are your 4 leaders at this stage. So St Paul's Collegiate, number 2 seat, looks across, sees where he's at. Just keep looking straight ahead of the freckle on the back of your mate's neck, and that'll keep you focused as you head your way down. It's Whakatipu. It's over there to St Paul's Collegiate. That's second. Then we come back inside and we look at Onslow. Hamilton Boys won't be too far when we get to the end of it. Hamilton Boys, the North Island bronze medalists. So Onslow went straight through in their heat earlier on Tuesday. I think they raced this race, as did the crews from Hamilton Boys. And Whanganui Collegiate went through then as well. Whanganui Collegiate was straight through in the heat. So it's Whakatipu that have come through the repechage, as have Burnside to get themselves into this A final. So they've had an extra race, the boys from Whakatipu. They won't mind these conditions. A good tailwind too. But St Paul's Collegiate doing a great job down there in lane number 1. They went straight through as well, and that was coming through as a bit of a sleeper as well. The North Island silver medalists are in lane 3, which is St Peter's College. So they're just tucked back in the behind. Well, they'll probably be sitting at 4th at this stage. So Whakatipu's still holding on to that lead. So just inside of them, though, Whanganui Collegiate starting to go with them, the black and the blue. They'll be looking to go past their supporters at the 250 metre mark and get a bit of wally from them as they make their way up. So these crews starting to move away now as they head up towards that 750 metre mark. So it's still with Whakatipu looking pretty clean now. You can see great shot there over. Oh, someone hasn't got their blue blades. They've mixed the blades up today just to make it interesting for everybody. But they're looking pretty comfortable they are now. The Cox has got a great view as they head on down the lake and just sitting there pretty comfortably at 38 now. As from Paul's Collegiates pull alongside them in lane number 1. Inside lane 6, it's still Whanganui Collegiate heading up towards the dirty end of the course now into the 1,000 metre mark, and then we'll see the moves go at the 1,000. Who's going to make a move and try and put pressure on the rest of the crews? We've seen a lot of crews in the finals yesterday get to the 1,000, put the push on, and then make it hard for the rest of the crews chasing them. So we're sitting still with Whakatipu. Whanganui Collegiate just gaining on them. Burnside still in the mix, St Paul's Collegiate, then they're in lane number 1. Then we come across to looking to see what we can get from John McGlashan College out there in lane number 8. They are the the South Island champions, so hopefully they've got plenty left in the tank for them. It's a dirty old lane out there today, lane number 8, but hopefully they can make the best of it. It still is with Whakatipu. There's John McGlashan there just sitting 8. So Whakatipu, Whanganui Collegiate, St Paul's. Oh no, lane 3 just stopped. St Peter's College have stopped. They've gained again. They must have just crabbed, and they've lost a lot of ground. A bit of work to come back for them. They'll work hard though. They can regain that. They've got the experience, have the North Island silver medalists. But Whakatipu out in front. They've still got a seat over Whanganui Collegiate back inside from them. They go across to St Paul's Collegiate. Lane number 4 is Onslow College still in there. Then we go back to Burnside, across on the outside to John McGlashan, and St Peter's trying to get their boat back underway again as these crews head up towards that 750 metre mark. Into the business end they come. You'll need to start getting yourselves ready to get down lakeside to cheer these boys on, ladies and gents. They're working damn hard for you here in the final of the Bill Eadie Memorial Cup at the Maadi Regatta, and it is with Whakatipu still over Whanganui Collegiate, St Paul's. Then we come across into Onslow. Hamilton boys starting to make a nuisance of themselves out there in lane number 5. They'll get there in the middle of it. Hamilton boys are North Island bronze medalists, but there's a bit of a drag race going on now between Whakatipu. They can't shake Whanganui Collegiate. They'll get a boost when they can go past the 250 to go. Over we go into lane number 1 as John McGlashan is St Paul's Collegiate still hanging in there. Onslow College, the North Island champions, haven't let go either, and just creeping into it still comes Hamilton boys. Oh, Michael Jurgensen, the Cox, he's got his riding instructions. They've got to the 1250 and put a bit of a push on. So Whakatipu, Whanganui Collegiate still trying to hold on to it from St Paul's, looking for the nuisance factor from Onslow College and Hamilton boys. Then we go back inside to Burnside in lane 2. They've recovered well of St Peter's, trying to push themselves back up into the mix. And then we go across on the outside to John McGlashan College. 500 metres to go in the final of the boys under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. Is it going to go north or south? They've pushed since 1,000 and now they've got the advantage. Whanganui Collegiate, they've gone over Whakatipu. Can Whakatipu come again? Onslow College flashing the red blazers as Hamilton boys draw right alongside them. Then out to St Paul's Collegiate. We've got the making of a close finish here. Is Whanganui going to take it away, or they're all going to chase them down? Then we go back to Burnside. Inside we go to the crew from St Peter's Collegiate. They've done very well. Cox there by Henry Ryan to get back in after they've stopped. But out on the outside, John McGlashan have pulled the pin. Something's happened to them at the 500 metre mark and they're out of it. We come back and have a look at the rest of the contenders. Whanganui Collegiate now have a canvas over Whakatipu. They've got, now we go 3/4 of a boat length back to Onslow. Across to St Paul's Collegiate. Then we come into Hamilton boys. They have pushed. I told you they're making a nuisance of themselves. Here they come, Hamilton boys. Hamilton boys have got to run on that boat to try and chase down these two leaders. We're in the 250 metre to go. Here's the Golden boys. They're heading towards the 100 metres to go, and Whanganui Collegiate have put the foot down. They've gone right out over the top of Whakatipu. Hamilton boys are holding third over Onslow, are they? Here comes St Paul's Collegiate. St Paul's Collegiate in lane 1 have wound up. Look at them go, boys. Here they come. They're going to chase you down. Whanganui Collegiate out the top's Whakatipu. Whanganui Collegiate are holding on to the lead. Whakatipu outside them. Down in lane 1, St Paul's Collegiate. Someone's lit a fire under them. They're underway. Hamilton boys are trying to push through over the top of Onslow College. Then we go Burnside into St Peter's. They're coming down the line. Whanganui Collegiate have got 2 seats over Whakatipu. St Paul's, Hamilton boys are trying to get the bronze medal. No doubt about the gold has gone to Whanganui Collegiate, take out their boys under 15 Cox quads. Then we go to Whakatipu. And in the middle, of course, Hamilton boys, I think. Oh, photo. No, we'll go photo, Hamilton boys and St Paul's. That is close. No doubt about the winner. Well done to Whanganui Collegiate. You've taken out the gold medal. Congratulations to the crew from Whakatipu taking the silver, and the bronze will leave up to the photographers. That's how they finished so far in the boys under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. Then we came back to see what happened with Burnside. Onslow just missing out there on a medal, and then we go back to John McGlashan to see what happened there. Looks like it might have been gear failure, and when we've got the confirmed results, we'll bring those to you. Can just confirm to you that unfortunately you can see it sticking up there like a mast. That's pretty sad for them. John McGlashan broke an oar at around that 500 metre mark, so that's unfortunate for them. Just confirming the results of the B final with St Kentigern's College number 2 taking it out in a time of 7:04. Second was St Peter's College 2 in a time of 7:07, just by 0.6 of a second over St Kentigern's College 1. And we're just waiting for the formal result. I think we've got it now. Ooh, I thought I wasn't far off. First in the boys under 15 Cox quadruple sculls in a time of 6:49.50, Whanganui Collegiate. Second taking the silver medal, Whakatipu High School in a time of 6:52. And then with a difference of 0.34 of a second between third and fourth, the bronze medal and a great run from the 1,000's gone to Hamilton Boys High School in a time of 6:55.26. Just missing out and finishing fourth is St Paul's Collegiate. Righto, ladies and gents, we move on pretty quickly. Well, not pretty quickly, because we're having a little bit of a break to the girls under 17 Coxed 8. It's due to go at 10:30, sponsored by the Jones Family Charitable Trust, and we really do thank them, the Jones Family Charitable Trust. The trustees, Derek and Judy Jones, have been supporting this sport of ours for the past 18 years, which is fantastic. Their unwavering support for our 8s program culminated in those magnificent successes in Tokyo and continued through to Paris. So we do thank them for their support. Looking for a start here in the girls under 17 Coxed 8 at around 10:30, which gives me plenty of time for you to I can give you the fields, and then you can all, as parents, get yourselves sorted and know what you're looking at. So in lane number 1 will be St Kentigern's College 1, Holly van der Mesa, Kaylee Bannister, Rosalie Carruthers, Tessa Toner, Sophie Sayer, Greer Vincent, Ella Forrest, Elise Redshaw, and Isabel Gilbert, which will be coxing that St Kentigern's College crew. In lane 2, right next to them, Epsom Girls Grammar 1, Madeline Donovan, Eden Hogg, Ruth Burge, Mia Breen, Emily Hammond, Amanda Horn, Jessica Wilkinson, Imogen Wallace, Emma Owen will be the cox. In lane number 3, Columba College 1, Sophie Thode, Alice Porter, Sarah Stevens, Fenella Millen, Georgia Drummond, Anika Laser, Isla Nicholson, Nova Fiston and Kate Baskerville will be the cox of the Columba College crew. St Andrews College 1 will be in lane 4. Isabella Cody, Lucia Apps, Sophia Drury, Sailor Hedgecock, Charlotte Galvin, Chloe Lowe, Katie Taggart, Molly Thomas, Robbie Miller will be the cox. Rangiruru Girls School number 1 starting out of lane 5. Georgie Stalker, Harriet Abbott, Sophia Harris, Alice Duffy, Charlotte Gorman, Amelia Jones, Tallulah Nelson, Maddie Young and Charlie Ward will be the cox. Lane number 6 will be Christchurch Girls High School number 1. Greer Bauman, Izzy Abley, Amelia Scrimmages, Sophia Robertson, Summer Smith, Laura Ryle, Tallulah Leggett, Sienna Cochran with Georgietta Heller coxing. Dawson School for Girls will be in lane 7. Amy Dazzler, Ada Finlauer, Lily James, Leela Kirk, Alice Berry, Alba Erickson, Olivia Bethel and Genevieve Fail with Stella Bainton the cox. Cashmere High School complete the field for the girls under 17 Coxed 8 out there in lane 8. Lucy O'Connor, Regan Kelly, Zoe Clark, Millie Brook, Charlotte Clatworthy, Thea Murdy and Larry Clare, the girls under 18 singles champion, will be alongside Marley Lloyd, and Eliza Omar will be the cox. Getting themselves ready. They'll be sitting down there shortly, looking to see a little bit of a battle between the North and the South Island champions. So the North Island champions, Epsom Girls, will be up against the South Island champions, Rangiruru. So look to see how that plays out. And also, be interesting too, just talking to the coach from Epsom Girls Grammar, one of the coaches down there, Brendan and Charlotte, coaching this crew, of course, but they row out of the Tamaki River, so not unfamiliar with these conditions. So once we've got those ladies lined up and ready to go, we'll come back to you. And they're racing not only for medals, but of course today for the Fairfield Shield in the girls under 17 Coxed 8, due to go in around 4 minutes' time. Just getting the last of the crews into the starting gates, looking at the crew there from St Kentigern's in lane 1. Looks like Cashmere last to go and just lining up now. They won't hold on for too long before they let them go. This event was won last year by St Margaret's College, so there'll be a new name going on the Fairfield Shield this year. Looking at Columba there, sitting in lane number 3. They'll be pretty easy to spot with those orange caps as they make their way down. Kate Baskerville, the Cox, sitting there comfortably, just addressing the crew, trying to get them relaxed. Big job today for the Coxes, getting these crews through, picking their moves. We cheer down below in front of us. The St Andrews crew have been seen, got themselves through. You can see the white thistles on the blue blades. And you'll see on the back of those blue blades will be the white cross of St Andrews. Got themselves through here, won their heat. One heat, number 1 did St Andrews to go straight through. They'll be down this end pretty quickly, team, with the tailwind behind them. Rangiruru, of course, were the other direct qualifiers going through. They're in lane number 5. Big cheer from the Rangi supporters. South Island champions. Looks like we are not too far away. So just reminding you, in lane number 1, as you look at it, you've got St Kentigern's College 1, lane 2 is Epsom Girls Grammar 1, lane 3 Columba College, lane 4 St Andrews College 1. There's Christchurch Girls there in lane 6, and lane 5 is Rangiruru Girls School number 1, lane 7 is Diocesan School for Girls, and lane 8 Cashmere High School. So 5 of the crews out of the South Island, 3 from the north. Robbie Miller, the St Andrews Cox, just sitting there getting her crew ready to go. Nice and relaxed. Can't see it on the screen, but we're underway now. The girls are underway in the final. The girls under 17 Cox State here at the Maadi Regatta, and away they go. Very even, right out the middle though, probably by a bauble now. Would be a Rangiruru Girls School, very cleanly away. Right next to them, Christchurch Girls, not letting them go. Outside of Christchurch Girls to Dawson School for Girls, then Cashmere. Right across to Epsom Girls in lane number 2 away well, as is Columba. Just really on the other side of them, St Andrews just need to get themselves into a bit of a move, and away they go. Then we go across to lane number 1 is St Kentigern's College, and out here into lane 8 is Cashmere High School. Nice clean start now. You can see, great shot there. We can see where all the tandem rigs are. There's one on Christchurch Girls High School. If we go right across, you see there's one also on the stroke side for Epsom Girls. So some different combinations there to try and make the most of the conditions. They go through 250 metres gone already. And it is Rangiruru Girls High School out there in front by almost half a canvas as they make their way up towards the second 250 metre mark pretty quickly. And there's St Andrews College working really hard in the strokes here, isn't she just there? Molly Thomas giving that awesome real wally as they try to get themselves through pretty quickly up towards, you can see the 500 metre boys beyond them, so they'll be making their way up there pretty shortly, and working hard they are. But it still is with Rangiruru, nice and cleanly away in lane 5, working hard. They've got out to 1 seat already, ticking away at 36. Second there is the crew from Christchurch Girls High School. Then we go across the other side to Epsom Girls, similar colours to Rangi but not quite. Then we come to Dawson School for Girls out there in lane number 7, back to Cashmere. Then we go to Columba in lane number 3. Right next to Columba is St Andrews College, and then on the outside now is St Kentigern's College. So all pretty clean really. Rangiruru will be the ones to beat. They've got 2 seats now. We come inside from Rangiruru to Christchurch Girls High School. Then it is outside of them to Dawson, across to the crew from Epsom Girls. Nice shot there. You can just see the instructions being given by Charlie Ward, the Cox. Oh, they've gone quick, haven't they? Geez, that was a stroke change. Did you see that on the live stream? But in real life, they're actually not quite going as quick as that. It still is a Rangiruru in front. Rangiruru from Christchurch Girls High School, then Dawson. We go across to Columba, back to St Andrews College, but Rangi obviously did pull a move. We didn't quite pick it as quickly as that. And they're very quickly at the 500 pushed out to 7 seats. If they get further in front than that, you won't catch them. Second is St Andrews College and good nick there. Then we go to Christchurch Girls High School in lane 6, and out there in lane 2, Epsom Girls Grammar looking to try and get up into the mix. That is still there with Dawson School for Girls. Then we go on the outside to Cashmere in lane number 8, back inside to St Kentigern's College in lane 1. They're rattling through the course with his tail in right behind them, and they're almost out to 8 seats there. Look at the instructions coming from Charlie Ward. Gee, she's barking at them. There's the hunt away in the high country. She's sitting there, the Coxed seat of Rangiruru. Look at Epsom Girls go through now into third. Just outside of them and still holding on to second is the crew from St Andrews College. Columbus squeezed them, but two of them. We come across the other side. Christchurch Girls trying to not let go of Dawson, who are just right next to them. But Rangiruru have laid down a marker. They did get it out to 7 seats, so still trying to claw back at them, St Andrews. This is tenacious from them as they head through the 1,000 metres in towards the second half of the course. Have they got another move, Rangi? They got themselves out of the 500. Can they go again? Hanging tough in there is Columbus. So Rangiruru Girls School. They've got St Andrews right inside of them. They've got Dawson on the other side, and Epsom Girls aren't out of it down there in lane number 2. Rattling into the second half of the course they come now. The two umpire boats shouting them down. Rangiruru now have gone out to 8 seats. 8 seats away from St Andrews College. Epsom Girls have moved nicely since that 1,000 metre mark already. They've pushed themselves up into third and looking to challenge St Andrews for the silver spot at this moment. Columba College are on the inside of them. We go across to Christchurch Girls High. Then on the outside it's the red caps of Diocesan as they make their way into the last 750 metres. They're coming quickly. Get down to the, well, there's one flag. You need a few more than that down there, supporters. Rangiruru have got this. They've got clear water at this stage. It'll take a big effort to get there, but St Andrews College are doing well. They won the heat. They're coming through it, then the South Island silver medalists to try and challenge that Rangiruru crew, and they're under pressure though on the inside in lane 2 from Epsom Girls Grammar. The North Island champions making that tandem rig work hard on the stroke side. It still is with Rangiruru now. Oh, this is impressive now. They've gone out to Clearwater, have the Southern champions taking the St Andrews crew with them. Alongside is Epsom Girls still holding on to third, but now the funk starting to come in the outside lanes. It's Christchurch Girls High School trying to push up into that bronze and silver spot along with Diocesan. Then we go back to Columba. Way back on the outside to lane 8 would be Cashmere. Then back down in lane number 1 is St Kentigern's College. They're going to do well to get back anywhere near Rangiruru now. They head up towards 500 metres to go. Rattling the way through the course they come. Making the most of that tailwind. Head down, working hard in the bow of the Columba College boat, but they've got a long way to go now. It is with Rangiruru, and it is Epsom Girls working hard away there in lane number 2, still holding the second spot. Under pressure on the outside from Dawson School from Girls, who've gone well since the 750 to go. And oh, they've just stopped. What's happened to Christchurch Girls? Oh, they've picked a real wobbly. The boat's come to a standstill. Oh, that's shattering from them, but Rangiruru continue to hold the lead. Out there in second is Epsom Girls. Then we come back to Dawson School for Girls, and St Andrews still in the mix. Then we go back to Columba. Then we go back to, they've come to a complete standstill, have Christchurch Girls. On the outside still is Cashmere. Then we go to St Kentigern's. It's Rangiruru leading them down from Epsom Girls back inside to St Andrews. Dawson trying to push up along with Columba, but we've got our 3 crews, I think. They're making their way up towards the 250 metres to go. Out of the last of the red boys and into the golden boys, and it's going to be a golden last 250 metres for Rangiruru. They're under pressure from the under golden boat, but there's clear water between the two of them. St Andrews holding on gamely for that bronze medal as Dawson School for Girls and the red caps come steaming down their lane to try and capture that bronze medal. We're sitting with Rangiruru. There's a finish now coming from Epsom Girls. St Andrews are working hard to hold on to the bronze. Dawson are coming at them. Columba are having a dab down the inside between them, and outside is Cashmere. Then we go back to St Kentigern's. Christchurch Girls are underway again, but they're a long way back. A long way ahead though is Rangiruru Girls School. It is Georgietta, Harriet, Sophia, Alice, Charlotte, Amelia, Tallulah, Maddie Young. Charlie Ward's done a magnificent job in the coxing seat. Epsom Girls coming down to looking like they're challenging for second. So Rangiruru are going to win it. The bid is between Epsom Girls are second. Third holding on to St Andrews is between Epsom and St Andrews for second and third. Dawson are going to be out of it now. It's Epsom Girls. Rangi win it. Epsom Girls are going to take the silver. Bronze will go to St Andrews. Across the top 4th will be Dawson School for Girls. Cashmere will finish 5th. We come back down to Columba. Then it'll be St Kentigern's. And then Christchurch Girls High School will complete the field, dominated by Rangiruru Girls School. They take out the girls under 17 Coxed 8 and the Fairfield Shield. get a time for you as soon as we can there. And look, keen to find out what happened with that Christchurch girls crew. That's unfortunate. But what a race. Congratulations to the crew from Rangiruru. Next race due to go is the boys under 17 Coxed 4. That's sponsored by Livingston Building. Proud sponsors of Karapiro Rowing now. We thank Livingston Builders for the 2 brand new and very flash looking KRA gazebos. This will be the boys under 17 Coxed 4, the B final due to go. Just before that, I can give you the confirmed result of the girls under 17 Coxed 8, taken out very impressively there by Rangiruru Girls School number 1 in a time of 6:32.49. Second was Epsom Girls Grammar, 6:37.10, and St Andrews College capturing the bronze there in a time of 6:38.30. Then we went to Dawson School for Girls, Cashmere, Columba College, St Kennegans, and Christchurch Girls High School. So due to go very shortly in that B final. I'll give you the field for that. That will be the boys under 17 Cox 4 in lane 1, Takapuna Grammar 1, Lucas Forsyth, Leonardo Backus, Leon Boardman Hill, Charlie Talon, and Ashley Burke will be the Cox. Lane number 2 will be Whanganui Collegiate 1, George Wells, Matthias Pa'a, and James Olds with Charlie Price and Honor Walker the Cox. Lane number 3 will be Auckland Grammar number 2, Tia Manaya, Maximilian Lishenko, Ben Worrell, Daniel Hugh, and Daniel Taylor the Cox. St John's Hamilton, crew number 1 will be in lane 4, Nathan Moore, Cameron Williams, Cooper Watt, James Davies, and Hunter Gorey will be the Cox. Lane number 5 will be Auckland Grammar 1, Jasper Hunter, Joshua Thorpe, Elliot Cooper, Alexander Worth, and Lucas Lee the Cox. St Peter's College 1 will be in lane 6, Otis Irvine, Zachariah Siraj, Otis Twos, and Dunark Aitchison with Corbin Luke the Cox. Cambridge High School 1, lane 7, Lewis Stevenson, Jack Bacon, Dylan Jackson McClutchy, Charlie Sampson, Maddie Peacock the Cox. Lane 8 is Otago Girls High School number 1, Toby Oleran Shaw, Henry Chittick, Kobe Salt, and Jude Smiley with Hunter Ruxton the Cox. That is the boys under 17 Cox 4 B final, due to start very shortly. And we'll come back to you just as soon as they are underway. Cruise underway in the boys under 17 Cox 4B final. Just reminding you, in lane 1, Takapuna Grammar 1, lane 2, Whanganui Collegiate 1, lane 3, Auckland Grammar number 2, lane 4, St John's Hamilton 1, lane 5, Auckland Grammar number 1, lane 6 is St Peter's College 1, lane 7 is Cambridge High School 1, and lane 8 is Otago Boys High School 1. Just a shout out to and a reminder and a big thanks to the fantastic team from Milford Wealth Management. They are fantastic sponsors of the live stream and all the media coverage that you're seeing live on the big screen. So if you are concerned about your current KiwiSaver plan or thinking about investing in some new funds, go and see the team at Milford. Pop up and have a chat with them. They'll be only too pleased to help with you, and we really do appreciate the support that comes from the team at Milford Asset Management. Pretty clean starts down there from all the crews in the under 17 Coxed 4B final, brought to you by Livingston Building. And it looks as though that early running though actually is coming out of lane 7 and 8, which is Cambridge High School, Otago Boys High School. Then we go back to St Peter's in lane 6, but right in the middle of the course you've got in lane 5 Auckland Grammar. Just inside of them would be St John's. Then we go back to Auckland Grammar number 2 and Takapuna Grammar number 1. Just back down a wee bit further from them is Whanganui Collegiate in lane 2. Whanganui Collegiate just up there at the moment, grabbing their medals for their success earlier on this morning. So I'm sure Whanganui, one of the most successful schools here ever at the Maadi Regatta, enjoying picking up some more bling as they make their way down. Through the course would be their other crew, which is sitting in lane number 2, just a bit of work to do in the B final. Being led down though by Otago Boys, probably enjoying these conditions a bit like Dunedin Harbour out there, and then in lane 8 leading the B final. So back down we go to lane 7, then would be Cambridge High. Then we go right across to lane 1. Nice work coming there out of the golden crew of Takapuna Grammar as they make their way up through towards the 750 metre mark. As the B final continues to make its way, I'll just give you the crews for the boys under 17 Cox 4, the complete A final. And then there we will, so when they get underway, you know who's there. In lane number 1, Westlake Boys High School number 1, Benjamin Adelaide Smith, Kobe Kerr, Jaden Hassan, and Noah Geeling Kabath, and Harry Frankham as the Cox. In lane number 2, St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Noah Laqualic, Ben Morrison, James Lotta, Flynn Grace, and Sam McGuiggins, the Cox there. Lane number 3 will be Christchurch Boys High School 1, Hugo Parnham, Ruben Fifield, Charlie Greenstate, Harvey Moyle, and Blake Robson. Lane 8, he's the Cox. Lane 4 will be Hamilton Boys High School 1, Max Bunting, Ben McRae, Rory Burke, Jaden Ward, Ryan Ollington, the Cox. Lane 5, King's College 1, Charlie Field, Sammy Taylor, Josh Haskell, Marcus McLeod with Aidan Miller, the Cox. Lane number 6 will be St Andrews College 1, Harry Pitts, Oliver Barker, William Curry, Bradley Hughes, Emily DeJoux, the Cox. And lane number 7, St Bede's College 1, Dara Lynch, Jiong U, Alex Cowan, Andy Peterson, Theodore Gilson is the Cox. And lane number 8, Mount Albert Grammar 1, James Nielsen, Arlo Powell, Joshua Murphy, Ted Rattray, and Johnny Gilmore, the Cox. That's your field for the boys under 17 Cox 4A final, brought to you by Livingston Building. When they make their way down into the second half of the course comes the B final though, and still very impressive on the outside there from the Otago Boys in Cambridge, but the move starting to come inside them from Auckland Grammar. Sitting there in lane number 5, St John's Hamilton. Then we go across into lane number 3 is Auckland Grammar. Still pretty tightly placed there is Takapuna Grammar. Then just inside to Whanganui Collegiate as they head into the second half of the course. Great shot there of the crews in the A final ready to go. Good shot there of Kings. I think it is at lane 5. Of course it is. You can tell by the bucket caps. And then so in the B final, just continue to watch them come down. Great shot now in lane 1. You can see, looking down the course, you'll see those golden blades of Takapuna Grammar, pretty easy to pick up, but it is all coming out of lane 4 and 5 now, and it is lane 5 at Auckland Grammar, coached by Zach Thompson and Bradley Layden. Good rower in his own career there, Bradley. Outside of his crew, though, is the crew from St John's. Then we go across to Cambridge, got strong in the last 250 metres. There's your 3, across to the crew from Auckland Grammar. The blue and the gold starting to show out nicely. Then we go back to Takapuna and Whanganui Collegiate. So looking pretty comfortable. Just got that lane 1, 2, 3, 4, lane 4. Hamilton boy just need to straighten up a wee bit there. There's St Bede's crew relaxed and ready to go. They'll be quite happy to have a tailwind behind them today, I'm pretty sure. B final heads towards the last 600 of their race. And get down and give them a bit of a cheer here. We can see that we've got that crew from Auckland Grammar doing very handy. Doing very handy? What sort of English is that? Not very good. We come back across, we can see they're still rowing very well though. Auckland Grammar just leading the B final down. Outside of them is St John's, then the Auckland Grammar number 2 crew. So they've got a couple of options here. In fact, I think they are 1 or 2 as they make their way through 500 metres. So great effort here from Auckland Grammar. Their 2 crews holding on to 1 and 2. And between them is St John's, that's 3rd. Then we go across to Cambridge. battling for third and fourth with them. Inside from Cambridge is St Peter's. They're right in the mix. And then as we go out the outside to Otago Boys, back inside to Whanganui Collegiate and Takapuna. Just looking at the A final. Lane 4 could do with being a little bit straighter. But we'll leave that up to the starters. They're better minds than mine. B final heads up towards the last 300 metres to go though, just about for them, and it is the Auckland Grammar #1 crew. They've got this under control from their #2 crew, or have they? And between them still is St John's, and we're underway in the A final. Just squeezing out there is the crew from Hamilton Boys, out there in lane #4. Away pretty cleanly they are, even though they've straightened right up straight away. Great start down there in lane #1 from Westlake Boys though. Is this going to be a Westlake weekend? We saw them dominate yesterday in the Springbok Shield. Are the under-17s going to try and emulate what the 18s did yesterday? Let's wait and see, but they've got a bow ball now already, so that's a good start from them. And St Andrews College away cleanly in lane #6 as we all start getting through our start sequences. There's the Blue Blades of St Andrews. They've got a good start going there already. And look at that, nice and tidy, just starting to push out. Christchurch Boys have started really well too out there, as we just see them start to move through the rest of it. Ticking very earlier than 41-42 as they start to lengthen very shortly. B final just about to finish in front of us, and that'll be taken out here by Auckland Grammar #1. Auckland Grammar #2 just squeezing between them. Good finish on the outside from Cambridge. Is going to finish up there to take it away from Auckland Grammar #2. I think they will. Cambridge will take second, then Auckland Grammar #2. Back inside we go to the crew for St John's Hamilton. Then we'll go across to St Peter's. Out we go to the crew from Otago Boys. Back down here into lane 1. Oh, the Takapuna are going to finish ahead of Otago Boys. And then it is the crew from Whanganui Collegiate. As we swing around and just check on this A final. They've rattled through 250 metres already. So we're looking to straight there at the North Island silver medalist. That's Hamilton Boys, underway pretty tidy, being well stroked there by Jaden Ward. But we go back and look at St Andrews just ticking in there. So St Andrews College, they are the South Island champions. Emily de Jus sitting there in the bow-facing coxing seat. We go across to Christchurch Boys there, holding on to silver, the second position there, and they were the South Island silver medalists, the crew from Christchurch Boys High School. So St Andrews, they're pretty well skilled here. 3 of this crew have been together since last year when they won the title at under-16s, and they've pushed themselves out now to 2 seats. They've got 2 seats over the crew in lane 3 from Christchurch Boys High School. Then we go back inside to Westlake, the North Island champions. Back to the Hamilton Boys High School in lane 4. They'll have something to say about this at the end, as will King's College sitting there in lane #5. They went straight through in their heat, did St Andrews and Christchurch Boys and Hamilton Boys, as well as Kings. So that's where we think it'll come from. The repechage winners were St Thomas's and St Bede's. Both of them are just a little bit further back at this stage. So St Andrews have laid the marker down as they hit the 750. They've got it, almost got an overlap. They're looking to get clear water over the crew in lane 3, which is Christchurch Boys High School. So the Southerners getting it down. Hamilton Boys starting to come right into it now, along with King's College in the middle. Then we go outside to Mount Albert Grammar, St Bede's and Westlake Boys High School. So look at the bucket hats there from Kings. Some real work coming in there as he gets right out. Great extension out to his rigger. Get that catched in clean and drive off to the back he goes again. That's what they're doing with St Andrews, keeping nice and still. Look at those heads all together in unison, just swinging nicely. The push still coming from Christchurch Boys. If St Andrews can hold on to this, it's going to be a close finish amongst the miners, but there's a long way to go. You see Oliver McLean's name pushing in there. That'll be the Kings boat. Vic will be delighted to see that as they push through there in lane #5, but Hamilton Boys just creeping through. St Andrews have got the advantage though as they come up towards the 1,000-metre mark. Now we'll see who's got the moves. What have the Coxes got to remember in their playbooks? It's St Andrews now leading the boys under 17 Cox 4, racing for the RJ Hampton Memorial Shield they are. Timaru Boys High School are the title holder, so it's going somewhere else this year. Is it going to stay south or is it going to stay north? Kings and Hamilton Boys, that's up to you because St Andrews have got the advantage, but they're creeping them back in now. So there'll be a push. It looks like the Kings and Hamilton Boys are both pushed at the 1,000. You're going to have to respond to this. St Andrews, the stroke man looks across. You don't want to be doing that. You'll lose connection. Keep that connection as you get on down to the last half of the course. St Andrews holding on from Kings. Then we go to Hamilton Boys. Inside from Hamilton Boys is Christchurch Boys High School. Lane 1's Westlake Boys poking their nose in the middle of it. Then we go across to Mount Albert, back inside to St Bede's, and then back into lane 2 is St Thomas of Canterbury. Into the 750 metres to go they come now. Still trying to hold on to this at Christ College. St Andrews, but they're getting creeped back on by Kings. Kings still coming at them along with Hamilton boys. Kings have got 3 boys in this crew that were in the under-16s that finished second last year at Maadi. They've got some experience and they'll want to go one better with those white bucket hats as they make their way through into the last 600 metres of the course. It is still with St Andrews, but they're under real pressure now. Oh, he's just starting to look a little bit tired there in the stroke seat. That's not a great sign for St Andrews. You've got a bit of work to do, boys. Keep working. Kings a second, then come Hamilton boys. Then we go across and look at Westlake. They're not out of it. They want to be another successful Swans crew as they make their way up lane 1. Then we go outside and look into lane number 8. It's at Mount Albert. Graham will be best of the rest. Back inside to Beads. Then we go into lane 2, St Thomas's. That's how they look as they hit the 500 metre mark. St Andrews under real pressure now because Kings have moved right through them. I think St Andrews might have rode their race. They're looking a bit tired. Hopefully they can go again if you're a southerner, but Kings have timed this nicely since the 1,000. They've got themselves out into two seats just like that, and taking Hamilton boys with them. Those 3 crews with St Andrews have now got clear water over the rest. Outside Hamilton boys is Christchurch boys under pressure for their position by Westlake boys. In between those two is St Thomas coming back into it. Then we go across to Mount Albert Grammar, back and tied to St Beeds, and down there in lane number 2 is St Thomas. St Thomas might be ahead of Beeds now, I think. We head on down towards 300 metres to go. This has been a great push by King's College. Charlie Field, Sammy Taylor, Josh Haskell, Marcus McLeod, Aidan Miller, the Cox has done a fantastic job here sitting in the bow. Now he can see no other crews. It's him and the rest of the field as they hit the Golden Boys. King's College have got 4 seats. 4 seats and half a canvas, and Hamilton boys are coming at the very hard-working crew from St Andrews. Then we go to St Thomas making a run down the end. They'll be 4th inside just off Westlake boys. Across we go to the crew from Mount Albert. St Beeds coming back into it with St Thomas's. But Kings have got this. They've done the work at the 1,000. Can Hamilton boys wind? If you want to run them down, you'll need to do it now. Kings are looking very tidy. Tandem rig on the bow side doing the job for them. Hamilton boys coming at them, and St Andrews trying to hold on. It's the final of the boys under 17 Cox 4. The RJ Hampton Memorial Shields going in the King's cabinet. They've got the advantage over these 2 crews. It's between Hamilton boys and St Andrews for silver and bronze. St Andrews have come again at them. Kings are going to take the gold, but St Andrews are holding on gamely for second. King's College got themselves out to 4 seats. A clean advantage. Your champions, King's College. And it's going to be Hamilton boys take the silver on the line from St Andrews. I'll stick my neck out and say Ham boys got it on the push. We'll wait for the photo. But either them or St Andrews, the other one gets bronze. 4th goes to Westlake. We go on the outside to the crew from Mount Albert Grammar. Come back inside the crew for St Thomas's. Just finishing behind the crew from Christchurch Boys High, and then completing the fair will be St Beeds in the final of the boys under 17 Cox 4. We'll just get the confirmation on 2nd and 3rd and come right back to you. Before we do that, we'll confirm the result of the boys B final, the boys under 17 Cox 4. That was taken out by Auckland Grammar number 1. Just taking advantage of the weak crab there from the number 2 crew towards the end, but they got that in 6:46. Second going to Auckland Grammar number 2, and third taken out by Cambridge High School. That's the B final of the boys under 17 Cox 4. Just waiting for the result for the A final, and we will give you that as soon as we can. Confirmed result of the boys under 17 Cox 4, taken out by King's College, the gold medalists, in a time of 6:30.24. The difference between silver and bronze, 0.08 of a second. Silver medal taken out on the line by Hamilton Boys High School in a time of 6:32.67. St Andrews College winning the bronze in 6:32.75, 0.08 of a second between them. Westlake Boys taking fourth. We move on now to the girls under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls. This is brought to us proudly by Mitre 10 Cambridge. We thank them. New Zealand owned and operated, they're New Zealand's largest home improvement garden retailer, placing a strong focus on customer service and staff training, and committed to providing the inspiration, advice, tools and materials their customers need to see their home improvement project through to completion. The B final is underway. They're through almost 500 metres now. We've got plenty of time, so we'll give you the fields as we go through there. Lane 1, Hillcrest High School 1, Lily Larson, Madison Kennedy, Alina Newman, Jacobs, Sarah Chain, Emmy Haggard as the Cox. Lane 2 is Otago Girls High School number 1, Lara Campanelli, Ryan, Kieran Nicholson, Isla Marshall, Ruby Merrin as the Cox. In lane 3, Otamoto College 1, Carla Boxberger, Anika Koik, Katarina Titna, Anika Turi and Olivia Shefford as the Cox. Lane number 4, Sacred Heart Girls, New Plymouth number 1, Alara Thompson, Alyssa Strohmeyer, Francie O'Sullivan, Cassie Colburn and Lucy Cameron as the Cox. Lane number 5, Marion College, Asher Clark, Charlotte McLaughlin, Annabelle Carter, Ava Thomas. Lexi Factory House is the Cox. And lane number 6 is St Hilda's Collegiate 1, Isla Thompson, India Garden, Ruby Anderson, Kenzie McLaughlin, Holly Chisholm as the Cox. Lane number 7 is Takapuna Grammar 1, Mackenzie Wagon, Chloe Franklin, Elsie Carrier and Amelia Hoy and Maya Stebbing as the Cox. And lane number 8, Whangarei Girls High School number 1, Tiana Young, Ruby Mendino, Tia Cox, Cook, Jordan Curran and Molly Dennis is the Cox. Lane number 9, Whanganui High School 2, Dempsey Schicker, Lily Camp, Dulcie Jean Parkaya and Lily Newton with Misha Young as the Cox. They're through into the last half of the course. Pretty even this though, but all coming out of Whanganui High School. The gold and the gold and green out there in lane number 8 are doing all the running out there. They've got a lead over and would be in lane number 5 from Marion College by the look of it. Then back we go to Sacred Heart Girls New Plymouth, and right across from them it's pretty even between Otamotai College, Sacred Heart just ahead of them, I think, of the crew from Otamotai. Then Otago Girls High School back down in lane 1 would be Hillcrest High School. That's the B final making its way through. Girls under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls. Just going to wait for the A final to get itself in position, and we'll continue to give you an idea on them. But this is a great exhibition here in the first half of the course from Whanganui High School. Being well coxed there by Miss Young, coached by Adrian Van Bussel and Tom Monaghan, doing a good job out there as they head up towards 750 to go. So they've got the advantage out there in lane number 8. It really is when we come across to lane number 5. It's Marion College, looks like they're holding second just from St Hilda's Collegiate, just alongside them, doing a great job too. And then we have, you can see those other golden blades out there from Takapuna Grammar, pretty even out there as well. That's in lane number 7. So Whanganui, then Takapuna, St Hilda's, Marion, very little between those three crews. Come across to Otago Girls High School and the crew from Hillcrest. Let's give you the field for the A final while they will line themselves up. This will be the A final of the girls under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls. In lane 1, Whakatipu High School 1, Jessie Bates, Posey Mansa, Cinnamon Williams, Liberty Hyde, Bella Naughton as the Cox. Lane number 2, Craighead Dawson School 1, Amy van der Ruyter, Greta Murray, Heidi Harper, Mackenzie Raymond and Tessa Westgarth the Cox. Lane 3, Hamilton Girls High School 1, Tiana Hill Brown, Painaika Emery, Alia Klein, Mila Williams and Sam Gardner the Cox. And lane 4, Whanganui High School number 1, Millie Richardson, Sophia Sewer, Carolee Hanna, Ruby McIntyre and Lauren Davies the Cox. Lane number 5, Villa Maria College 1, Selena Climo, Sarah Nicholson, Sophia Taylor, Amia Naporto with Alyssa Clark the Cox. Lane number 6 will be Whanganui Collegiate 1, Grace Henry, Ruby Everton, Sophie Duncan, Leela Wilson and Harry Monkton the Cox. Lane number 7 will be St Peter's School 1, Kate Henry, Gemma Burke, Amelia Hickey, Abby Hunt, Sophie Sinclair will be the Cox. And completing that field in our A final will be Burnside High School in lane 8, Courtney Capon, Olivia Blackmore Marm, Lucy Gibson, Harriet Gorman and Amy Muncaster will be the Cox. The B final continues to make its way through. Whanganui High School still doing all the running out there in lane number 8. Great effort from them. Then we come across, good push, come through in lane number 2 from Otago Girls High School. Down there as they do their job. Otamoto just inside of them, but it is outside of them in lane 4. Sacred Heart and New Plymouth in the red. Next to them in the red and the blue is Marion. So those two crews, Marion and Sacred Heart, busy chasing down the crew from Whanganui High School in this B final of the girls under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls. Great effort coming from those crews. We go across, then would be Takapuna just in behind St Hilda's. Then we go across to lane 2 still. It is with Otago Girls High School back into Otamaitai. Then it is Whangarei Girls High School. Then back down in lane 1 is Hillcrest High School, heading towards 350 metres to go. Hasn't been the easiest of lanes out there today for any of the crews in lane 8. In fact, they look like they might be slightly to the left of the course. Perhaps just how we could explain that. I'm just watching that white buoy and hoping that's outside their running. They're going to go very close to that white buoy. Is that Cox crew from Whanganui High School, and they've negotiated it nicely. But the push has come from the crew down here from Sacred Heart Girls in New Plymouth. Lucy Cameron, the Coxies, she's written out her game plan. She's chased down the crew from Whanganui. Then we go down to Marion just inside of them. Down to lane 2 to Otago Girls High School. Across to St Hilda's. Then to Takapuna. Then we come to the crew from Whangarei Girls High School. Back we go to Otamaitai. They're under pressure for their position from Hillcrest down here in lane number 1. But Whangarei, they've run their race out there in lane number 8. They've controlled things as far as they're concerned. They won't necessarily be able to see what's going on in lane number 4 as Sacred Heart Girls wind up. Nice finish coming here in the B final. Whanganui have led all the way, but this crew from Sacred Heart down here in lane number 4 are trying to take it away from them. They're continuing to push through in the last 50 metres. It still is with Whanganui. Sacred Heart coming at them and Marion holding on for third inside from Otago Girls High School. They come on down the line, and then the B final of the girls under 18 novice Coxless, and it is going to be on the outside Whanganui High School just from the crew from Sacred Heart. Then we go back to Marion holding third. Well done, Jolie. Then we go inside to the crew from St Hilda's, back down here to Otago Girls High School, and then we'll be finishing on the outside to Whangarei Girls, back down to the crew from Otamaitai and Hillcrest in the B final. Just about ready to go in the A final. Burnside High School looking at you in lane number 8 as you see them. Looks like they've released the droppers, have the Coxons. Very relaxed there. Hamilton Girls High School, the North Island champions, don't they look ready to go? Relaxed and concentrated. Racing for the Keith Hibbo Herbert Plate. We are in the girls under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls. Just touching around on bow to get themselves nice and straight. Make the job easier for the Coxon once they go, and they've gone. Away we go. We're off and racing in the final of the girls under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls here at the Maadi Regatta for 2025. Nice clean start right across, and it's nice water down there in the starting bay, so hopefully they can bring that with them. But oh, away they go. Lane 3, they're out. That's that relaxed crew from Hamilton Girls High School. They're away and off laughing, and they're taking Craighead Dawson with them. Out to the inside is Whanganui High School number 1. Those three crews have shot out like a rat up a drain pipe. Then we go into lane number 1 is Whakatipu High School number 1. Out to lane 7 would be St Peter's School. Back into lane 6, Whanganui Collegiate. Just out here in lane 8 is Burnside High School. You won't see them, they're out of shot. Then we go back to lane 5 is Villa Maria College, the South Island champions. So just settling down. Still a good start there from the North Island champions from Hamilton Girls High School. And very clean to the catch. Look at that. It's not easy water, and they're right in and out, sitting there at a comfortable 40. There's Whanganui High School doing their job down there in where they are in lane number 4, Whanganui High School. So they've got a good clean look down the course. Great to see those golden blaze. Looks quite spectacular as they make their way down. They've really laid down a marker to chase down that Hamilton girls crew in lane number 3. So through 250 metres now they go in the final of the girls under 18 novice quadruple sculls, the A final here. Sponsored by Mitre 10 Mega Cambridge, and it still is half a boat length now already to the crew from Hamilton Girls High School. The South Island silver medalist Craighead Dawson, coached by Dean Milne, chasing them down, and they've done well to get through here. Whanganui won their semi-final. Did a good job to get through there. They'll be happy to be where they are right there now, already out to 2 seats. So can they hold on to this? Just starting to settle down now. Whanganui inside them, then Craighead Dawson. That's the arrowhead coming out of normally the middle, but we just shoved it over the left a little bit. Then we come back to looking where Villa Maria just in the mix, then to go to Whanganui Collegiate. Outside of St Peter's School, and in lane 8 you've got Burnside. Back into lane 1 is Whakatipu High School. Pretty even across the field. You can see there that is in lane 1 Whakatipu in their yellow skull. They're just starting to creep back up into 4th spot, but it is Hamilton girls still holding on to it from Whanganui. Then Craighead. Then we go across to Whakatipu. Outside to Villa Maria trying to push up. Then we go across to St Peter's School. The sky blue blades making themselves prominent. Inside from them we go back to Whanganui Collegiate. Then outside to Burnside as they make their way up towards the 500 metre mark now. towards 750 already there. The tailwind's making it easier for them. Just starting to settle a wee bit down here at this end, though. Not quite as rough as it was before. Just creeping back in. 2 seats is down to 1 seat. Crew from Whanganui. They didn't medal at North Islands. They're just trying to sneak through here. Got that semi-final win, trying to get themselves into a gold medal winning position here. So let's see what happens. They head up towards the 1,000 metre mark. It's still being held on to by Hamilton Girls High School. Sam Gardner, the Cox, coached by Georgia King and Ben Hersop. Whanganui Collegiate, you'll see Lauren Davies here, the Cox. Crew coached by Adrian Van Bussel and Tom Monaghan. These two crews chasing each other down. Villa Maria, a couple of nervous coaches, Phoebe Collier and George Johnson, watching what happens with their crew as they make their way down the course. Whanganui Collegiate making themselves prominent in lane 6. Then we go across to St Peter's School. They'll be in it at the end. Then comes Burnside High School. We go back down to lane 1. Whakatipu still pushing up as well. Up towards the 1,000 metre mark they go now. Who's going to make the moves when they get to 1,000? Just continuing to grind through as Villa Maria, running a smart race. They are under the control there of Alyssa Clark, the Cox. They're the South Island champions, so they'll be looking to chase down the Northerners. Starting to stretch out now. Craig Head will want to stick with them, as will Whakatipu. But as we've seen, the strong strength from the North Island crews. Out now, they've pushed at the 1,000, have the crew from Hamilton Girls. And they just got a little bit of an increase in their rating by the look of it to me, as well as putting on the legs. So they've got themselves out to 3 seats now over Whanganui Collegiate. Villa Maria chasing them down along with Whakatipu. We come back inside to Craighead Diocesan. Then we go across to St Peter's. Whanganui Collegiate in between them, between St Peter's and Villa Maria. Outside we go to Burnside High School. Into the business end we go. This is the painful 500. They're in the third quarter. Who's going to last out here? Pushed out a great push at the 1,000 because they've gone through now to 4 seats. They'll be trying to get rid of that overlap and get Clearwater. But Villa Maria hanging tough, chasing down that Whanganui High School crew. There's Clearwater back to in lane 2. Craighead Diocesan right alongside them is Whakatipu. Hard to shake those two South Island crews. St Peter's out there in lane 7. Bit of work to do for Burnside High School into the last 750 very shortly. Still sitting there with the crew from Hamilton Girls. That is Tiana Pianaka and Alia and Mila Williams with Sam Gardner, the Cox, as they head on through now, trying to get that Clearwater past the 12.50, 7.50 to go. Burnside just nudging, no, not Burnside, Villa Maria now just nudging ahead of the crew from Whanganui High School. Then Whanganui Collegiate and St Peter's trying to chase them down. Hard work to get down to this Hamilton Girls School, though they've done very well to get to where they are now, into the last 750. It is with Hamilton, Villa Maria over Whanganui. The crews from Craighead and from Whakatipu got a bit of work to do. Whanganui Collegiate doing a great job out there in lane number 6, and then St Peter's School coming with them as well. Get on down there. This is the final of the girls under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls. Great shot there of this Hamilton girls crew, swinging nicely, and look at the lunge of the lurch of the boat as they get that connection, trying to get as much pressure as they can from the fingertips to the foot plate as they push out, and Villa Maria just grinding away. They've now got out a seat over Whanganui Collegiate. They're starting to close the gap on Hamilton girls. Oh, they pushed to the 1,000 Hamilton, but what's Villa Maria going to do? Or we might have a close finish here. Whanganui Collegiate starting to push up as well. The Southerners out in lane 1 and 2, Whakatipu and Craighead trying to get back into the mix, but we've got 3 clear crews in front. Hamilton Girls under pressure now from Villa Maria. They've closed it right up at Villa Maria. Alyssa Clark's doing her job. The South Island champions coming at the North Island champion. They've closed the gap right up now. It's now down to a canvas. Villa Maria have worked hard. Whanganui Collegiate coming at them. Whanganui High School trying to get in the mix. Outside of them is Whanganui Collegiate trying to work up. They're going to put some pressure on Whanganui High School. Then we go out to lane 1, Whakatipu. Back we go to Craighead Dawson. Across to St Peter's in lane number 7. Then back to Burnside High School. 300 metres to go. Into the last of the Red Boys. We've got a battle here between the North and the South. It's down to a bow ball now. Villa Maria have ground since the 12.50. They're putting some real pressure on Hamilton Girls. Who's got the best legs in the last 250? We're about to find out. They're in the middle there with Whanganui High School holding on to third. They're under pressure from Whanganui Collegiate. Then we go to Whakatipu starting to ramp up down in lane number 1. Inside them is Craighead. We go across to St Peter's, and out of it to the back door there is Burnside. Villa Maria now though, they've got the advantage over Hamilton Girls, or have they? It's a real close finish. Come get on down here, boys and girls. He's going to be a battler. Whanganui High School in the middle. Whanganui Collegiate trying to come at them. Whakatipu coming down in lane 1, but it's between Villa Maria and the crew from Hamilton Girls. There's nothing in it. It's bow ball for bow ball. Villa Maria have ground and they're trying to wind down, and Hamilton Girls have led all the way. Hamilton Girls will need to go again, but Villa Maria have got the advantage. Whanganui High School are holding on to third. They'll take that. There's no other competition, but Villa Maria have pushed through. They've got out to a canvas now. They're winding again. Hamilton Girls coming back at Villa Maria. Down we come to the finish. Hamilton Girls are coming at Villa Maria. They go on the line. Villa Maria by a bow ball. Villa Maria by a bow ball over Hamilton Girls. Oh, we'll wait for the photo to confirm. Third's going to go to Whanganui High School, then we go to Whanganui Collegiate. The Akenda Lane one is Whakatipu. On the outside of St Peters, then we come back inside to Craighead Dawson, and completing the field will be Burnside High School. We'll wait for the photo. Oh, I think I called it right, but we will confirm. No doubt about third. Let's get confirmation on first and second as soon as we can. I can tell you that in the B final, that was taken out by Whanganui High School number 2. Second went to Sacred Heart Girls, and then Marion College. What a finish in that final between the two crews from Hamilton Girls and Villa Maria. We'll just get a confirmation to you as soon as we can. Just interrupt that medal ceremony to confirm the result of the girls under 18 novice Coxed quadruple sculls, and it was on the line. Gold medal, Villa Maria College in a time of 7:28.36. The difference, 0.18 of a second back to Hamilton Girls High School. Bronze taken by Whanganui High School. Just about to move on now to the boys under 18 Novice Cox 4. Just a couple of parking announcements. And I know some of you are arriving late to see your kids, but some of the parking is leaving a little bit to be desired. If you've got an Audi and your registration plate is JWW412, that particular vehicle is parked across the exit of gate 3. And the message came with a very growly face. So please go and move your Audi JWW412. Otherwise, there's a local towing company that might be able to move it for you. So please do that. Secondly, if you've got a white Toyota hatchback parked near gate 2 and your registration is QMQ569, that's got to be moved as well. So if your registration is QMQ569 and you've got a white Toyota, please move it. Similarly, your Audi JWW412 across gate 3's exit, please move that. Moving though, however, is the boys under 18 Novice Cox 4 in lane number 1, Sacred Heart of Auckland 3. Lane 2, Hamilton Boys High School number 2. Lane 3 is St Kentigern's College 2. Lane 4 is St Bede's College 1. Lane 5, Napier Girls High School 1. Lane 6 is Rotorua High School 1. Lane 7 is St John's Hamilton 1. And lane 8 is Cashmere High School number 1. They're through 250 metres, and just confirming again, if you didn't catch it, the result of the girls under 18 Novice Cox quadruple sculls was won by Villa Maria College in a time of 7:28.36. And it's actually 2 seconds quicker than the winning time here 2 years ago, and that was a difference of 0.18 of a second between Villa Maria and the silver medal winners, Hamilton Girls High School, Whanganui High School taking the bronze in that particular event. We're moving on now to the boys under 18 Novice Cox 4, as I said, brought to you by Mobicom. And Mobicom is a proud sponsor of Karapiro Rowing here. They offer sales and service of communication solutions, including two-way radios, GPS tracking and satellite line worker. To find out more, head to mobicom.co.nz or give them a call on 0800 947 426. Stay safe and stay connected. This is the boys under 18 Novice Cox 4. Looking down the field, we can see that it is coming out of lane 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is a Napier Boys College. Out there in lane number 5, just outside of them is Rotorua High School. Then we go back to St Bede's 1, St Kentigern's College number 2. Then we go across to Cashmere High School there in lane 8. Just inside from them is St John's of Hamilton. And then across to Hamilton Boys High School number 2 in lane 2. And Sacred Heart of Auckland in lane 3. So just we're reading that out. If you haven't caught up with it before and you've got a white Toyota hatchback, QMQ569, please go and move it. If you've got an Audi, and I think it was a black one, JWW412, please go and move that. Make their way down in this B final, heading towards the 1,000-metre mark, and not a huge spread across the field. Coming out though of St Bede's and Napier Boys in lane 4 and lane 5. Then lane 6 goes to Rotorua. Those are the ones that have got the lead. It still is with Rotorua, I think, and the crew from Napier Boys. St Kentigern's College 2 looking pretty good there in lane number 3 as well in the blue and white. Then we go right outside to Cashmere High School, back inside to St John's of Hamilton from then. Then we go out to Sacred Heart of Auckland number 3. So the next race up will be the A final for the boys under 18 Novice Cox 4. Just getting themselves into position. Another big shout out and thank you to Milford Asset Investments for all the work they do and bringing their live stream to us. So if you need to talk about your managed funds, or maybe have a look at your KiwiSaver, they'll help you out with that. A final to get underway shortly in this boys under 18 Novice Cox 4, which will be for the Guild Trophy. Meanwhile, some fantastic racing going on here from the B final. They're pretty even still, aren't they? If you look out there, it's still Napier Boys and Rotorua in lane 5 and lane 6. Napier Boys, Tom McCarty, William Giffen, Felix de Groot, Lockie Leach and Finn Ballantyne Wally is the Cox. Just outside of them, the Rotorua crew of Jesse Reid, Alex Van Ziel, Cooper Cummins, Peter Sigyak and Mikey Van Zyl is the Cox. They're leading these down. Just inside there, there's some B's, Jai Henderson, Henry Robertson, Oliver Chum, Conrad Van Heron and Zian Cox. Zian Kang is the Cox for them in the middle of the field. Then we go back to St Kent's. Ryan Finley, Zachary Hood, Alex Zinn, Matthew Morelli and Harish Duplakuma is the Cox. Doing a great job there for them as they make their way up the course in lane number 3. Those are sort of the real arrowhead coming through today. We haven't seen it too much, but it's making its prominence felt in this B final. We go then out to lane number 7, St John's of Hamilton, Shiloh Napol Sage, Daniel Mills, James Vinciano, Tommy Van Yarsveld and Judd Page is the Cox. Just lined up, ready to go in the A final. I'll give you the field for the A final. The boys under 18 Novice Cox 4 in lane 1. St Peter's School 1, Nick Rothery, Oscar Julie, Kieran Lawson, Theo Anthony, Tito Hay, the Cox. In lane 2, Waitaki Boys High School number 1, Samson Isbister, Sean Lucy, Cash Patterson, Ike Newlands Carter and George Smith, the Cox. In lane 3, King's College number 1, William McCullough, Oscar Erickson, Will Iverson, Xavier Lindstrom and Hugo Gamino Wood is the Cox. In lane number 4, Timaru Boys High School number 1, Parker Anderson, Charlie Cooper, Sterling Heffernan, Josh Sadler and Ned Brown is the Cox. In lane 5, St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Calix Manahira, Marcus Fisher, Caden Barrow, Liam Jessup and Carlson Fernandez is the Cox. Lane 6, Sacred Heart of Auckland 1, Ben Baker, James McBride, Sam Randell, Hamish Redmore, Will Vaughan is the Cox. Lane 7, St Kennigan's College 1, Rio Perry, Seth Travers, Andrew Findlay, Samuel Murray, Hugo Fries is the Cox. And in lane 8, Hamilton Boys High School number 1, Daniel Wallace, Hugo Vaughan, Diamond Krughoff, Will Clapcott and Chase McIntyre is the Cox. They're sitting there ready to go in the final of the boys under 18 novice Cox 4, the A final, the B final. The Arrowhead makes its way down still, and it looks like the move started to come from St Kennigan's in their lane number 3, trying to push up on St Bede's, who are just trucked in behind Napier Boys right alongside Rototuna. So Rototuna still continue to lead from Napier Boys. Then it is St Bede's in the black and the red in the middle of the field from St Peter's. We go back to St John's, then we go to Cashmere. Across we come to Hamilton Boys and then Sacred Heart. I don't think King's College could be even more relaxed if you look at them on the screen. We're getting ready for the A final. Just need to drop a line in and they'll be away. 300 metres to go here in the B final though. And St Bede's putting some pressure on Napier Boys now, pushing right up alongside them. Zia Han Kang is the Cox, who's getting St Bede's to do their work, and they've pushed into the lead now, I think. Then we go back to St Kennigan's, across the other side to Rototuna, starting to drift off a bit. And it's still between Napier Boys and St Bede's in the middle. St Bede's have got the advantage. This is the St Bede's College number 1 crew in the B final, just out of the last of the red boys. They come into the golden ones. They're just holding the advantage now over Napier Boys are St Bede's in this B final. Third now pushing back up again is Rototuna. They've gone again, and then they're just starting to breeze past St Kennigan's, just struggling a wee bit to keep up with those leading 3. They'll need to come again. Inside of them is Hamilton Boys. We go across to St John's, then we go out to Cashmere. Back down into lane 1 is Sacred Heart in the B final as it makes its way. Nice push it's been in the last 500 metres for St Bede's. They've got the advantage as they come down to the B final. This looks like how they'll finish. It'll be St Bede's from Napier Boys. St Kent's giving it another wind to try to get themselves back into third, as it might be Rototuna's gone over the top of them. Then we go back to the Hamilton Boys crew number 2. The Hamilton number 1 crew is yet to come in the A final. And the A final's underway. Good shot there of Timaru Boys in the A final. We'll just let them get themselves underway and settle. We'll finish out this B final. Right in front of us, the B final, it is going to be St Bede's taking it out from Napier Boys. And then it'll be Rototuna, then St Kennigan's, and then Hamilton Boys across on the outside to Cashmere and back inside to the crew down here from Sacred Heart. The A final, early lead there for St Thomas of Canterbury. Now they've got a bow, they've got a whole bow there over lane number 3, which is King's College, the North Island champions. Then we go across into lane number 2, Waitaki Boys High School. We come back inside to St Kennigan's, the North Island silver medalists. A real bit of a spread already as we go across there. Not too far out of it is Hamilton Boys, the North Island bronze medalists. Then we come back again into St Kent's. So out there in the red and the green and the white boat out there in lane number 5 is St Thomas, still holding on to a bow ball. We come outside to the crew from Hamilton Boys, then St Kennigan's looking pretty solid there, the North Island champions, King's College in lane 3. This is the boys under 18 novice Cox 4, the A final, being sponsored by Mobicom Limited. And Kings, of course, they won their heat to go straight through, as did Timaru Boys and St Thomas. Title holder is Otago Boys High School, so this one's going somewhere else this year. St Thomas would like to think that it's theirs. I've still got a canvas over St Kennigan's. Then we go back to King's College. Timaru Boys in the middle in lane number 4, the South Island champions. St Thomas has took the bronze medal down at Ruataniwha a couple of 3 weeks ago in the South Island Championships. So they're boxing above their weight here, but they've got a great lane. They qualified well, so they'll be looking to make the most of that, winning through. Whereas St Peter's and Hamilton Boys came through the repecharges, so they've had another couple of races under their belt. St Peter's down there in lane number 1, and Hamilton Boys out here in lane 8, which is why, because they came through the reps. Lane number 7, you can see there is St Kennigan's. So it still is with St Thomas. St Kennigan's pushing up into second. Third at this stage will be King's College, then Timaru Boys. They've just missed a stroke. St Thomas have just stopped. They're having some bad luck this morning. There's something happened to that oar on the stroke side. They've crabbed. They've they've lost the oar and they've lost all momentum. They've just stopped dead. I wonder if they've had a breakage. Now they've got the oar back. They're underway again now. That is sad for them. Lane 4, those Timaru boys high, they've taken over. So they've got a bow ball over the crew from King's College. Then we go outside to St Kennigan's. Back inside to lane number 2 is Waitaki Boys High School, silver medalists at the South Islands. That's them out there in the red and black row suits. Then we go way back to St Peter's, Hamilton Boys, and the bad luck continues for St Thomas's this morning. It has to change. I wonder if it'll change in the 8 later today. They've still got time to get back into this race. Timaru Boys still holding on the advantage down the South Island champions. Look at the bowman there, Josh Sadler. He's given it some real welly. He's blowing already, so I hope he can hold on to that for the rest of the race. He won't be able to see that, will the Cox sitting there, and Ned Brown, but he'll be working hard to keep these boys in front. So Timaru Boys take the advantage over St Kennigan's. Then we go back to Sacred Heart. Then King's College right in the mix still outside to Waitaki Boys High School down there in lane 2. Back to St Peter's. St Thomas trying to get back into the mix, trying to draw up alongside Hamilton Boys High School out there in lane 8, but they're still sitting out the back, St Thomas. So it is still with Timaru Boys sitting nicely. They are trying to hold that lead over King's College, who are sitting looking like they're ready to pounce as the North Island champions. We've got the Southern and the Northern champions out there, but don't count out St Kennigan's. Sitting quite tidily out there in lane number 7. Ticking over nicely they are. We've got St Thomas's still trying to get back into it, but Timaru Boys holding on to 2 seats over Kings. Then St Kent's. Look at Waitaki Boys, South Island silver medalist down there in lane number 2. George Smith, the Cox, will have the instructions from the coach Ivan Doherty as they make their way up through into the last 1,000 metres. Who's going to make the push at the 1,000 metre mark? Let's wait and see where it comes from. St Kennigan's, I like the look of them here. And then it is King's College. They've got some work to do. Oh, he has a look across the stroke from King's College. Just keep looking forward where you've come from. Then we go across to Kings. So it is heading into the last 1,000 metres of the boys under 18 novice Cox 4. They're racing for the Guild Trophy for boys as they make their way up into the herding part of the race, and it still is with Timaru Boys. Kings across to St Kent's. Looking at Waitaki Boys coming up alongside the crew from Kings. They're starting to move ahead of St Kennigan's there, our Waitaki Boys. So Timaru Boys, they've squeezed Kings in between them and Waitaki. They're starting to move away from St Kent's. Down into lane 1 is St Peter's School. Then we come back inside St Kent's to Sacred Heart. Outside to Hamilton Boys. St Thomas is trying to push up right alongside the crew from Sacred Heart and get back into the mix. They've got some work to do, but they're not out of the running yet. They've fought gamely to get back where they are. Holding on by 3 seats now is Timaru Boys from Kings. Kings have just wound up. They've taken it up a couple of ticks. They've got a long way to go if they're going to hold on to that. The Timaru Boys working really hard. Nice long stroke, very clean at the finish. Getting clearly out to that rigger and back in again goes Timaru Boys. Driving hard. Look at 3 seat. He's working really hard there for Timaru Boys. They're trying to get it out to 4 seats over Kings. But down the outside lanes, Kingenigans is still trying to get into it. Here comes Waitaki Boys with 500 metres to go. St Thomas is trying to push through. They'll be giving it everything. Then we go outside to Sacred Heart. Then we go to St Peter's. And on the outside lane, Hamilton Boys starting to wind up. Hamilton Boys moving up alongside St Kennigan's. Oh, can they push up into a bronze? They'll be battling with Waitaki Boys for it. They've still got 3 seats, have Timaru Boys here in the final of the boys under 18 novice Cox 4. But they're under real pressure from King's College. We're still looking at the North and the South Island champions running them down. Here comes Waitaki Boys still holding on to 3rd. Look at this move coming from Hamilton Boys out there in lane 8. Trying to drag St Kennigan's with them, although want them to fall away as well. Then Sacred Heart are having a crack. St Thomas is trying to get back into it, but they might have left it too late. St Peter's down there in lane 1 as we come through the last of the red boys. It's the Timaru Boys still holding on. They've now got it out to 4 seats and half a canvas over Kings. Down they've got Clearwater back to Waitaki. Watching Hamilton Boys trying to come through in lane 8 to get up on them. Still with St Kennigan's inside of them. Then Sacred Heart. St Thomas is across to St Peter's. Timaru Boys are doing a great job here. Parker Anderson, Charlie Cooper, Sterling Heffernan, Josh Sadler and Ned Brown. But they're being chased down by William McKellar, Oscar Eriksson, Will Iverson and Xavier Lindstrom and Hugo Gamero Wood, the Cox for King's College. And he's doing a great job as they get into the Golden Boys. They're now shortening the gap over King's College. It still is 3 seats down to 2 seats now. Here comes King's College at Timaru Boys. Though they've wound up it since the 250. Waitaki Boys holding 3rd. Hamilton Boys coming on the outside in lane 8. Sacred Heart inside of them. And outside of them comes St Kennigan's as well. They look at King's College coming at Timaru Boys. Can the North Island champions chase down the South Island champions? I think Kings might have the run, but Timaru Boys have still got 2 seats. Timaru boys holding on to the gold. They've gone again. If Timaru boys are out to 3 seats, they're going to take it. Timaru boys are going to win the boys under 18 Novice Cox 4 by 3 seats on the line from King's College. And the battle for bronze will be taken out by Waitaki boys down here in lane number 2. They'll finish ahead of St Kennigans. Just behind them will be Hamilton boys. Then we go back to Sacred Heart. Down here in lane 1 will be St Peter's College, and completing the field, the very unlucky St Thomas of Canterbury. Congratulations to Timaru Boys High School. You're the South Island champions, and now you are the national champions. Well, that'll be my parting act at the Maadi Regatta for this year. Thank you for having me, Karapiro Rowing. It's been a blast, and pleased to bring Timaru boys down there. And our Meg will take you through for the next hour and a half.
Underway on the course now, we have the B final of the girls under 16 Coxed fours. This event is sponsored by Grassroots Trust, and in lane 1 we have St Peter's School, St Margaret's College number 2 crew in lane 2, Diocesan School for Girls in 3, Waikato Dios number 3s in 4, St Andrew's College in 5, Hamilton Girls High in 6, Waikato Dio number 2 in 7, and Rangiruru Girls School number 3 over in lane 8. We'll call this race down until the A final gets underway. Close field still here at the halfway mark for the B final of the girls under 16 Coxed fours. Hamilton Girls High, Waikato Dio and St Peter's School making a good start here in the B final of the girls under 16 Coxed 4. They've pushed themselves out in front past the halfway mark. Still very close in these later stages here. Front 4 crews looking to be within overlap. Hamilton Girls High there, extending out in the lead for the B final of the girls under 16-4. It's the A final lining up on the start line, you can see. Still quite close for these top spots. Hamilton hold themselves out in front. Then it's Waikato Dio, the number 3 crew, 2 lanes over on their right. Hamilton working to extend there. Waikato Dio in second place. Here in this B final, Diocesan School for Girls looking to move up on Waikato Dio next to them. Moving into the final stages now. Still close field here for the B final of the girls under 16 Coxed 4s. Hamilton Girls High. Over in lane 6, that's Mia, Morella, Georgia, Sarah Kate and Indy Ross Coxing. They're coached by Georgia King and Ben Kersop, currently holding the lead here in the B final of the girls under 16 Coxed 4s. Push there from St Andrew's College, pushes them just next to, trying to get ahead of Waikato Dio. Good shift from St Andrew's College there. Sophia, Emily, Alana and Lauren. Olive Steele Coxing driving her girls down to the line. Just pushing ahead of Rangiruru over on the far side. They've moved away from Waikato Dio. Diocesan School for Girls now pushing that Waikato Dio crew. Hamilton Girls hang on to their lead into this final stage here. St Andrews moving up quick. St Andrews now ahead of Rangiruru by about half a length to a full length. Waikato Dio working hard next to them. Hamilton doing well to hang on to their lead here. Rangiruru keeping themselves ahead of Waikato Dio. Waikato Dio pushing away from Dio School as Hamilton Girls High cross the line with a tiny bit of clear water ahead of St Andrews College, who takes second. A final surge on the line sees Rangiruru level with Waikato Dio. Diocesan School for Girls through next. Then Waikato Dio, St Margaret's, and St Peter's School, your B final there of the girls. Under 16 Coxed 4, A final now underway. You can see on the screen here. In lane 1 we have Queen Margaret's College, St Margaret's College in lane 2, Ashburton in 3, Waikato Dio in 4, Epsom Girls Grammar 5, Rangiruru number 1 in 6 and number 2 in 7, and Samuel Marsden Collegiate over in lane 8. And it is Rangiruru number 1 crew, the South Island champions, extending their lead out in these early stages of the race. Second place with Waikato Dio. They're just pushing ahead of St Margaret's. We have all the North and South Island medalists here in this race today. But lane 6, Rangiruru Girls School, Coxed by Phoebe White, extend out a lead in these early stages. Waikato Dio chasing there. Rangiruru extending that lead up with every stroke there. Fantastic start from them. Waikato Dio holding their bow out in front of St Margaret's and Waikato Dio. This front 5 here just moving away from the rest of the group. Rangi 1 holding out a lead, just under a length here. Waikato Dio just holding their bow ball ahead of St Margaret's. Queen Margaret's College chasing Epsom Girls Grammar in lane 5. Epsom Girls sit in 4th. Queen Margaret College in 5th as Rangi number 1 extend their lead out. Fantastic first half of the race here for this under 16 4. St Margaret's making a move there in lane 2. They're back and forth with Waikato Dio. Epsom Girls Grammar keeping themselves in the mix. They sit in 4th ahead of Queen Margaret College. These crews just a bow ball between them. St Margaret's push ahead, opening up that length. Waikato Dio still within a canvas. Epsom Girls Grammar slowly moving up on that Waikato Dio crew. They've worked over the past 10 strokes, closing up that gap. They're leveling out with Dio. St Margaret's push out, keep that canvas ahead. Rangi 1 firmly out in the front there. Clearwater advantage, set to take gold in this stage. They move into the second half of the race. St Margaret's in second. And between Dio and Epsom Girls Grammar for third. It's back and forth each stroke. Could come down to the surge at the end. St Margaret's just extending that lead out with each stroke. They want a bit more security in that silver medal position. Waikato Dio just slipping back behind Epsom Girls. Epsom Girls now into the bronze position. Rangiruru there extending that clear water out ahead of St Margaret's. It's getting closer for those silver and bronze and fourth. Epsom Girls Grammar ahead of Waikato Dio, but still just a bow ball behind St Margaret's. St Margaret's cling to second position. Dio looking to respond there. Epsom Girls Grammar now creeping up on St Margaret's. Coxon there from Epsom Girls Grammar. Michaela Sadler looking over. These Coxons looking eye to eye. And now bow ball between Epsom Girls Grammar and St Margaret's for that silver medal position. Rangiruru sit Clearwater in first. As they move into the final stage of this race, Rangiruru looking very comfortable out in the front there. A fantastic race for this under 16-4. St Margaret's hang on to second. Epsom Girls Grammar now in that bronze medal position. Waikato Dio still with plenty overlap though. There could be a last minute change here. These crews into the final stage of this race. Rangiruru number 1 there, Clearwater out. St Margaret's now half a length up on Epsom Girls Grammar. They sit extending their lead out on Waikato Dio. Queen Margaret College in 5th. They sit just about a length behind Waikato Dio. Epsom Girls Grammar making another move there. Michaela Seda pushing her crew on. You can see very strong strokes here. They're opening up that lead. They're still about half a length ahead of Waikato Dio. Rangi 1 just keeping themselves comfortably out in the front there. St Margaret's hanging on. Still just a canvas between them and Epsom Girls Grammar now. That lift from Epsom Girls could challenge that silver medal position. Epsom Girls there closing down. The Coxons eyeing each other up. St Margaret's keeping that bow ball just out in front of Epsom Girls Grammar. These Coxons keep looking over. They want their bow ball in front. It's going to be down to these final strokes for this second and third. Rangi comfortably in that gold medal position. They will go to take the win here in the girls under 16 for St Margaret's and Epsom Girls Grammar for that silver and bronze. Waikato Dio slip back into 4th. Epsom Girls Grammar now push their bow ball ahead. St Margaret's into bronze. Epsom Girls Grammar, they've had a really strong past 250 metres. Can they hang on till the end and keep their silver medal? The support from the side driving them down the line. Rangiruru will take gold. They're comfortably out in the front there. Plenty clear water for them, but it's St Margaret's and Epsom Girls Grammar for that silver and bronze. They're going through the boys together. It's going to be down to the bow ball at the finish. Epsom Girls and St Margaret's, who will go silver, who will get bronze? Waikato Dio still trying to put in a shift there, but I think they've run out of runway. Epsom Girls Grammar push ahead of St Margaret's. They're into silver position. Rangiruru cross the line now to take gold in the girls under 16-4. And it's Epsom Girls Grammar by a bow ball ahead of St Margaret's, pushing St Margaret's into bronze. Waikato Dio come 4th. Inside lane to Queen Margaret College and Ashburton. Then over to Rangiruru 2 and Samuel Marsden Collegiate. A fantastic photo finish there for St Margaret's and Epsom Girls Grammar. Great racing there in the girls under 16 Coxed 4s. Congratulations again to the winners of the girls under 16 Coxed 4, sponsored by Grassroots Trust. After a commanding lead from about the halfway point, Rangiruru Girls School, the South Island champions, and now the New Zealand Secondary School champions in the girls under 16 Coxed 4s. Just to confirm some results for you, so in that girls under 16 Coxed 4, Rangiruru girls number 1 came through the line first. Second place with Epsom Girls Grammar, and just a hair-splitting 0.28 seconds between silver and bronze. St Margaret's taking the bronze there. Update on the overall trophies. The executive trophy for Champion Sweep All Rowing Secondary School currently sits tied first place with Rangiruru Girls School and King's College, both on 24 points. Third place sitting with St Margaret's College on 14. For the President's Skull, which is for Champion Skulls Rowing Secondary School, Wakatipu High School hold first place with 17 points ahead of Wanganui High with 14, and St Paul's Collegiate in third with 13 points, tied with St Peter's School. And for the Star Trophy, so the overall Champion Rowing Secondary School currently held tied first place for Rangiruru Girls School and King's College on 24 points each. So that's your update on our overall trophies here as we wait for the boys under 16 Cox State, sponsored by MoleMap, to begin. see there on the screen the boys under 16 Cox States lining up on the start line. In lane 1 you have Wellington College, Christchurch Boys High in lane 2, St Kentigern's College in 3, Christ College 1 in 4, St Bede's College in 5, King's College in 6, Westlake Boys High School in 7, and Christ College number 2 over in lane 8. Your boys under 16 Cox States lining up ready to start here. Again, all 6 of the North and South Island medalists here set to be a fast final here in the boys under 16-8. This event sponsored by MoleMap. MoleMap will be lakeside all week, offering free spot checks for anyone concerned about a mole or a spot on their skin. Don't wait, go and see them and get peace of mind for your MoleMap skin check and stay safe. This boys under 16-8, sponsored by MoleMap, just on the line, ready to start. And they're off. The boys under 16-8 out the blocks. Strong start there. For lanes 5, 6 and 7. That's St Bede's, King's College and Westlake Boys High. St Kentigern's College there also fast out of the blocks. King's College there, distinctive white bucket hat, just have their bow ball out in front. They're the North Island champions. They'll be hoping for the same today. Westlake Boys alongside them, as are St Bede's and St Kentigern's College. Your boys under 16-8 here. The front 5 separating themselves from the group already. Into the early stages, King's College take a lead by a canvas. Westlake Boys and St Bede's College either side of them staying with the group. St Kent's also keeping their canvas out there. But a strong start here for King's College. Chewing up those seats early on in the race, hoping to get themselves an early advantage. St Kent's also going strong. About a canvas ahead of lanes 4 and 5. That's Christ College and St Bede's. The South Island 1 and 2. St Kent's runner-up to King's a few weeks ago at the North Island Championships. They're hoping for redemption here, keeping their babble nice and close to King's College. King's College just ahead of Christ and St Kentigern's. Fourth currently sitting with Christ College. St Bede's into second place ahead of St Kentigern's. But still a canvas between these front four. Westlake slipped back to fifth. They're chasing Wellington College now. Kings now level with St Bede's. It's the North Island and South Island champions pushing themselves out in front of the rest of the group. St Kent's go to third, then Christ College to fourth. St Bede's push ahead. Few seats ahead of King's College. King's College now level with St Kent's for second. Christ College into fourth. Kings just have a bow ball ahead of St Kent's, but it's back and forth with each few strokes. St Bede's extend out, looking to gain an early advantage here in the boys under 16 Coxed Eights. St Kent's working hard now. Bow ball to bow ball with King's College. It says North Island 1 and 2 for second. Christ College into fourth. St Bede's extend a couple seats up with each stroke. A fantastic push here coming from St Bede's, extending out those seats. St Kent's push just ahead of King's College. King's College now leveling out with Christ's. St Bede's now working up to half a length. A fantastic push at the halfway mark for these. St Kent's in second. Christ looked just to be into third ahead of King's, but a push coming back from King's. That's Bo Zonneveld Coxing in that King's College 8. Fantastic week for them so far. Now clawing on for that bronze medal in the boys under 16 8s. St Bede's looking to extend their lead. They're working hard, long through the water. They keep themselves out in front into the later stages of this race. Now Christ College ahead of St Kentigern's. Christ College moving up with each stroke now, encroaching on that St Bede's crew. A look over from some of the St Bede's. They know what they've got to do. 2/3 of a length up for St Bede's over Christ College. Now bow ball to bow ball with St Kentigern's. King's College slipped back to fourth. Christ's into second, just ahead of St Kentigern's, but it's back and forth. Bow ball to bow ball, changing each couple strokes. St Bede's keeping themselves firmly out in front there, hanging on to that leader about 2/3 of a length. Kent and Christ College still neck and neck. Bo Zonneveld there of King's College driving his boys towards a medal. They want that medal's position. Just slipping back into fourth. Motivational words there coming, but St Bede's extending that lead out, hanging on to those seats, but Christ College are coming. They're slowly encroaching. They've pushed ahead of St Kent's, and here come Kings. They've clawed back those seats from St Kent's. They want that medal position. Christ College sit in second. St Kent's still in third, but Kings are coming. They've worked up that water. A fantastic push from them in these later stages. St Bede's hang on to their gold medal winning position. These boys under 16-8 here. St Bede's powering towards the line. They're moving into the yellow boys. Christ now in second. Kings just ahead of St Kent's, but it's close. There's a bow ball in it. An extension there from St Bede's. They're moving up. Coxed now in the canvas of Christ College. Kings moving fast again. They're encroaching on that Christ College boat. St Kent's slip back to fourth. It's now Kings and Christ College for second place. St Bede's still extending their lead. They will look to take gold, but will it be King's College or Christ College for second? Kings pushing ahead by just a bow ball. It could be on the surge. St Bede's hang on to the lead. It's close for that second and third. It's back and forth. Kings and Christs. St Bede's hang on to their gold. They will take the win in the boys under 16-8, but here come Kings. A bow ball now ahead of Christ College. Kings hang into their second place position. Christ College trying to work back. St Kent's still making a shift in these final stages, but it's St Bede's, King's College, Christ College and Kent's. Celebrations all round. Fantastic race for those front four there in the boys under 16-8. Westlake come through next. They'll be followed by Christ College 2, then to Christchurch Boys and Wellington College on the inside. Congratulations again there to St Bede's College, King's College and Christ, your 1, 2, 3 in the boys under 16-8. A fantastic performance there from that beads crew. You can see high fives to the coxswain. A great drive down in that final 250 meters, opening up that to about almost a length of water. underway now on the course. The B final of the girls under 17 Coxed pairs. This event sponsored by Authentic Oars. In lane 1 you have Wellington Girls College number 2, that's Sylvie Lucas and Madison Badenhorst. St Andrews College number 1, Xanthi Ward and Olivia Connor. In lane 2, St Cuthbert's College, Savannah Barge and Genevieve Lynn. In lane 3, and lane 4, Craighead Diocesan School, Kate Caird and Abby Hurst. Christchurch Girls High School number 2s, Emerson Lowe and Hadassah Hatimo. In lane 5, Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Greer Bowman and Abby McPherson. In lane 6, Nelson College for Girls, Francesca Palmer and Isla Martin. In lane 7, and Wellington Girls College number 3, Gabriella Saunders and Mia Barr over in lane 8. Your B final of the girls under 17 Coxless pair oars here on the course, sponsored by Authentic Oars. Authentic Oars are replica miniature oars custom painted in your school colours and design, just like the real thing, only smaller. So visit Rob next to the tower to order yours today. Thank you to Authentic Oars for sponsoring the girls under 17 Coxless pairs. The B final currently underway on the water. Just as we wait for the B final of the girls under 17 Cox's pairs to come down a bit more, we just want to say a quick thank you to Milford. They've been running all of our live stream setup for this regatta and have been awesome to work with on the water. So if you're KiwiSaver, something you've set or forgotten, or you're curious about how to get more out of it, or even set one up for the kids or the grandkids, come grab a drink and chat with the Milford team at the big screen by the finish tower. Thank you to Milford again for organising all of this live stream for us so that families can watch at home. And we can obviously get you seeing the rest of the race from the side. On the course now, the B final of the girls under 17 Cox's pairs. And it's lanes 3, 6 and 8. So that's Cuthbert's College, Christchurch High and Wellington Girls College on the far side, going well in this stage. Wellington College looking strong over on the far side, but it does appear to be Christchurch Girls just ahead of St Cuthbert's College for this B final of the girls under 17 Cox's pairs. These girls enter the second half of their race now. Christchurch just moving away from the rest of the group with Cuthbert's College. That's not Cuthbert, sorry. That's Craighead Diocesan. Craighead, Wellington and Christchurch Girls High. Your B final of the girls under 17 Cox's pairs here. Remember, the top 2 spots keeps them within the top 10 in New Zealand for the secondary schools. Top 10 badge for them. So your current top 3. Craighead Diocesan, Christchurch Girls High and Wellington Girls College on the far side, just ahead of the rest of the group. Tough to call with these front couple from this angle, but It looks as though Craighead Diocesan have pushed in front of Christchurch Girls High. Wellington just slipping back a bit. It's now between Christchurch and Craighead Dio. Craighead looking to have the advantage above Christchurch Girls High. That Craighead crew, that's Kate Caird and Abby Hurst. They're coached by Dean Milne. In Christchurch Girls High, that's Greer Bowman and Abby McPherson, coached by David Hatton and Andrew Blake. The B final on the course now of the girls under 17 Coxless pairs. The A final on your screen there, just getting sorted in the blocks, ready to go at 12:30. A couple minutes to wait for them as the B final comes down the course. Christchurch Girls and Craighead Dio pushing away from the rest of the group. Then we go back to Wellington and Christchurch Girls number 2. Craighead just moving up there in these final stages, starting to lift, trying to move away from Christchurch Girls. Craighead just extending their lead there. A push coming from Christchurch Girls number 2, Emerson Lowe and Hadassah Timo. But Craighead Diocesan now extending up, lifting right on their right-hand side from St Cuthbert's College. Craighead Dio hold the lead here in the B final of the girls under 17 Coxless pairs. They're ahead of Christchurch Girls High number 1, Greer Bowman and Abby McPherson. And that's between Wellington College and St Cuthbert's for that 3rd place position. Christchurch Girls number 2 trying to put themselves in the mix. Christchurch Girls making a lift there. But Craighead Dio out in the front. Just finishing off this B final here of the girls under 17 Coxless pairs as the A final gets underway. Craighead Diocesan extend their lead there. They look to take the win ahead of Christchurch Girls. Push coming from St Cuthbert's College as the A final here gets underway on the course. We'll go through them in just a moment. We're into the yellow boys here for the B final, so just finish them off and then we'll move over to the A. Craighead Diocesan hang on in the lead there. St Cuthbert's a good final push from them. Could they catch Christchurch Girls High? Wellington College on the far side putting in a shift. Craighead hang on to the lead. Then it's Christchurch, then it's St Cuth's. These front 3 push away from the rest of the group. Surge on the inside from Wellington Girls College, but it's not going to be enough to catch. Craighead Dio hang on to the lead by just under a length, possibly extending up here against Christchurch Girls High. St Cuth's, a push at the last minute. It's them and Christchurch. As Craighead Diocesan, that's Kate Caird and Abby Hurst, they take the win here in the B final of the girls under 17 pair. Christchurch Girls hold it. They take 2nd ahead of St Cuth's. Your top 3 there in the girls under 17 Coxless pairs. We have the A final underway on the course now. In lane 1, Marlborough Girls College 2, Wellington Girls College in lane 2, Epsom Girls Grammar in 3, Westlake Girls High in 4, Marlborough Girls College in 5, Wanganui Collegiate in 6, St Margaret's College in 7 and Columba College over in lane 8. And it's Wanganui Collegiates, Eva van der Zoo and Ottilie Mora out in the front. They're facing North Island champions Westlake Girls, that's Sasha Vandernet and Talia Chatfield. Your 1 and 2 here in the girls under 17 pair. Wanganui Collegiate past the 500 now. They go through half a length ahead of Westlake Girls. Clearwater back to the battle for 3rd, taking place between Wellington College and Marlborough Girls. We then go to Epsom Girls Grammar and St Margaret's facing Marlborough Girls College number 2. Wanganui Collegiate extending out that lead there. Westlake Girls not letting them go that easy though. They've upped as well. A good response from the Westlake Girls. The North Island champions there facing Wanganui Collegiate. Wanganui were their runner-ups at the North Island Championships, so they will be looking for redemption today. Can they do it? They're holding out that lead in this first half of the race. Westlake Girls comfortable behind them there, not looking too under pressure. Wanganui Collegiate hanging on to their lead. Westlake Girls just slowly encroaching. Marlborough Girls College there in 3rd with Wellington Girls. Marlborough Girls College there, the South Island champions, just sit in 3rd. Wanganui Collegiate now being caught up by the Westlake Girls. A lift in the rate from Westlake there. Just getting a little bit close to the buoy line, but managing okay. Wanganui now level with Westlake, with the North Island champions. This is the North Island 1 and 2 out in front with a bit of Clearwater ahead of Marlborough. Wellington just slipping into 4th, then Epsom Girls into 5th. Wanganui Collegiate and Westlake Girls out in the front here. It's back and forth with the bow ball with these two. Push there from Marlborough College. They want that overlap back. They're pushing away from Wellington. And it's bow ball to bow ball there for Wanganui Collegiate. The Westlake Girls High, the North Island 1 and 2. North Island champions Westlake there. Just back and forth each stroke with Wanganui Collegiate. Wanganui hang on to the lead by just half a canvas ahead of Westlake. Marlborough putting in a lift there, trying to claim back some overlap. Your front three here pushing away from the rest of the group. Wellington slip back, as do Epsom Grammar. Westlake putting in a lift there, pushing their bow ball out in front of Wanganui. Wanganui slipped to second place position. The North Island champions there. Westlake Girls High extending out into first. A response there from Wanganui Collegiate though. They're not letting them go that easy. Marlborough Girls slowly creeping up in the middle of these two crews. Marlborough Girls, the South Island champions there, making a move in this later stage of the race. We're past the halfway point now. Your front three just separating from the group. Wellington trying to claw back some water there, as well as Epsom Girls, but it's Westlake and Wanganui still for that top two spot. Marlborough Girls in third, looking to make a lift here, closing down that gap with each stroke. Westlake Girls, bow ball in front. Wanganui just slipping back just a little bit into second. They're holding off Marlborough. Marlborough, an excellent push from there. They had a little bit of clear water back to them a few hundred meters ago, but that has all been made up. It's now Westlake number 1, Marlborough number 2, and Wanganui number 3. Your gold, silver, bronze currently holding positions in the girls under 17 pair. The North Island champions Westlake Girls hang in front by a canvas ahead of South Island champions Marlborough Girls. Wanganui, the South Island runner-ups, just heading out of their lane a little bit. They'll need to move back over. They sit in bronze medal position right now. Westlake Girls looking to extend, get a bit more security on that gold medal position as they move into the final stage of this race. Westlake Girls there. That's Sasha Vandernet and Talia Chatfield there, coached by Ash Bright, and currently in the gold medal winning position for the girls under 17 Coxless pair. Marlborough now just a bow ball behind the South Island champions there. Could come down to these later stages. Who can hang on to that gold medal? It's North versus South as Wanganui slip back into third. Westlake Girls just hang on to that lead ahead of Marlborough Girls College, but it's back and forth. It could come down to the surge here. These two approach the yellow boys, Westlake Girls and Marlborough Girls College. North Island, South Island champions facing off for this New Zealand secondary schools title. Westlake Girls, Marlborough making a surge there, pushing up against Westlake. Marlborough go through just to canvas before. Marlborough making a move here up on the North Island champions. Westlake will need to respond if they're going to hang on to that gold medal. Marlborough moving now. That's Anna Hearn and Eliza Glover. They're coached by Marion Horwell and Joe Bennion. They're now just half a canvas ahead of Westlake Girls. Could come down to the line here for these top two spots. Wanganui in bronze, but a push coming from Wellington College could put that in danger. Marlborough now a canvas ahead of Westlake Girls. Westlake looking to respond here, but Marlborough putting in a shift. They're into the yellow boys. They're into the final stages. Marlborough have it ahead of Westlake Girls. The support from the side brings them to the line. It's Marlborough ahead of Westlake. Marlborough for number 1, Westlake for number 2. Wanganui sit in bronze position. Marlborough onto that gold, looking to extend up against the North Island champions. Marlborough and Westlake for that 1 and 2, just a canvas between them. Marlborough hang on. They look to take the gold here in the girls under 17 pair. Westlake, do they have it in them? Surging up to the line, it's going to be close here for this gold medal. The girls under 17 pair, it's Westlake or Marlborough. Marlborough have it, but Westlake making a surge. It could be down to a bow ball. It's going to be close, but Marlborough cross just a bow ball ahead of Westlake Girls. Gold and silver here. Wanganui take bronze in the girls under 17 Coxless pairs. Then we go to Wellington College and Marlborough Girls. And Epsom Girls Grammar, sorry. Then to Marlborough Girls College. Just a bow ball separating there. Your 1 and 2 gold medal to Marlborough Girls College. That's Anna Hearn and Eliza Glover. Westlake Girls High take the silver. Sasha Vandernet and Talia Chatfield, and Wanganui Collegiate's Eva Vanderzoo and Ottilie Mara get bronze. That is your girls under 17 pair here. Congratulations again to Marlborough Girls College. Underway on the course now, the B final of the boys under 17 Coxless pairs. This event sponsored by Paddle Sport NZ. In lane 1 we have Sacred Heart Auckland number 3, that's Caleb Enzel and Kieran Barrington. Wellington College Nathan Charlton and Noah Moss in lane 2. Cambridge High School Ben Gillanders and Caden Simmons in lane 3. Nelson College Harry Booker and Cooper Nichols in 4. St Andrews College Harry Pitts and Bradley Hughes in 5. King's College Henry Mahon and Henry Mahon and Oscar Innes in lane 6. Sacred Heart Auckland number 2 William Smith and Roman Andrews in lane 7. And Whangarei Boys High School Hugh Manson and Devon Armstrong over in lane 8. This should be an interesting final here. We have the North Island silver medalist Cambridge High School and the South Island bronze medalist St Andrews College in here. So it'll be interesting to see how these two crews fare together here in the B final of the boys under 17 Coxless pairs. This event sponsored by Paddle Sport NZ. Paddle Sport NZ import only the best paddling products from around the world straight to your doorstep or local event. So thank you to Paddle Sport for sponsoring this boys under 17 Coxless pairs. Your B final underway on the course now. It's still looking to be rather a close field as we move towards the second half of this race here. Cambridge High in lane 3 looking to be going strong there. Facing St Andrews College and Kings in lanes 5 and 6. St Andrews look to be putting in a lift there. Cambridge still appear to have the lead from this angle. These three crews pushing away from the rest of the group. Next closest will be Sacred Heart Auckland number 2, William Smith and Roman Andrews in 4th. And currently it looks to be Cambridge High School, the North Island runner-ups, Ben Gillanders and Caden Simmons for first place here in the B final. We then look to St Andrews College and Kings for that second place. Potentially even Sacred Heart Auckland keeping in the mix there. Cambridge High School just working to extend their lead there in the B final of the boys under 17 Coxless pairs. Second with St Andrews, King's College in 3rd with Sacred Heart Auckland not far behind them. But Cambridge looking to be an increasingly confident lead here in the B final of the boys under 17 Coxless pairs. They hold off St Andrews, who hold off King's College. King's College looking to make a lift there. St Andrews responding well, hanging on to their second place position here as Cambridge move away. Cambridge will look to take first here in the B final of the boys under 17 Coxless pairs, so they move into the later stages. King's looking to move up on St Andrews there, but a good response keeps them in 2 and 3. Cambridge High School there, the North Island silver medalists, looking to move into this final stage here with a comfortable lead. St Andrews stay ahead of King's College for that second place position. King's into 3rd and Sacred into 4th. Whangarei Boys on the far side. Just sitting back from Sacred Heart. Sacred Heart putting in a lift there. King's presenting a challenge to St Andrews. But Cambridge firmly out in the front there. They up into the final stage of the race. They have a comfortable lead, but these crews will start to wind. You can see St Andrews going now, looking to stay ahead of King's College. Sacred Heart chasing King's College, and Whangarei Boys High on the far side chasing Sacred Heart. It's going to be close for these 2, 3, 4 and 5 positions here in the B final of the boys under 17 Coxless pairs, but it is looking like Cambridge High School, Ben Gillanders and Caden Simmons, they're coached by Josh Toa and Kerry Wilkins. They will look to take the win here in the B final. Kings putting in a lift there, upping the rate against St Andrews. It's going to be back and forth for these two. St Andrews still have it. Kings in 3rd. Sacred in 4th. And Whangarei Boys High in 5th. Nelson College look to be trying to make a shift there, potentially push up on that 5th place position. But Cambridge High hang on to their lead into the final stages. They look to lift here. St Andrews just ahead of Kings by a canvas. It's going to be close for second and third, but Cambridge firmly hang on to their lead there. Ben Gillanders and Caden Simmons from Cambridge High hang on to their lead here in the B final of the boys under 17 Coxless pairs. This event sponsored by Paddle Sport New Zealand. Your front runners there, Cambridge High charging towards the line. They will take the win here in the B final. St Andrews will take second as they extend out against King's College. King's College worked hard in that last 500, but they take third. Sacred into fourth. Whangarei boys into fifth. Wentworth College come through now ahead of Nelson, and then we go to Sacred Heart on the inside lane, your B final there of the boys under 17 Coxless pairs. A final underway on your screen now. We have in lane 1 St Bede's College, Hamilton Boys High in 2, Marlborough Boys College in 3, Glendowie in 4, St Kent's in 5, Onslow College in 6, Sacred Heart Auckland in 7, and St Thomas of Canterbury over in lane 8. And it's lane 3, Marlborough Boys College battling against Glendowie for that top spot. That's Glendowie there on your screen, the North Island bronze medalists. Lane 3, Marlborough Boys College look to extend out. Then we go to lane 6 and 7, Onslow College and Sacred Heart Auckland. Sacred Heart Auckland there in lane 7. They are the North Island champions. Your front 4 there just pushing up. Still quite a close field here in this boys under 17 pair. Marlborough Boys College hang on to their lead though. In these opening stages of this pairs race, they're being challenged by Glendowie College in lane 4 and lane 7 Sacred Heart Auckland. Glendowie College, their bronze medals at the North Island Championships, with Sacred Heart now moving up on them. They're the North Island champions. They will be looking to repeat their performance here, but currently they're being held by Marlborough Boys College. That is Logan Flight and Aidan Bennett. They were the South Island champions. They hold out against Glendowie College and Sacred Heart Auckland. Your top 3 currently in this boys under 17 pair. Marlborough College there hanging on to their lead. A good shift coming from Glendowie College in 4. That's Xavier Warren and Finlay Christensen. And then Sacred Heart just slipped back into 3rd. They're now facing Hamilton Boys in lane 2. That's Max Bunting and Ben McNay. They're coached by Bruce Holden and Alex Kennedy. They're looking to push into 3rd here in this boys under 17 pair. A surge on that outside lane though. Lane 8, St Thomas of Canterbury, Noah Lequelic and Flynn Grace. They're looking to make a move up on that Sacred Heart Auckland crew. Still quite a close field here for these front few spots. The boys under 17 pair, Marlborough Boys College, hang on to their lead, about half a length, if not just a canvas ahead of Glendowie College. On your screen there, Logan Flight and Aidan Bennett, coached by Clayton Lindstrom and Grant Morgan, hang on to their lead here in the boys under 17 pair, ahead of Glendowie College, Xavier Warren and Finlay Christensen. Their coaches, Leo Strode-Penny and Charlotte Bray. Your 1 and 2 here, Hamilton Boys looking to push into 3rd ahead of Sacred Heart, but a push coming from Sacred Heart there. They're not ready to go yet. St Thomas of Canterbury put in a great shift there. They now sit in 5th. Can they creep forward even more? They're challenging that Sacred Heart crew on the outside lanes. St Thomas just slowly moving up that Sacred Heart crew. Sacred Heart there, the North Island champions, currently sit in 3rd. They've clawed back, now back and forth with Hamilton Boys High. Hamilton Boys go through just ahead of Sacred Heart, but it's Marlborough Boys College still out in front. Marlborough in 1. Glendowie in 2 and Hamilton Boys in 3. Marlborough hang on to their lead there, looking nice and long and strong in the water. They're into the second half of this race now. Glendowie looking to move up there. You can see their bow ball starting to move up that boat. Hamilton also moving there, but Marlborough taking a look there, the stroke seat. They want to stay out in front. They want that gold medal here in the boys under 17 pair. Marlborough Boys College here, South Island champions, now hoping to be New Zealand secondary school champions also. Glendowie hanging on to that half a length overlap there. Hamilton Boys just sitting back in 3rd, hoping to creep up. Nothing in it for this 1, 2 and 3. You can see on your screen there, Marlborough Boys sit in 1st. Hamilton looking to move up here. They may catch Glendowie. They've put in a good shift. They've got some momentum now. Glendowie hanging on to 2nd by just a bow ball here ahead of Hamilton Boys. This is going to be close in the second half of this race here, these later stages. Marlborough boys extend out. They now have Clearwater over Glendowie and Hamilton. Sacred Heart coming in though. They want those medal positions. St Thomas of Canterbury slip back. St Kentigern's now into 5th. Sacred Heart creeping up, hoping to get in that medal tussle with Hamilton boys and Glendowie College. Marlborough boys keep themselves out of the mix there with Clearwater advantage. Hamilton boys sit in front of Glendowie College. Hamilton boys into silver medal position here. Glendowie not letting them go that easy. Good response there from Glendowie College crew. They sit in bronze but wear a Sacred Heart. Your front runners there, Marlborough Boys College, the South Island champions Logan Flight and Aidan Bennett. They hang on to their lead, extending with every stroke. Good strong connection with the water there. Marlborough Boys College keep themselves moving out. Hamilton still in second ahead of Glendowie College. Sacred Heart, they've slipped back but they're working to do a surge again. St Kent's now with Sacred Heart Auckland as Marlborough Boys College move away. Hamilton Boys High now encroaching on that Marlborough Boys College crew. Glendowie slip into 3rd. Hamilton making a shift there. That's Max Bunting and Ben McNay now moving up on the front runners, Marlborough Boys College. We're approaching the yellow boys here into these final stages of the race as Hamilton extend over Glendowie College. Marlborough boys hang on to their lead, but can Hamilton catch them? Marlborough Boys College hold on to that gold medal here in the boys under 17 Coxless pairs, keeping a tiny bit of clear water over Hamilton, but Hamilton are charging. Glendowie move into bronze. Sacred Heart trying to move up against St Kent's for 4th and 5th. Glendowie College into bronze as Hamilton try and work on Marlborough Boys College. Marlborough Boys hanging on to their gold medal there. Hamilton putting in a shift. They can hear the cheers from the side. Marlborough Boys still in gold. Hamilton in silver and Glendowie into bronze. A charge from St Kent's and Sacred Heart trying to get themselves in those medals. It's going to be tight for these medal positions. Marlborough Boys, though, hanging on to their gold. Hamilton in second, Glendowie in bronze. But Sacred Heart and Kent's are coming. Can they get that bronze medal? A crab for Sacred sees them slip into 5th. Marlborough Boys College hang on to gold. They will go through the winners of the boys under 17 pair. And it's Hamilton and Glendowie. It's going to be down to the surge. It's Glendowie College over Hamilton, then to Kent's. A fantastic final surge there from Glendowie College. We'll double check those results, but I'm pretty sure that was Glendowie for silver and Hamilton for bronze. Fantastic racing here for the boys under 17 pairs. We'll just double check and wait for those results to come through, but a fantastic final surge for these crews here. Marlborough Boys College did well to hang on to that lead there. That was Logan Flight and Aidan Bennett. Their coaches Clayton Lindstrom and Grant Morgan clearly doing an excellent job there. Just to confirm those results, Marlborough Boys take gold there in the boys under 17 pair. Glendowie College in second, and 0.18 seconds sees Hamilton Boys into the bronze position there. A fantastic surge from Glendowie College. Your 1, 2 and 3 there in the boys under 17 Coxless pairs.
On the course now, the B final of the girls under 18 Cox Quadruple Sculls, sponsored by Kerridge and Partners. In lane 1, Whanganui High School number 2, lane 2, Queen Margaret College, lane 3, St Paul's Collegiate number 2, lane 4, Dunstan High School, lane 5, Whanganui High School, lane 6, Wellington East Girls College, lane 7, Nelson College for Girls, and lane 8, Otago Girls High School. Sitting out in the lead though in lane 6, it is Wellington East Girls College. They are the bronze medalists from North Island Secondary Schools, and they've just missed out on the A final, so they will be looking to take out a win in the B final and get a top 10 badge. Just behind them in lane 3, St Paul's Collegiate number 2. They're sitting there in second place. Their closest competition comes from lane 5, that is Whanganui High School. Whanganui High School sitting in third place, but there is some pressure from Nelson College from Girls on the outside there in lane 7. We then come into Dunstan High School in lane 4, and sitting quite level with them, Otago Girls High School out in lane 8 before we come into Whanganui High School. Not too much separating the field though, as we see them come into the final 500. Wellington East Girls College and St Paul's Collegiate go through that 1500 metre mark first. Whanganui High School follow not too far behind them. So Wellington East College looking to take out the win in the B final of the girls under 18 Cox Quadruple Sculls. We'd like to thank Kerridge and Partners for their sponsorship of this event. They understand that rowing is a sport that demands ambition, commitment, dedication and teamwork. So thank you very much to Kerridge and Partners for their sponsorship of the girls under 18 Cox Quadruple Sculls. Back to the race though, as all 8 boats proceed down to the 1750 metre mark. It is still Wellington East Girls College, the crew of Olive, Ruhi, Gracie, Ella and Coxed by Selma, coached by Stacey Tamlin and Nathan Wallace. They are taking charge here in the B final. They've just gone through the last 250, and not too far behind them are Livy, Hazel, Claudia, Polly and Charlie Seath from St Paul's Collegiate. Whanganui High School starting to move up now, but Nelson College for Girls in lane 7. Nelson College looking to come up and get a spot in the top 10. St Paul's Collegiate have gone. Wellington East Girls College still sitting there in the lead, but here comes St Paul's Collegiate in lane 3. Whanganui High School going with them. Oh, and Nelson have just had a stoppage in the boat. Otago Girls looking to overtake Nelson here in the final 200 metres, but Wellington East Girls College, they're through now. St Paul's Collegiate in second, but Whanganui High School are coming. Whanganui High School trying to close the gap on second place in the final 100 metres of the girls under 18 Cox Quadruple Sculls. It is Wellington East Girls College, though, still with the advantage. St Paul's Collegiate coming up. Whanganui coming up on St Paul's Collegiate. It'll go to Wellington East Girls College, and second by half a canvas will go to St Paul's Collegiate. Whanganui will cross in third. We then go out to Otago Girls High School. They will finish just ahead of Dunstan, and just behind them will be Nelson College for Girls. We then come down to the inside to round out the girls under 18 Cox Quadruple Sculls, with Queen Margaret finishing just ahead of Whanganui High School number 2. Right, we are straight into the A final of the girls under 18 Cox Quadruple Sculls. Once again, this is sponsored by Kerridge and Partners. Now, this is the A final event. The girls here are competing for the Noel Lynch Trophy. We'll go through the lanes to start with. In lane 1, Diocesan School for Girls. They are the silver medalists from the North Island. Lane 2, Marion College, the silver medalist from the South Island. Lane 3, Craighead Diocesan School, the bronze medalist from the South Island. Lane 4, and currently sitting in the lead, Cashmere High School. They are the gold medalists from South Island Secondary Schools. In Lane 5, St. Peter's School, they are the gold medalists from the North Island. Lane 6, Twizel Area School. Lane 7, St. Paul's Collegiate, and in Lane 8, King's College. But the lead sits with Lane 4 by 3/4 of a boat length. It is Cashmere High School. That is the crew of Ellery, Zoe, Millie, and Thea. Coxed by Eliza. They are sitting out there with a 3/4 of a boat length advantage over St. Paul's Collegiate. St. Paul's Collegiate sitting in second, but here comes a move from St. Peter's School in Lane 5. St. Peter's School trying to come up on second place. We then go back to Craighead Diocesan in Lane 3. Craighead sitting just behind St. Paul's and St. Peter's. Twizel Area School there, about a canvas down on Craighead before we go out to Marion College in Lane 2, who are sitting 3/4 of a boat length ahead of Diocesan School for girls in Lane 1. King's College are out there in Lane 8 as well, bringing up the rear of the A final of the girls under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. But the lead sits with Cashmere High School. Cashmere High School coached by Joe Young and Molly Judson as they come through the 1,000-metre mark. We just see it in the background there. The girls rowing very long and looking relatively relaxed here as they come into the third 500, and they are looking to extend their lead over Craighead Diocesan, St. Paul's and St. Peter's, but it's very close for second place. Cashmere definitely with their boat out in front. Craighead have come up over St. Peter's, and we'll just wait to see where St. Paul's is sitting as they come into the third 500 metres. Cashmere High School have pushed out again now. They've just got clear water over Craighead. Craighead sitting half a boat length in front of St. Peter's, and St. Paul's Collegiate, Twizel Area School, just half a boat length down on St. Peter's. So the field is starting to spread out now as they come towards the 1,500 metre mark. Cashmere High School, though, they've extended out again. They've got half a boat length of clear water. Craighead Diocesan in second, St. Peter's School in third. Twizel Area School with the nose in front of St. Paul's Collegiate. St. Paul's Collegiate sitting in front of Marion College, and Diocesan School for Girls out there in Lane 1 are with King's College out there in Lane 8. But there's just over 500 metres to go, and Ellery, Zoe, Millie, Thea and Eliza are sitting out there with a comfortable lead. They are the gold medalists from the South Island, and they are looking to be the gold medalists in the country today. We've got a great shot there from the side again. The girls looking nice and relaxed, getting some lovely long strokes in there as they come into the final 400 metres. They'll be looking to extend out again and put their name on the Noel Lynch Trophy. They've got a boat length of clear water now. Craighead Diocesan have extended over St. Peter's. St. Peter's sitting in third place, but there's a challenge coming from Twizel Area School. Twizel in lane 6, half a boat length back on St. Peter's, but trying to push up into a medal. We then go out to St. Paul's Collegiate and Marion College. They're currently in a battle for 5th place, but Cashmere High School have pushed out again. 3/4 of a boat length of clear water over Craighead Diocesan. Twizel moving up on St. Peter's, trying to get a go at that bronze medal. All crews with about 300 metres to go. We just see the Rowing New Zealand building in the background, but it is Cashmere High School, the leaders of the girls under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. There's a great arrow formation out there as they come into the last 250. Craighead Diocesan still sitting in second, and St. Peter's still in third. They've held off the challenge from Twizel, but we'll see what the final 250 has to give. So Cashmere High School, they're coming down to the final 250. They've just gone through. Craighead go through now. St. Peter's and Twizel. St. Peter's still with half a boat length over Twizel, but there is a 250 metre sprint left to go for the final medal in the girls under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. Cashmere have led for most of the race, and they've extended out to a clear water over Craighead Diocesan. Craighead have held second place. They now have clear water over St. Peter's, and St. Peter's go now. They've extended their lead over Twizel. They've all got one hand on a bronze medal. Will they get two hands? Twizel putting the challenge down. Twizel trying to come up on St. Peter's School, the local school from here in Cambridge. Cashmere though, Cashmere have less than 100 metres to go. They've got about 5 strokes to go to get their hands on a gold medal and the Noel Lynch Trophy. And with 2 strokes to go, it'll be the girls from Cashmere High School in Christchurch They will take out the girls under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. The silver medal will go to Craighead Diocesan, and Twizel Area School have pushed up on St. Peter's. Oh, it'll be on the line. My call is St. Peter's. Twizel were right there though. We then go out to King's College. King's College will push up ahead of Marion before we go to St. Paul's Collegiate and then Diocesan School for Girls. Congratulations to Kashmir. They've taken out the A final. Silver will go to Craighead, and my call on the line was St. Peter's, but Twizel was right there. We'll wait for the times to come through to update you. Solid race from Twizel. The girls are looking stoked there in the boat. They put everything they had into it, and let's see if it paid off. Okay, time's coming through. We know the winner was Kashmir. Second place was Craighead. And in third place, St. Peter's School. St. Peter's School by 0.15 of a second. They will take the bronze over Twizel Area School, but a huge effort there from the girls from Twizel. And congratulations to all the finalists today. On the course now, the B final of the boys under 18 double sculls. In lane 1, Te Aho Takuta Pounamu. Lane 2, Otago Boys High School number 2. Lane 3, St. Peter's School. Lane 4, Dunstan High School. Lane 5, St. Paul's Collegiate. Lane 6, Pukekohe High School. Lane 7, Nelson College. And in lane 8, St. Paul's Collegiate number 2. Now they're just approaching the final 1500 and it's quite close between the top 4 at the moment. We'll start with lane 4, that is Jelt and Max from Dunstan High School. They look to be sitting up there, but so is Pukekohe High School, that is Cohen Robinson and Jimmy Steenson out in lane 6. Nelson College out in lane 7 though, they're giving them a good run for their money. That is George Maloney and Ollie Hawkins out there in lane 7 before we come back to Bruno Fuller and Tristan Gilbanks from St. Peter's School in lane 3. Takuta Pounamu in lane 1 though, they're trying to sneak up there into a top 10 position of the boys under 18 double sculls. They're sitting there and I think they're sitting just in front of St. Peter's School. We then go back to St. Paul's Collegiate in lane 5, St. Paul's Collegiate in lane 8 and Otago Boys High School in lane 2. But all the crews are now approaching the final 250 metres, and who will go through first? Will it be Dunstan or will it be Pukekohe? At this stage, it is Pukekohe. They are sitting about half a boat length in front of Dunstan High School there in lane 4. St. Peter's School in lane 3. They're trying to come up on Dunstan High School, and Nelson College out in lane 7. They've started to spin the hands a bit faster and move up on Pukekohe High School as they come into the last 150. Pukekohe still sitting in the lead, but Nelson are coming up on them. Nelson are rating a couple of pips higher as they come into the final 100. Dunstan High School there sitting in 3rd, St. Peter's in 4th. We then go back to Takuta Pounamu in lane 1 and St. Paul's Collegiate in lane 5 before we go to St. Paul's Collegiate number 2 in lane 8. But Nelson College have come up over Dunstan High School, and they're coming for Pukekohe High School as they all enter the last 100 metres. Pukekohe with the advantage though, that is Cohen Robinson and Jimmy Steenson. They're coached by Brett Henry, and they've just buttoned off a little bit. I think they think they're safe. They've got one stroke to go. They will take out the B final of the boys under 18 double sculls. Nelson College in 2nd, Dunstan High School cross in 3rd. We then go back to St. Peter's School in lane 3. They will finish just ahead of St. Paul's Collegiate number 2, and it's St. Paul's Collegiate number 1 just ahead of Te Aho or Takuta Pounamu. We then go back to Otago Boys High School number 2 to round out the B final of the boys under 18 double sculls. On the course now, the A final of the boys under 18 double sculls. This event is sponsored by SL Racing. Now these boys are racing for the Morris Jones Cup. That is the trophy that will go to the winner. We'll start with the roll call though. In lane 1, Tauranga Boys number 1. Lane 2, Maclean's College. Lane 3, Wakatipu High School. Lane 4, Whakatane High School. Lane 5, Whanganui High School. Lane 6, St. Kevin's College. Lane 7, Otago Boys High School. And Lane 8, Waitaki Boys High School. But it is the boys from Wakatipu in lane 3. They've got a canvas, just over a canvas as they come through the 750 metre mark. They're sitting just ahead of Whakatane in lane 4. And Whakatane and Whanganui are going bow ball for that silver medal position. We then go out to St. Kevin's College. St. Kevin's College are currently sitting in 4th place before we go out to Waitaki Boys High School in lane 8. We then come across to Tauranga Boys College in lane 1. They're battling it out with Maclean's College in lane 2 before we go out to Otago Boys High School in lane 7. But it's the boys from Wakatipu, that is Sebastian Watson and Harry Lightfoot. They're coached by John Morrison, and they've gone out to a boat length lead over lane 4. Lane 4 is Whakatane, that is Travis Taupos and Ash Schutz, coached by Graham Watt. They're sitting in 2nd place, but it's only by a nose ahead of William Hurd and Jake Newton from Whanganui High School. We just see them going through the 1,000-metre mark there. Wakatipu High School with a clear lead, but it is a question who will take the silver and who will take the bronze. At the moment, it is between Whakatane and Whanganui, but there's still half a race to go. St. Kevin's College still sitting in 4th place there. We'll see if they can move up into a medal position. And it is Whanganui High School that are now coming up over Whakatane. It is just under half a canvas in between it, but Jake Newton and William Hurd are moving now. Jake and William, both members of the under-19 coastal team that competed over in Genoa, Italy last year. And I think they're taking that knowledge as well as the coaching of Alan Luff and Dave Dudley here into the A final of the boys under-18 double sculls. We just see the bowman there, that's William. He's looking across, they're about half a canvas ahead. He's called a move. They're going to try go now. 1,250 gone, but Whakatane going with them. Wakatipu have left them in their wake though, but Whanganui are coming up. Whanganui High School and Whakatane High School trying to come up. We then go back to St. Kevin's College in lane 6. St. Kevin's still sitting in 4th. Tauranga Boys and Maclean's College still battling it out in lanes 1 and 2. And Waitaki Boys High School out there trying to come up on St. Kevin's College. But it's clear water to the boys from Wakatipu, Sebastian Watson and Harry Lightfoot, coached by John Morrison. They've got just over 500 metres to go before they get their hands on the Morris Jones Cup. They've got clear water over Whanganui High School, who are sitting in 2nd place. Whanganui have extended out to half a boat length over Whakatane as they come into the final 500. Whakatipu go through now. Whanganui go through now and Whakatane go through now, so still very close between 2nd and 3rd. We'll see what the sprint brings, but it is Wakatipu High School in lane 3. They've led the race and they're extending out again. Whanganui High School there, that is Jake Newton and William Hurd in lane 5. They're looking to push up. They've gone out to 3/4 of a boat length over Travis and Ash from Whakatane. They've got their hands on the silver medal at the moment, but they're going to have a go at the gold. As they come into the final 300 metres though, it is Wakatipu High School. They are sitting in gold medal position. Jake Newton, quick look across to see where they're sitting. They've got 300 metres to go. They now have clear water over Whakatane. All boats coming down to the final 250. Wakatipu go through now. Whanganui go through now. And Whakatane go through now. St. Kevin's still sitting in 4th before we go out to Waitaki Boys in lane 8. Maclean's College and Tauranga Boys College still side by side down here in lane 1. And then we go out to Otago Boys High School in lane 7. But there's only 150 metres to go for Sebastian and Harry from Wakatipu High School, and they are surging towards the line in the A final of the boys under 18 double sculls. Their boat goes through the 100 metres now. Whanganui High School, they go through now. They've got clear water over 3rd place, and I think they may run out of water to catch gold, but they've got to try. Jake Newton's lifted up the rating. Wakatipu still sitting ahead, but Whanganui are coming. Whanganui are coming for them, but Wakatipu have done the work, and they will take out the Morris Jones Cup and the A final of the boys under 18 double sculls. Whanganui High School will settle for the silver medal. We'll then go back to Whakatane High School. They'll take the bronze. We'll go out to St. Kevin's College in lane 6. They will cross over in 4th place ahead of Waitaki Boys High School. We'll then come down to Maclean's College in lane 2, who finish half the canvas ahead of Tauranga Boys College before we go out to Otago Boys High School in lane 7. Okay, we have 10 minutes till the next day final, but we do just have a bit of an in memoriam. So if we could have everyone's attention to the big screen, please. And if we could have a little bit of quiet, I'd like to introduce David McIntosh. He's an ex-commentator and lifelong friend of Doc McDonald, who passed away on January 27th this year. So I'll pass it over to David now, who will start reading a statement.
Thank you, Maxine. Ladies and gentlemen and athletes, with the big screen scrolling around in front of you, wherever you are, we acknowledge the passing of one of New Zealand's greatest coaches. Doc Alistair McDonald, or Doc, as people called him, passed away, as Maxine said, on the 27th of January this year. He was 91 years old, and he was coaching right up 2 weeks until his death. He used to sit on the deck chair of the Clyde River and watch his athletes. He had 6 decades of coaching rowers from novice status through to international achievement. His beloved wife, Margaret, has come all the way from Havelock North today to be with us. So if you see her, please make yourself known to her. She would absolutely love that. Doc's achievements are far too long to list here, but suffice to say he took every under 18 rower from single sculls to 8s and put them on the gold medal podium. This included 2 Maadi Cup victories and the Springbok Shield victory, and in particular with Napier Boys High, when their 8 was beaten by a whisker in 2013, that's 30 centimetres, in the Maadi Cup. Now, what was extraordinary about that Napier crew was that they were second-year rowers, and so that was one of his greatest achievements. In closing, with the words of Louisa Ayling, who is a New Zealand champion rower, he touched my life and helped me achieve something I could never repay him for. And those words and sentiments can be felt by every rower that was under Doc's tutelage. Thank you for your attention, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, before we bring you some updates of the girls under 15 Coxed, we do have a bit of an emergency. We do need someone with a white Toyota hatchback. License plate QMQ567. You are blocking the exit point for cars. So if you own a white Toyota hatchback, license plate QMQ569, you are blocking the exit point for cars. Please go and move your car now. So we are 250 metres through the A final of the girls under 15 Coxed, and in lane 1, Cambridge High School, lane 2, St Margaret's College, lane 3, Christchurch Girls High School, lane 4, Diocesan School for Girls, lane 5, Rangirudu Girls School, lane 6, Waikato Diocesan School, lane 7, Marlborough Girls, and in lane 8, St Cuthbert's College. But sitting out there in lane 4, we see the red hats of Diocesan School for Girls. They are the North Island champions, and they're currently sitting half a boat length over second place. Second place is Rangirudu Girls School. They are the silver medalists from South Islands, but Christchurch Girls High School, who are the gold medalists from South Islands, they're coming up on Rangirudu already as they come through the first 500 metres of the girls under 15 Coxed. So Diocesan in first, St Margaret's coming up on Rangi, so it's a battle for second and third. We then go out to that's Christchurch Girls High. St Margaret sitting just behind Christchurch Girls High there in lane 2 before we come out to Waikato Diocesan School. We then go to the school in lane 7, Marlborough Girls College sitting out there with St Cuthbert's College in lane 8, as well as Cambridge High School in lane 1. But it is the girls from Auckland Diocesan School. They are 3/4 of a boat length up, and Rangirudu are still sitting in second place. Lane 3 is sitting in third. That is Christchurch Girls High School. They are trying to come up on Rangirudu Girls School as they come into the second 500 metres of the girls under 15 Coxed. Trophy up for grabs here is the Tauranga Girls College Cup, and Diocesan School for Girls at the moment are starting to put a hand on it as they extend out to 3/4 of a boat length over Rangirudu. Rangirudu with half a boat length over Christchurch Girls High School. We then go back to St Margaret's. St Margaret's a boat length back on Christchurch Girls High. Waikato Diocesan half a boat length back on St Margaret's. Behind St Margaret's we have Marlborough Girls College. Marlborough Girls about a boat length back on St Margaret's before we go out to Cambridge High School and St Cuthbert's College in lanes 1 and lanes 8. Back to the race leaders though, they are approaching the 1,000 metre mark. We can just see it there on our screens, and Diocesan School for Girls have extended out to a boat length. There is a boat length between first and second place. Rangirudu still in second place with Christchurch Girls High School still in third. St Margaret's trying to come up there in lane 2, and Waikato Diocesan out in lane 6. But we just see the 1,000 metre mark there. They're entering the pain cave known as the third 500. This is where the crews are made or broken. Diocesan School for Girls, though, they're looking to go and extend away from Rangirudu. This is a battle between the North Island champions and the South Island silver medalists, as well as the South Island gold medalists. Waikato Diocesan sitting up ahead of St Margaret's. Marlborough Girls College there sitting half a boat length up over St Cuthbert's, and St Cuthbert's sitting up over Cambridge High School in lane 1. But we just see the great arrow formation there, and it is led by Diocesan School for Girls as they come through the 1,250 metre mark. 750 metres to go for these under 15s from Auckland Diocesan. They row every day on the Tamaki estuary, and they're not used to flat water like this, but they are using it to their advantage as they come down towards the finish line. Rangirudu Girls School still sitting in the silver medal position. Christchurch Girls High School trying to push up on Rangirudu as they come into the closing stages of the girls under 15 Coxed. Waikato Dio under some pressure from Marlborough Girls College out there in lane 7. Marlborough Girls up on St Margaret's College in lane 2 before we go back to St Cuthbert's College out in lane 8 and Cambridge High School in lane 1. but it is Diocesan School for Girls. They've extended out. They've got half a boat length of clear water over Rangiruru. This crew is coxed by Amelia South, and she will be bringing those girls home strongly. They've gone again. Rangiruru looking to go now. Rangiruru still with half a boat length, maybe 3/4 over Christchurch Girls High School as they come into the final 500. Diocesan have gone through, so have Rangiruru, and so do Christchurch Girls High School. There is less than 500 metres to go here in the A final of the girls under 15 Coxed State. It is currently being led by the North Island champions, and in second place is Rangiruru, the silver medalist from South Island Secondary Schools. They've extended out to 3/4 of a boat length over the girls from Christchurch Girls High School. And we just see they've got about 300 metres to go, and this chants are starting. We've got the red hats of Dio, we've got the red and white of St. Margaret's. The cheers are starting on the bank, and they are willing their girls home. There is 250 metres to go, and Diocesan School for Girls is extended again. A boat length of clear water to the girls from Auckland Dio. Heather McRae will be standing on the bank yelling her little heart out. 250 metres to go. Rangiruru in second. Christchurch Girls High School trying to come up and challenge Rangi for a silver medal, but I don't know if they'll catch them in the next 200 metres. St. Margaret's, Waikato Dio and Marlborough Girls all battling for that fourth spot. Cambridge High School sitting in lane 1 alongside St. Cuthbert's out in lane 8. But it is the girls from Auckland Dio. They are coming into the final 100 metres. They are the North Island champions, and they have 100 metres until they are the national champions. They've got one hand on the Tauranga Girls Cup. Let's see if they get two on it. Rangiruru through to the final 100. Christchurch Girls High, half a boat length behind. They're sitting in the bronze medal position. Rangiruru proving too strong today. They will roll the South Island champions, but with one stroke to go, it will be Auckland Diocesan. Auckland Diocesan take out the Tauranga Girls College Cup and win the girls under 15-8. Rangiruru Girls School will take the silver, and Christchurch Girls High School cross for the bronze. We then come back to Waikato Diocesan. Waikato will cross over in fourth place, 3/4 of a boat length over Marlborough Girls College, who finished just a canvas in front of St. Margaret's. St. Cuthbert's out in lane 8. They've got 3/4 of a boat length over Cambridge High School, and St. Cuthbert's, they will cross the line now in front of Cambridge to round out the girls under 15 Coxed State. Congratulations to Auckland Diocesan. They've taken out the A final. On the course now, the B final of the boys under 15 Coxed 4. In lane 1, St. Bede's College number 2. Lane 2, Hamilton Boys High School number 2. Lane 3, Timaru Boys High School. Lane 4, Wellington College. Lane 5, King's College number 2. Lane 6, Christchurch Boys High School number 2. Lane 7, Shirley Boys High School number 1, and Lane 8, Mount Albert Grammar. But it's the crew in Lane 2, the crew from Hamilton Boys High School. They are coxed by Sam McMorrin, and they are currently leading the charge here in the B final of the boys under 15 Coxed 4. We then go out to the crew in lane 5, King's College number 2. This crew coxed by Sammy Richardson. They're sitting right up there with Hamilton Boys High School. We then go out to lane 6, Christchurch Boys High School number 2. They're sitting in 3rd, but there is a challenge from Wellington College in lane 4. We then go out to the crew in lane 8. That is Mount Albert Grammar and St. Bede's College in lane 1, both battling it out for 6th before we go back to Shirley Boys High School. But it is the crew down here in lane 2, Hamilton Boys High School. That is here, Nicholas, Alexander, Mitchell and Sam the Coxswain, coached by Robin Clark. They are currently leading the B final of the boys under 15, Coxed 4. They've got about 300 metres left to travel. They're under some pressure from the white bucket hats of King's College number 2 in lane 5. That's Jack, Hamish, Jack, Frederick and Coxon Sammy. They're coached by Tig Farrick, and they are sitting in 2nd place. But on the inside and the outside, we just see the ratings start to lift. That is Wellington College and Christchurch Boys High School. Christchurch sitting just behind Wellington College. Wellington College have started to ramp it up, trying to put their hands on that 3rd place position just behind King's College. They're just coming through to the final 250 though, Kings and Hamilton Boys. It's pretty even between the two of them as they come into the final sprint. Hamilton Boys have just put their rating up. Kings still sitting at the rating they were. Let's see if they start to spin the handles a little bit more. Christchurch Boys High School in lane 6. They are just there with Wellington College. And look at that sprint from Mount Albert Grammar on the outside. Mount Albert Grammar coming up and trying to get one of those top 2 spots. Let's see if they've got enough lake to do so. We then go back to Timaru Boys High School, Shirley Boys High School and St. Bede's College. King's College go through to the final 100 first. Hamilton Boys in 2nd, and it is Mount Albert Grammar in 3rd. Mount Albert Grammar with the momentum. They've come up over Wellington College and Christchurch Boys High School. They're sitting in 3rd place. Will they take 2nd off Hamilton Boys? With 3 strokes to go though, it will be the boys from King's College. They will take out the B final of the boys under 15-4. Hamilton Boys will cross in 2nd. Mount Albert, what a sprint. They will cross over in 3rd. Wellington College by half a canvas over Christchurch Boys High School. We then go back to lane 7 and lane 3. That'll be Timaru Boys who will finish ahead of Shirley Boys High School before we come back to St. Bede's College number 2. Well, after the B final comes the A final, and they are on the course now. They've just started their race. They're just approaching the first marker buoy there. The first, or it may actually be the first 500. We'll go through the roll call though. In lane 1 is Hamilton Boys High School. Lane 2, Westlake Boys High School. Lane 3, Whanganui Collegiate. Lane 4, Christchurch Boys High School. Lane 5, St. Andrew's College. Lane 6, King's College. Lane 7, St. Bede's College. And in lane 8, Kashmir High School. But from the looks of the screen, it is Westlake Boys High School currently with their nose in front, with Hamilton Boys High School just half a canvas behind them. We're seeing the bows of lanes 4, 5 and 6 starting to edge up. Lane 5 just ahead of lane 6 and lane 6 just ahead of lane 4. So sitting in 3rd at the moment is St. Andrew's College. We then go back to Christchurch Boys High School and King's College before we go out to St. Bede's, Whanganui Collegiate and Kashmir High School. At the moment though, we just see them coming through that 500 metre mark. It does actually look to be the crew in lane 6. That is King's College number 1. King's College are the gold medalists from the North Islands, but they are under some pressure. Look at the lineup of those bows. Lane 6 and lane 5, that is King's College and St Andrews, the North Island gold medalists and the South Island silver medalists, currently battling it out for first place and a hand on the Eric Craze Cup. King's College just with the edge though over St Andrews. We then go back to Christchurch Boys High School in lane 4. Christchurch Boys sitting in third place, but Hamilton Boys High School in lane 1, they're right up there as well. Hamilton Boys High School, they're sitting a canvas ahead of Westlake Boys in lane 2, and Westlake Boys is looking pretty even with St Bede's College, the South Island champions, out in lane 7. We then go back to Whanganui Collegiate, they are sitting just behind St Bede's before we go out to Cashmere High School in lane 8. The lead though, the lead is now with lane 5. So St Andrews College have come up over King's College here as they approach the 1,000 metre mark. St Andrews College sitting in first, and I think the bow of Hamilton Boys High School is just starting to edge in front of the bow of King's College in lane 6. King's College sitting in third, but they are under pressure from Christchurch Boys High School in lane 4. So a bit of a change in positions here as the crews come down to the second 1,000. St Andrews College in lane 5, they're sitting with the lead. St Andrews with their bow out in front. King's College are still there though. There is only a canvas between first and second. Third place also just a canvas back on King's College. That still sits with Christchurch Boys High School. Christchurch Boys are sitting a canvas in front of Hamilton Boys and St Bede's College. Very close there between St Bede's and Hamilton, but it is Hamilton ahead of St Bede's as they come into the second half of the race. We just see the bowman there of St Andrews. That is the leading boat at the moment, and we see the bow of Hamilton Boys starting to creep up on that inside lane. Lane 4 is there as well, Christchurch Boys High School, and the bow of King's College in lane 6. So it is not clear for anyone yet in the A final of the boys under 15 Coxed 4. They're just approaching the 1,250 metre mark, which means there are 750 metres to go in this race. And at the moment, it is being led by St Andrews. They go through now. King's College and Christchurch Boys High School go through almost at the same time. And St Bede's are up over Whanganui Collegiate, but they are just behind Hamilton Boys, who are sitting there in lane 1 and in King's College. But it has been going back and forth all race. And Hamilton Boys out there in lane 1, they're sitting just behind King's College, but they're starting to come up. The bows are surging of lanes 4 and lane 6. King's College now just ahead of Christchurch Boys High School, but there's just a nose in it. Hamilton Boys High School just sitting in 4th place. They'll be trying to come up and challenge Christchurch Boys High School for a medal. St Bede's College in lane 7, they've been left behind a little bit alongside Westlake Boys High School and Whanganui Collegiate, as well as Cashmere High School out in lane 8. But St Andrews College in lane 5, the boys from Christchurch, they've got a canvas over King's College and Christchurch Boys High School. They're still with their nose in front as they come into the final 300 metres. And Hamilton Boys High School in lane 1, they're going too. They're sprinting up on the inside. They are out there in lane 1 challenging for a bronze medal. St Andrews College, St Andrews still with the nose ahead. King still in second. Christchurch Boys High School and Hamilton Boys High School battling it out for third. But Hamilton Boys are currently sitting in 4th place as they come through the 250. The boys from St Andrews, they've been leading and they're being chased down by King's College. There's half a canvas in it between St Andrews and King's College. And here come Christchurch Boys High. Hamilton Boys High School on the inside. They're right up in the mix as well. There's 150 metres to go. This is the A final of the boys under 15 Cox 4. St Andrews have led for most of the race, but here comes King's College. Here comes King's College and Christchurch Boys High School. And don't forget about Hamilton Boys High School on the inside. There are only 3 medals to go and there are 4 crews in contention. Who will take it out? King's College with the edge over St Andrews. King's College have the edge over St Andrews. St Andrews sitting in second and Boys High sitting in third. King's College with the canvas. There's 2 strokes to go. It'll go to King's College. St Andrews in second. Oh, and Christchurch Boys High School, I think, on the line. What a race there. Hamilton Boys High School will cross over just in 4th place over Wanganui Collegiate before we go out to St Bede's College. St Bede's will finish just ahead of Westlake Boys, who finish half a canvas in front of Cashmere High School. What a race there from the boys from King's College, St Andrews, Boys High and Hamilton Boys High. We'll wait for the results to come through to give you the margins, but congratulations go to King's College. They will take home the Eric Craze Cup. Okay, so the win goes to King's College. We knew that. We'll just wait for the times to be confirmed, but I believe King's College went through with a time of 6 minutes and... So King's College in a time of 6.50.75, second to St Andrews, and bronze to Christchurch Boys High School. Christchurch Boys High by 0.16 of a second over Hamilton Boys High School. What a race though. Congratulations to all the finalists. Okay, once again, we are looking for a owner of a white Toyota hatchback, QMQ569. You are still blocking cars from being able to leave the domain. So if you own a white Toyota, someone's looked in the car, it's a document mentioning Nigel Dawson. If anyone knows who that is, or might know who that is, please get them to move their car. Once again, QMQ567, a white Toyota hatchback. You are parked up by the gate 2 left side, blocking the exit point for cars. Okay, so just an update on the points trophy for you. For the Star Trophy, which is the overall champion school, at the moment the lead sits with King's College. King's College have 32 points. Rangiruru sitting in second, they've got 27, and Wakatipu High School are sitting in third. To the Executive Trophy, that is King's College as well, that is the top sweep school. They're currently sitting there, Rangiruru in second, and for the President's Skull, which is the top sculling school at the moment, that is with Wakatipu High School, Whanganui High School sitting in second, and St. Peter's School sitting in third. On the course now, the B final of the girls under 17 double sculls. This event is sponsored by Top Notch Calves. In lane 1, we have Hillcrest High School. Lane 2, Gisborne Girls High School. Lane 3, Burnside High School. Lane 4, Mount Albert Grammar. Lane 5, Whanganui High School. Lane 6, Glendowie College. Lane 7, Pukekohe High School. And in lane 8, Craighead Diocesan. Looking out to lanes 3 and lanes 5, though, that is Burnside High School and Whanganui High School. They look to be leading the B final of the girls under 17 double sculls. We then go into lane 4, Mount Albert Grammar. Mount Albert are sitting just back on Burnside in lane 3 before we go out to lane 6. That is Glendowie College and Pukekohe High School out in lane 7, jostling for a place there. Lanes 1 and lanes 2, Hillcrest High School and Gisborne Girls High School. Hillcrest with the edge over Gisborne Girls High School before we go out to Craighead Diocesan in lane 8. But it is the crew in lane 3, that is Jessica Rankin and Melissa Irvine from Burnside High School down in Christchurch. They look to be leading the charge here in the B final of the girls under 17 double sculls. We then have from Whanganui High School, Te Atakura and Ruby, coached by Alan Luff and Dave Dudley. Now, we've just seen them on the podium for the boys double, and we'll see what the girls under 17 double can do as they come into the final 500 metres. Sitting in between them, though, from Mount Albert Grammar, Emma Curnow and Lila Martin. They are sitting there just behind Kiana and Annabelle from Glendowie College in lane 6. But it looks like Katie and Alexis from Pukekohe High School are just trying to come up over them and into a top 2 position. We then go out to Craighead Diocesan before we come into Gisborne Girls High School and Hillcrest High School on the 2 inside lanes. So all crews now are through the 1500 metre mark, so less than 500 metres to go, and it is still the girls in lane 3 from Burnside, Jessica Rankin and Melissa Irvine. They are coached by Christina Blackford and Rob Mates. They're sitting out there in the lead in lane 3. They've got a little bit of pressure from Whanganui High Schools, Te Atakura and Ruby in lane 5. Whanganui sitting in second. They are sitting just ahead of Mount Albert Grammar. Mount Albert Grammar still in third. We then go out to lane 6 and 7, Glendowie College and Pukekohe High School. They've been side by side for most of the second half of this race, but it does look like Glendowie College just have the edge over Pukekohe. Down here to lane 1 and lane 2, they are going stroke for stroke here on the inside. That is Hillcrest High School and Gisborne Girls High School, but it is Gisborne with the edge over Hillcrest before we go out to Craighead Diocesan in lane 8. But the girls from Burnside, Jessica and Melissa, They've been leading for most of this race. They've got 150 metres to go. Whanganui High School looking to come up and try and take that first spot from them. Mount Albert Grammar sitting solidly in third place with a bit of a challenge from Glendowie College there in lane 6 as they come into the final 100 metres. Oh, but I think it might be Whanganui High School. Whanganui High School coming up over Burnside High School here as they come into the final 100 metres. This is the B final of the girls under 17 double sculls, and Whanganui High School's Te Atakura and Ruby have taken the lead off Burnside's Jessica and Melissa as they come into the final 3 strokes. It'll be the girls from Whanganui High School in lane 5. Whanganui will take it with half a boat length over Burnside. Burnside will cross in second place ahead of Mount Albert Grammar School. We'll then go out to Glendowie College in lane 6, who will finish ahead of Gisborne Girls High School. We then go back to Pukekohe High School, who finished just ahead of Hillcrest, and Craighead Diocesan will round out the B final. We're into the A.
Well done.
What would you like to do?
You kick it
I'll
off.
do the roll call.
You do the roll
Okay.
call. And,
So
I'll be old fashioned. You can call it from there until I come in about sort of 1,000 to 500. And then I can sort of look at it and pick, a bit like you, I'll pick it up from there if I can.
okay, we are straight into the A final of the girls under 17 double sculls, and we do have a guest commentator up here who is helping me out for this final. We'll go through the roll call first. In lane 1, St Hilda's Collegiate. Lane 2, Villa Maria College. Lane 3, St Paul's Collegiate. Lane 4, Dunstan High School. Lane 5, Wakatipu High School. Lane 6, Iona College. Lane 7, Hodaki Plains. And in lane 8, James Hargest. But it is a battle there between St Paul's, Dunstan and Hodaki Plains as we see the boats in the second 500. They're just approaching the 1,000 metre mark, but it is the girls from St Paul's Collegiate. That is Olivia Waddell and Zara Brangwyn. They have the edge over Dunstan High School there. We can see there's about a canvas in it. Maybe just under a canvas if you're watching on the screen there, but don't discount the girls from Hodaki Plains College. That is Taylor Gibbs and Paige Tavita Williams. They are sitting right up there with them as well. So all 3 boats are coming down on the 1,000 metre mark out there, and it is the girls from St Paul's Collegiate in the lead, Dunstan High School in second, Hodaki Plains College in third. We then go back to Wakatipu High School. Wakatipu with half a boat length over Iona College. Iona College sitting a canvas in front of Villa Maria College in lane 2 before we go out to James Hargest and St Hilda's Collegiate. Sitting in the lead, though, it is still with St Paul's Collegiate, Olivia and Zara. They've been sculling well all season, but they're under a challenge here from Ruby Smith and Bella Breen. Dunstan High School now neck and neck with the girls from St Paul's. It is Bowball for Bowball, and it is Dunstan starting to come through with a bit of a move here as they go through the 1,000 metre mark. Dunstan High School, now it's back to St Paul's, back to Dunstan, and Hodaki Plains still sitting in third, but Dunstan are moving. Dunstan are going to move through that 1,000 metre mark, and they're in first place just over St Paul's Collegiate. Hodaki Plains are going with them as well. Sitting in fourth, Wakatipu High School. Wakatipu still sitting half a boat length ahead of Iona College. Iona College currently in a battle with Villa Maria College in lane 2. St Hilda's Collegiate just about half a boat length down on them, and James Hargest out in lane 8 even with them.
Oh, Maxine, thank you. In the middle of the course, as Maxine's called out, is Dunstan and Wakatipu. They seem to have laid down the challenge to the rest of the crew. Villa Maria College in lane 2, thereabouts. They've got some work to do. St Paul's Collegiate in lane 3. They're in there with a chance too. They're right on the hip of Dunstan, of the girls from Dunstan. Dropping a little back a little bit is Wakatipu. Iona College is up there. These are the Ritchie girls from Hawke's Bay. Exciting young sisters. They're in with a chance. They were a silver medalist in the North Island Championships recently. And look out there wide at Hauraki Plains College. Hauraki Plains College are in with a chance. James Hargest College have drifted back out of the firing line, if you like. But they're coming towards the 1,500 metre mark. This is where, as Maxine says, the pain cave, I think you called it, Maxine. But it is still Wakatipu and Dunstan. Am I calling this right, Maxine? St Paul's Collegiate are there too. 3 and 4, lanes 3 and 4. But you'd have to call Dunstan having a good grasp on this final. There's a final of the girls' double sculls. They approach the 1500 metre mark. It's Dunstan out in front. Who's going to stay with them on the inside? St Paul's Collegiate or thereabouts. Drifting away right back is Wakatipu. So too is Iona College. They've got to keep in touch if they want to be in with a shake. Look at Hauraki Plains. Hauraki Plains could be the dark horse in lane 17. They're coming through the 1500 metres. 500 metres to go. This is where it counts, and it is still Dunstan. Dunstan leading the charge, right on their hip. St Paul's Collegiate are not lying down. Villa College have got work to do, and so too is St Hilda's in lane 1. But it is all Dunstan. Dunstan in lane 4 have led from way to go, but look at the girls out wide. The Hauraki Plains girls, they're coming home with a wet sail. Up to the 1500 metre mark. I called it a bit early before. No, the 1750 metre mark we're coming up to, but it is Dunstan. Still on the hip. St Paul's Collegiate out wide. Hauraki Plains. But it's all the girls from Dunstan. Ruby Smith, Bella Breen with a coach, Simon Smith. She'll be screeching at these girls to keep the momentum up. What are they rating at, Maxine? What would you say, about 32, 34? And it's all Dunstan. They've led from way to go. And Wakatipu are mounting a challenge for that silver. But it is Hauraki Plains out wide who could be into the silver. On the inside, coming again is St Paul's Collegiate. But it is the Dunstan girls. The girls from Lake Dunstan. All the way. The last few hundred metres. And look, coming again is St Paul's Collegiate. They've been their biggest challenger. Hauraki Plains. Wakatipu. Wakatipu coming up. Wakatipu in lane 5. But it is all Dunstan. And look at the girls inside Dunstan. Wakatipu. Dunstan. St Paul's Collegiate. Dunstan will take it out. Yes, they do. St Paul's Collegiate second. You're going to have to call the rest home, Maxine.
Wakatipu with the sprint through Hauraki Plains there in the last 500. They've taken the bronze out of their hands. What a sprint there. Sorry, goes to Hauraki Plains College. Bit of commiserations there. They were sitting in third. Villa Maria finish just ahead of Iona College in lane 6 before we come down to... Oh, it's going to be very close on the line, but it will be the girls from St Hilda's who will finish just ahead of James Hargis College. Thank you very much, David, for your guest commentary today.
My pleasure, Maxine, but you're a hard act to follow.
We now have a changeover of commentator. We will be welcoming Kirsty back to the microphone. Kirsty will take you through to the end of the day. Thanks, Maxine. Congratulations to those 3 medalists and the girls under 17 double, in particular to the Dunstan High School double. Congratulations. And in particular to my dear friend Simon. Well done. You nailed that one. Dunstan take the gold. Silver goes to St Paul's Collegiate and the bronze goes to Wakatipu High School. Then we go back to Hauraki Plains, Villa Maria, Iona College, St Hilda's and James Hargis. That will round out the 8 crews in the girls under 17 double. We will move next to the boys under 17 quad, then the boys under 17 quad A final, under 18 novice 4, and then we start heading down towards the end of the day. So super excited for these under 18 8s a little bit later as they start to get ready to meet for their race.
So congratulations to the boys on the dais there and to their coaches. All right, we're getting ready now for the B final in the boys under 17 Coxed quadruple sculls. This event sponsored by Top Tier Trailers. We'll be looking for Whakatane High School number 1, Maclean's College, Christchurch Boys, Auckland Grammar, Glendowie College, Cambridge High School, Gisborne Boys High School, and St. Peter's School out of Cambridge. These guys are racing at the moment. We will bring that B final to you, and then of course that will be followed by the A final. And after this event, we move to event number 47, which will be the girls under 18 Novice Cox 4. We're starting to head down towards the end of the day at the moment, and in about 10 minutes time, the boys and girls under 18 8s will be getting ready to meet for their crew talks. And then once they get on the water, it will be game on. We'll be starting to get ready for the big ones. So, photo opportunities down there at the middle dais, but out on the water is the B final of this boys under 17 Coxed quadruple sculls. We just saw Dunstan take out the girls 17 double. Six has started quite well out there. Lane 6 is Cambridge High School, the local team. So going with Cambridge High School, Gisborne Boys, and we come back down on the inside. Maclean's College have started well, and inside of them is Whakatane High School as well. Boys under 17 Cox quadruple sculls B final, and then from there the A finalists will be going into the blocks. And we'll be keeping a close eye on Whanganui High School, Wakatipu and St Paul's Collegiate in particular as we look for the 17 quad. So good work here in the B final as they come down towards the 1,000 metre mark. Still looking really good out there. Cambridge High School, the local team that train on this lake every day. Louis, Caden, Jack, Charlie and Maddie Peacock is the coxswain. This crew coached by Josh and Kerry. And the boys under 17 Cox quadruple sculls are sponsored by Top Tier Trailers. St Paul's Collegiate are the North Island champions in this event. They are featuring in lane 5 in the A final. The South Island champions, Wakatipu High School, are in lane 3 of the A final. So both the top tier crews from a couple of weeks ago featuring in the A final there. And then we are also looking for Francis Douglas. They were the silver medalists up north. They're out there in lane 7. We look for Christchurch Boys High School, not in that A final there. John McGlashan, not there either, and Whanganui High School in lane 4. So action-packed here in the A finalists for the boys under 17 quad. Out in front of us is still this B final coming down towards the 750. Just starting to see a really big push now coming from that lane number 3. Lane 3 is Christchurch Boys High School, the boys that got silver at the South Island Secondary Schools a couple of weeks ago. So no surprise they're leading this B final at the moment by clear water. Ricky, Jamie, Jack, Cameron and Blake Robson is the coxswain. This crew coached by Tim and Scott. From Christchurch Boys High School, we'd still go over to Cambridge High School, come back inside of them would be Glendowie College. Right down in lane number 2 is Maclean's College, and out there also tracking quite well would be out there in lane 7 Gisborne Boys trying to get a push on as well. Right, the crew's still lining up for the A final, event 46. due to kick off at 2:50. That is the boys under 17 quad. The boys looking pretty calm there at the moment, so I wouldn't say they've had their 2-minute warning yet, but we'll go to that A final shortly. So down we come towards the last 250, the B final in the boys under 17 Coxed quadruple sculls. And Christchurch boys coming home fast. So are Cambridge High School. Inside of Cambridge High School is Glendowie College. Inside of them is Auckland Grammar. Then we come out to Gisborne boys, back into Maclean's College, over to St. Peter's School and back to Whakatane High School. Down they come inside the 250. Christchurch Boys High School now under threat from Cambridge High School. The local boys that train here every day, Glendowie College going with Cambridge as they come to the 100. They go through this time now. So Christchurch Boys can still win this. They could still pick the speed final up. But Cambridge are flying and going with them at Glendowie. Who's going to take out the B final of their 17 quad? The three crews go together to the line. They are locked together as they come to the line. Who's going to take it out? Watch on the line. Watch. Oh my goodness. I'm pretty sure Christchurch Boys might have got third. It's going to be Cambridge or Glendowie that took it out. Epic finish in the under 17 quad B final. Well done to those boys. Very, very keen to see how this is going to end up. If it's that exciting in the B final, goodness knows what it's going to be like when we get to the A very shortly. And we're underway in the A final of the boys under 17 Coxed quadruple sculls. They're out of the blocks, nice and clean. Very, very swift start there from St. Paul's Collegiate in lane number 5. Tyler, Caleb, George, Gus and Hugh. George Benjamin is in that crew. He won the single scull yesterday morning, event number 1. That brand new shiny white single scull is going home with him to St. Paul's Collegiate. And this young man is sitting in the 2-seat, I believe, of the St. Paul's boat in the under 17 quad, and they've gone out to 1 length clear already. These young men haven't settled down onto their race beat yet. Everybody else chasing in a line as St. Paul's Collegiate go for clear water in the early stages of this under 17 quad A final at the Maadi Regatta, sponsored by Top Tier Trailers. Boy, oh boy, that is a very, very quick start from these boys. Maybe a bit of George Benjamin's success is rubbing off here. We then go back inside marginally to silver at the moment would be Wakatipu High School, the South Island champions in lane number 3. They've only got half a canvas over Whanganui High School, who are the bronze medalists up north. So currently, as it stands, as they come down to the 500, that's your gold, silver, bronze. There is the St. Paul's crew. And there's the champion from the under 17 single in that boat, George Benjamin. He came home with the gold in event number 1 yesterday morning here at Lake Karapiro. And they just look like they're extending out a bit here. St. Paul's Collegiate looking pretty magnificent with the aerial shot there as we look down on the front leading crew. They have blown this field apart in the first 700 metres of this A final. We look for silver and bronze at the moment. It's a quarter of a canvas still to Wakatipu, but Whanganui High School are really pushing hard. Trying to go with them is lane number 6, that's Wellington College. Wellington College had Harry Kavanagh in there. He was in the under 17 single final as well. Whanganui High School, Bryn, Achilles, Josh, Nikki and Lauren Davies. And the Wakatipu crew of Jasper, McKellar, Max, Ollie and Cameron Hall is the coxswain.
Right, it's still only half a canvas for silver and bronze between Wakatipu and Whanganui High School, but pushing out to a clear length and 3/4 now is this crew from St. Paul's Collegiate. Then we go down on the inside, we have Hauraki Plains College, Otago Boys High School. Then we go over to Wellington College. Then we go over to Francis Douglas and St. John's from Hamilton. You are looking at silver and bronze on the live stream at the moment. These two Coxons locked together as they come down to the 1K. St. Paul's are through. Wakatipu and the crew beside them, Whanganui High School, are through now. Then we go outside of them to Wellington College. We come back into Otago Boys number 2, Hauraki Plains, and then we go over to Francis Douglas and St. John's. We are into the 3rd quarter of the boys under 17 quad, and St. Paul's Collegiate are striding out now. They're spreading their wings and starting to row away with this A final. This is exceptional sculling from these young men from Hamilton, and obviously extremely well coached by Charlie Rogerson and Bruce Jones, a very, very experienced coaching team with those boys out of St. Paul's Collegiate. So they are starting to extend now. Right, this is the biggest move we've seen for silver and bronze, and it's coming from Whanganui High School. So get down there if you want to support Bryn, Achilles, Josh, Nikki and Lauren Davies, because they have just gone out to 1 seat really over Wakatipu. That's all it is as we come down through the 750. Boys under 17 quad are starting to get ready for their wind on the way home. The Coxons will be preparing them as they get down to the last 500. And this is St. Paul's Collegiate to win now. They should hold on to this. Wakatipu High School are the current champions in this event from 2024. But at the moment, they are sitting in the bronze medal position with a big move now coming from the boys from Wellington. What can Wellington College do? Here comes Wellington. The Coxon, Reese Griffiths, is climbing into his team. This is a magnificent move coming from Wellington. Oh, they're putting Wakatipu under all sorts of pressure now as we come down to the 500. St. Paul's Collegiate are sitting out in the gold medal position. Down they come towards the last 500 and they're striding away. They are really teaching these other boats how to row the under 17 quad. And St. Paul's Collegiate are looking magnificent as they head towards a gold medal and the New Zealand Championship title. Now we've got a race on our hands for silver and bronze. We have Wellington College, we have Wakatipu, and we have Whanganui High School. Whanganui sitting in the silver. What can Wellington do? Are Wellington going to bring it home? We come back down on the inside to Hauraki Plains, Otago Boys, Francis Douglas and St. John's on the outside. We come down towards the 250 and St. Paul's Collegiate are about to go through. I'm not interested in that at the moment. I want to see who goes through for silver. I'm watching those barrel walls as they come down for silver. Oh my goodness, it's Wellington. Wellington College are flying out there. Are they going to hold on to the silver medal? Where are the Wellington supporters? St. Paul's, get the flags up. This is extraordinary from your boys. St. Paul's Collegiate, what a magnificent quad this is. Down to the 100, St. Paul's Collegiate, 2 lengths clear now. Now we're looking for silver. Here they come through. Oh, here comes Whanganui. Wellington sitting in second, Whanganui in third. Then we go over to lane number 7 now. Francis Douglas having a go. Watching the finish line as they come over, St. Paul's Collegiate, 2025 New Zealand champions. Well done, boys. Congratulations, St. Paul's Collegiate. We're watching for silver as they come to the line. Oh my God, it's so close. It's at Wellington. Wellington and Whanganui. Wellington and Whanganui back to Wakatipu. I think that is second and third as we come to the line. Congratulations, what an epic win from Wellington College. Michelle, I don't know what your heart rate is, but that was pretty sensational stuff for the boys from Wellington College. Well done, Caleb and Jacob, the coaches out of that team. And the crew from Wellington College, Tom, Pierce, Harry and Ollie. Reese Griffiths is the coxswain. Then we've got the silver, we've got the bronze for Whanganui High School, Bryn, Achilles, Josh and Nikki. Lauren Davies is the coxswain, and of course the New Zealand champions are St. Paul's Collegiate, Tyler, Caleb, George, Gus and Hugh Trower. So George Benjamin, double gold to that young man, under 17 quad, under 17 single, and he could even have another medal. I don't know what he got in the under, I don't know if he's in that 17 double, I'd have to have a look. But an epic result there for St. Paul's Collegiate. Congratulations. Just confirmation there, St Paul's Collegiate home in gold, 6:22.24. Wellington College in silver, 6:30.12. And 0.34 seconds back is Whanganui High School in bronze. So you can see the Maadi Cup swap in full swing down there. We're going to move shortly to the girls under 18 Novice Cox 4, sponsored by the University of Waikato, the B and the A final. Then the boys under 18 Novice Cox quadruple sculls. I'd like to take this moment to welcome a lot of the alumni from Westlake Boys High School. I know that there's, thank you, I know there's a lot of support out there for the Westlake Boys Senior 8, and it's wonderful to see all those boys that have rode in the under 18 8 in the past years for Westlake Boys High School here supporting their number one team this afternoon at 4:50. So wonderful to see the alumni from Westlake Boys here, and indeed probably from around the country for the other 8s that will be represented, the girls and the boys 8s, a little bit later. Right, back on the track now. We have the next event, and the next event is the Girls Under 18 Novice Cox 4B Final. These ladies have travelled about 500, 600 metres. We're looking for lane number 1's Columba College, lane 2 Westlake Girls High School, lane 3 Craighead Diocesan, lane 4 is Avonside Girls High School, lane 5 Rangiruru Girls School number 2, lane 6 is Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton, lane 7 Diocesan School for Girls number 1, lane 8 Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton number 2. And in the B final at the moment, Rangiruru number 2 are leading this race home. Addie, Jasmine, Martha, Bo and Charlie White. This crew is coached by Bella Murray, and they are sitting out in front of the B final. This event sponsored by the University of Waikato, so thank you for looking after this event, the Girls Under 18 Novice Cox 4. The current title holders for this event is St Margaret's College, and St Margaret's are featuring in the A final of this event in lane number 6, which will be kicking off at 3:10 in about another 4 minutes. So looking forward to seeing how this comes down the track. But out in front of us is currently on the course the B final of the Girls Under 18 Novice Cox 4. The A final champions will receive the Gill Trophy for girls, and as I said before, the current title holder from last year, St Margaret's College. So out in front of us still is lane number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is still Rangiruru Girls School number 2. They are still leading the B final. Come back down to lane number 3, Craighead Diocesan. Also Avonside Girls are travelling well out there in lanes 3 and 4. So great footage there of the B final coming down towards the last 750. It's still Rangiruru leading this over lane number 3, which is Craighead Diocesan. We also have travelling quite well lane number 2, Westlake Girls High School. And out there is Sacred Heart Girls from Hamilton as well. They'd be back a fraction on Diocesan School for Girls. Come back down lane number 1, travelling well also, which is Columba College. The A final just backing the last couple of crews into the blocks. Lanes 7 and 8 just going in. Lanes 1 and 6 are attached already, ready to go in the A final of the Girls Under 18 Novice Coxed 4. Current title holders, St Margaret's College. Are they going to retain this cup, or is it going to change hands? And if it does change hands, who's it going to go to? Okay, down they come towards the last 500 metres. Beautiful conditions here out on the lake for these young, new rowers to our sport. And at the moment, Rangiruru and Columba, 2 crews out of the South Island, Christchurch and Dunedin, travelling very well indeed. This Rangiruru crew of Addie, Jasmine, Martha, Bo and Charlie White. Down in lane number 1, Columba College, Charlotte, Jessica, Devon, Lucy and Hannah. And the crew is coached from Columba by Emily and Isabella. So great scenes here in the B finals. It comes to a close. Columba College looking fantastic here as they come down towards the last 100, and Rangiruru holding on for second. Westlake Girls High School will be third. Right, we have the A final on the track now. The girls under 18 Novice Cox 4 are out of the blocks and settling into their work, and it's the red and white from St Margaret's. They are out in front here in the early stages of this girls under 18 Novice Cox 4. St Margaret's are the South Island champions from a couple of weeks ago, so showing true form here as they start to spread out and settle down onto their race pace. St Margaret's College out of Christchurch have got the early lead here in the girls under 18 Novice Cox 4. We will come to and from them as we look for silver and bronze at the moment, and we will be looking at Christchurch Girls High School. They are going really well. And then just inside of them is Rangiruru Girls School number 1. The North Island champions, Hamilton Girls High School, are down there in lane number 3. They are back a fraction at the moment, so your gold, silver, bronze currently are sitting with St Margaret's College, the current title holders of this event. Then we come to inside of them and we look at Christchurch Girls High School number 2. We go back a canvas on them, it's Waikato Diocesan and Hamilton Girls High School. Then we come out to Epsom Girls Grammar and Mount Albert Grammar out there as well. Let's look as they settle down into this second 500, and these girls are starting to roll away with this now. It's looking pretty good for St Margaret's to do a back-to-back from 2024 to 2025 here. So this is fantastic rowing from these young ladies in the Novice Cox 4. Fleur, Sadie, Izzy, Isabella and Sarah Farrell is the coxswain. And that is the look that we are getting of the silver and bronze battle at the moment, because gold is on its way home. We are looking at silver currently with Christchurch Girls High School in lane number 4. So this is Mia, Lily, Lola, Millie and Georgetta Heller. Coaches Grace and Sophie, they've done a great job with these girls. Sitting in the bronze medal currently is Rangiruru number 1, Georgia, Lily, Bo, Zoe and Phoebe. And as we look towards these crews heading down to the 1,000 metre mark, it's good news for St Margaret's. They have spread out here, and these girls have put quite a margin on the field for novice rowing. This is going to be hard to catch. It's really tough for Novice to bring in a lead like this when these girls are powering away in the second 500 to the 1K mark with nearly a 2-length distance here. They may be taking this trophy back home to Christchurch if they keep this up. Down to the 1K they come, they're through. Easy first place, look at that. They're pushing out to nearly 3 lengths now. Then we go back to Christchurch Girls High School. They have got half a length over Rangiruru, so this could be a gold, silver, bronze to the South Island at the moment as we come into the third 500 of the girls under 18 Novice Cox 4, kindly sponsored by the University of Waikato. Down these girls come, fantastic rowing for novices. You can see lane number 3, they're desperately trying to put themselves into a medal position. That's the local girls, Hamilton Girls High School. They won the gold medal a couple of weeks ago, but they're sitting in 4th place at the moment. Christchurch Girls still sitting in silver, Rangiruru sitting in bronze, and way out in front is St Margaret's in red and white. We better see a lot of St Margaret's girls going down at the water, because this is a fantastic row for a novice crew. This is pretty special and very, very well coached from the crew of coaches out there, including the whole team looking after these young novices. I would say beautiful, beautiful rowing. That is not novice rowing to me. That is very, very skilled sweeping for novices. So well done to St Margaret's, putting on a display about how to row a Novice Cox 4 here at the 2025 Maadi Cup, and that deserves a real special mention as they come down towards the 500. As I mentioned about 3 or 4 minutes ago, I don't want to jinx it for the parents out there, but I reckon that's going to be almost impossible to catch. I'm going to put it out there. They are going to go all the way with this. But really good move now coming. Oh, look at that. The Dawn Cup 2021. What a beautiful name for a boat. Christchurch Girls High School soaring through for silver, and they are looking super strong here as they come down towards the 500. They've put themselves into silver. Let's see who's looking for that bronze medal. Is it going to be Rangiruru? Can Hamilton Girls do anything? That's your gold, silver, bronze. It's all South Island at the moment. There goes St Margaret's, the only team inside the 500. Then we're looking for silver now. That's going to be the crew inside of them. It is going to be Christchurch Girls, Rangiruru, and now we start to see Hamilton Girls finally trying to do something. Are they going to roll over the top of Rangiruru as we come down towards the 250? St Margaret's are sewing this up. They're putting the name on this trophy. I reckon they're going to be taking it home. These girls are going to take out the Guild Trophy for girls yet again for 2025. Beautiful conditions here on Lake Karapiro as St Margaret's come down to the 250. The red and white is storming home. We go to Christchurch Girls for silver, and then we've got a race on our hands for bronze. It's still half a length to Rangiruru out of Christchurch. Hamilton Girls High School currently sitting in fourth. St Margaret's down to the 250 now. They're through. Then we're looking for Christchurch Girls going through. They're not even close yet. They're not going through yet. St Margaret's are on their own in the yellow boys. We look for Christchurch Girls now. Then we look for third place. It's going to be now Rangiruru and then Hamilton Girls now. So Rangiruru have gone out to 3/4 of a length now over Hamilton Girls High School. Here come the 2025 champions. St Margaret's are coming through to the 100. They have absolutely annihilated the field. 200 metres out of the start. They slot the shinks. They used the slingshot and they bolted out to a clear lead here. 100 to go, St Margaret's. What an epic performance in the Novice 4. That is a fantastic row from you. Christchurch Girls High School, awesome effort for you to pick up the silver as it stands at the moment. And then we've got this race on our hands for bronze. Here comes Hamilton Girls. What can they do? Rangiruru are under threat for the bronze. Here we go, down to the line. Hamilton Girls are flying. St Margaret's champions for 2025. Well done, ladies. Silver is absolutely going to go to Christchurch Girls. Oh my God, watch the finish. Who's going to get the bronze? Oh! Okay, I'm going to lay it on the line. I'm going to say it was Rangiruru. I reckon they got it. But, let's wait till it's official. Okay, last couple of crews. Waikato's Artisan coming down, Epsom Girls. And then down on the inside is Christchurch Girls as well, their number one crew. Well done for getting into the A final, 2 crews in that Novice Cox 4. We do need to see who picked up that bronze there. That was super close. We do know that the champions are St Margaret's once again. We know silver went to Christchurch Girls, and we await the result of that bronze medal. All right, stay tuned for that bronze medal. We're just waiting for the official result to come through. There'll be a couple of schools that will be desperately waiting for that that result. All right, official result is through for the crowd down in the grandstand. Gold medal goes to St Margaret's, silver goes to Christchurch Girls, and by 0.05 of a second, the bronze medal has gone to Rangiruru. Okay, if anyone's interested in the Star Trophy, as it stands at the moment, leading on 32 points for the Star Trophy is King's College. Sitting in second on 28 points is Rangiruru. And sitting in third is Wakatipu High School on 23. The next two for 4th and 5th, St Margaret's College and St Paul's Collegiate. All right, the next event on our program is the boys under 18 novice Coxed quadruple sculls. I've got one too many here on my page. Let me just swing back. The B final, of course, is on the track at the moment. The A final of this event due to kick off at 3:30. And I can tell you in another 10 minutes or so, the boys and girls under 18-8s will be deep into their discussions about how they're going to put their hands on one of these trophies. We are looking at the B final of the girls under 18 novice Coxed quadruple sculls. This event currently sponsored by the University of Waikato. We have St Thomas of Canterbury in lane hang on a minute, one moment please, wrong team. We have got Columba, raced in there, we got Hamilton girls. Squad. So we got St Thomas of Canterbury, Auckland Grammar, St Paul's Collegiate, Maclean's College, John McGlashan, Lindisfarne College, Christ College number 1, and Mount Aspiring College number 1 in lane 8. That's the B final for the boys under 18 novice Coxed quadruple sculls. These crews are at the 500 gone. Crews on the outside travelling quite well. Lindisfarne and Christ College are going quite well in the early stages here of the boys under 18 novice Coxed quad. Also looking at lane number 3 now, St Paul's Collegiate just starting to do a bit of a move. Charlie Seath is the coxswain there. He has just asked his boys to do a bit of a move and try and go with Auckland Grammar number 2. But at the moment, Lindisfarne looking pretty good. Charlie, Angus, Ashton, Noah and Eden Novak, the coxswain. Lindisfarne doing some good work out there in lane number 6 in the B final of the boys under 18 novice Coxed quadruple sculls. The current title holders of this event from 2024, Whanganui High School, and it looks like they are in lane number 8 in the A final, which will be due to start at 3:10. Not 3:10, 3:30, Kirsty. We've gone past 3:10. All right, so out in front of us, Lindisfarne. Can they hang on here? Lane number 8 going really well as well. And that is the crew on the outside, Mount Aspiring College, just starting to do some work here. So fantastic racing here in the B final of the boys under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls. These guys going super well, and good to see some support down there for the lads on the down near the finish line here as we watch them charge down through the 1K. They're into that third 500 now. Lindisfarne now coming under pressure from 1 and 4, St Thomas at Canterbury and Maclean's College. This is the boys under 18 novice Cox quad, sponsored by the University of Waikato. Let's see how they're going. I'll just have to put some binoculars on them because we don't have the live stream currently sitting on them. Also on the far side, Mount Aspiring College starting to do some big strokes there. Tyler McKenzie, Douglas Lachlan and Emily Hunt is the coxswain. This crew coached by Rob Bruce. So down they come towards the 750. They are through. We're looking at some good work from St Thomas at Canterbury. We're looking at good work from Lindisfarne. And over on the far side is Mount Aspiring College as the A final start to attach to the blocks up there. And we get good to go. We're just waiting for lanes 7 and 8 to lock on. And then we'll be underway shortly in the A final of this Novice Cox quad. The lineup there on your live stream: Waitaki Boys High School, King's College, Timaru Boys, St Peter's 1 and 2. That's a darn good effort to get in the middle lanes of the A final. Jeepers. St Peter's College in lane 6, Wakatipu High School in 7, and last year's title holders Whanganui High School out there in lane number 8. B final down to the 500 now, and we're looking at either end of the course. We have got lane number 1, St Thomas of Canterbury. Lane 6 is Lindisfarne College. Lane 8 is Mount Aspiring. Into Christ College, down to Auckland Grammar 2. And also John McGlashan and Maclean's trying to push up as well. St Paul's Collegiate sitting back there in about 6th as we come down towards the 250. Can Lindisfarne hold on here? There's some good support for the Lindisfarne boys out there, so make sure they can hear you as they storm down towards the 250. I'd love to see Lindisfarne win this. It'll be good to be able to read them out, and let's see if they can hold off St Thomas at Canterbury as they come to the 250 in the B final of the boys under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls. Watching those bell walls as they come to the 250 and they go through now. And now, right, so Lindisfarne's leading it. Lindisfarne's got the lead as they come into the 250 of the boys under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls. So it's the boys in white and red. Then we come down to St Thomas at Canterbury. We go alongside of them to Auckland Grammar. We go over the outside now and we see Christ College starting to move. Come back inside to Maclean's College. We're due to get underway any minute in the A final, but this is great because we can spend some time with these B final boys. And what a great effort from Lindisfarne down to the 100. They come, they go through this time now. Then we're looking for second now is St Thomas. Third is Christ College, and going with them is John McGlashan. Down to the line we come in the B final of the boys under 18 novice Cox quad, and it's going to be Lindisfarne. They're going to win it. Well done, guys. Another 4 strokes. Keep your head in the boat. Don't look out. And they take it out. Well done, guys. Back to St Thomas in second, and then that third, oh my goodness, it's on the outside to Christ College. Okay, let's go up to the A final. Great racing in the B final there. Fantastic effort from those boys. And we're underway. The A final is underway in the boys under 18 novice Cox quad. Current champions are the Whanganui High School team from 2024. As mentioned before, we got Waitaki boys, King's College, Timaru boys going out fast, St. Peter's number 1. Alongside them, their teammates are St. Peter's number 2. Then we've got St. Peter's College. God, are you trying to confuse me? 3 St. Peter's side by side. Then we go to Wakatipu High School and out to Whanganui High School. But no doubt about the leaders early doors here. There's St. Peter's number 1, Matt, Josh, Bradley, Matthias, Jade Noonan is the coxswain, and the crew is coached by Joseph and Leon. So it's St. Paul's Collegiate number 1. And then we are looking for silver. We'll probably go 3 over from them. And it's Wakatipu High School. Wakatipu looking really good here as they lengthen out onto their work. Flynn, Liam, Zebby and Bella Noten, coached by Ashton and Mia is this Wakatipu crew. Then we come down to King's College, the white bucket hats. Boy, oh boy, what a 2 days this Kings team have had as they fight for a medal here in the boys under 18 novice Cox quad. St. Peter's number 1 so fast, they're about to disappear off our screen. That's St. Peter's number 1 to the right of your picture as they come down through the 500. We look for silver and we go to Wakatipu. We look for bronze and it's the teammates from St. Peter's. How cool is that? St. Peter's number 2 sitting in bronze as it stands at the moment. Then we go over to Whanganui High School out there in lane number 8. We come back down to King's College and Timaru boys. That's a look at the leading crew at the moment. Jeepers, they're flipping big for Novice. Look at the size of them. No wonder they're miles out in front. That's St. Peter's School number 1. Ned, where are they? Ned. No, Matt. Let's try that again. Matt, Josh, Bradley, Matthias, and Jade Noonan. Jeepers, what a crew that is. They are flying out there as they come down in the second 500 and at St. Peter's School number 1 with a couple of lengths lead here over this challenge from Wakatipu High School in silver. St. Peter's 2 in bronze and chasing them is Timaru boys now trying to put their nose up into a medal position. So Wakatipu may have the silver medal at the moment, but it's by half a canvas as the St. Peter's number 2 crew sit in the bronze medal. As we look at this fight for the silver and bronze, and it is St. Peter's number 1. Then we've still got Wakatipu holding on to silver. Then we've got this big scrap for the bronze. That's Timaru on the far side. In the middle is St. Peter's number 2. And in the foreground of that picture is the boys from Wakatipu High School. So great fight going on in the novice division here of the boys under 18 novice Cox quad as they head down through the 1K. St. Peter's 1 are through, Wakatipu are through, and St. Peter's 2 are through. Then goes Timaru. Inside of Timaru is King's College. Then we go out to Whanganui High School. Then we come back into St. Peter's College and down on the inside, Waitaki boys. We are into the third 500. What is going to happen here between lanes 7, 5 and 3? That's where silver and bronze is going to come from. Who is it going to be? Can St. Peter's do gold, silver here in the under 18 novice quad? I would recommend that they keep their eyes in the boat. That might go a long way towards securing one of the medals. And that's aimed at the St. Peter's number 2 crew, by the way. Well, actually, no, it's now aimed at lane 7. Wakatipu High School can't help themselves. They are really fighting for a medal here, these boys. They're super excited. And they are going head to head. My goodness, this is a really tough battle for that silver medal. St. Peter's number 1 just rowing away from it here. This is a spectacular performance. We saw St. Margaret's in a novice boat a bit earlier. This is a similar performance here in the boys under 18 novice Cox quad. And my goodness, they have been coached brilliantly to be sculling like these as novices. And well done to you, Josh, and to your team of coaches. This is a fantastic novice crew here, and real special to be doing this on your home water with your home crowd. Here comes the fight for the silver medal. We are looking at the 2 boats, the yellow and the white, lanes 5 and 7. We have got St. Peter's number 2 and Wakatipu, and here comes lane 3 creeping up. That's the boys from down south, Timaru Boys High School, trying to put themselves in with the medal here. How is this going to play out? Oh, as they come down to the 500, going through in silver is St. Peter's. St. Peter's number 2 have gone to silver. Wakatipu now sitting in bronze. Then we go to Timaru. Timaru are now half a length down on St. Peter's number 2. King's College 1 length down on Timaru. Then we go out to St. Peter's College. From St. Peter's College, we go out to Whanganui High School and back into Waitaki Boys. Down we come deep into this last 500. St. Peter's number 1 heading to the last 250. There is no question in my mind that they are going to be the 2025 champions if they continue to scull this home the way they've put it out in the last 1800. Here come the new champions, St. Peter's number 1. This is a spectacular crew. Seriously, this is some seriously good sculling for novices out here. We are looking for silver, and they're going to do the 1-2 at the moment at St. Peter's number 2. This is fantastic for the Cambridge school if they can go gold and silver in the boys novice quad. We are looking at Wakatipu for bronze, but here comes Timaru. Timaru boys are flying. Oh, Timaru boys only half a length down on St. Peter's number 2. Timaru are sprinting to the line. They're trying to get the silver off St. Peter's number 2. Wakatipu have gone into 4th. Down we come towards the finish. St. Peter's number 1. Inside the last 50 metres, they're going to be the new champions. St. Peter's School number 1 will take the gold medal in the novice quad, and they're going to do it with ease. Congratulations, St. Peter's School from Cambridge. Silver is going to go to their teammates. Here comes St. Peter's number 2. They're going to pick up the silver. They're holding on for silver. Who's going to get the bronze? Oh, it's going to be on the line. Timaru. Timaru got the bronze. Oh, they did it by half a canvas over Wakatipu, back to Kings, out to Whanganui High School, back into St. Peter's and down to Waitaki Boys. All right, we move on now to the next race on the program. The girls under 16 double sculls B final is on the track. Let's see how this ends up. The current title holders Dunstan High School, and the A final champion will take home the Craighead Diocesan Cup. Out there in the B final of the girls under 16 double sculls, we're looking for Nelson College for girls, Avonside Girls High School, Villa Maria College, Burnside High School, ACG Tauranga, Gisborne Girls High School, Craighead Diocesan, and lane number 8, Wakatipu have scratched out. The A final will be heading into the block shortly, so we will check on them, and we will come back to you shortly with how that plays out. But currently, we have got the B final on the course. This event sponsored by SL Racing, so thank you to Simon and Hamish for supporting this event. And we go out to lane number 4, currently Burnside High School. Amy and Melissa are tracking really well in the early stages of this B final. So out in front of us, girls under 16 double scull B final are coming down. Great news there for the Burnside supporters. Amy and Melissa doing a great job on the course at the moment. Inside of them, Sophia and Natalia from Villa Maria also travelling really well. Down on the inside, Olive and Zoe from Nelson also having a good race in the B final of this double. Right over on the outside, Craighead Diocesan and Gisborne Girls pushing hard. So Kate and Neve from Craighead, Tilly and Bonnie from Gisborne Girls High School. We will give these boats as much attention as possible until the A final kicks off out of the blocks, and they are due to go at 3:50. Current title holders from 2024 Dunstan High School and Craighead Diocesan Cup are what the champions will take home with them. But Burnside High School travelling well here in the girls under 16 double scull. Amy and Melissa, coached by Christina and Rob. We are looking for second place. We'll probably come down to lane number 2, Kate and Brooke from Avonside Girls High School. They are travelling well. And we are past the 1K now with these crews. So that's still Burnside High School tracking quite well. Trying to go with them as 2 out from Burnside. That's Gisborne Girls High School. We come back down on the inside. We've got Villa Maria and Avonside Girls High School tucked about half a length, 3/4 of length back is Nelson College for girls. Then we go over the far side to Craighead Diocesan. ACG Tauranga tucked in there as well in front of that umpire boat. Down they come towards the last 500. They're in the third 500 here of the girls under 16 double scull, and it's still Burnside High School from the South Island. Who's going to take out the A final of this under 16 double? Looking forward to seeing how this plays out shortly. And as soon as they're underway, we'll bring that to you. The girls under 16 double live stream list there is up on the on the TV there, St Andrews College in lane number 1, Onifero Area School from the Waikato in lane 2, Whanganui High School in 3, Huanui College from up north in 4, Samuel Marsden Collegiate from lane number 5, Cambridge High School are in 6, lane number 7 is Wellington East Girls College, and lane 8 Queen Margaret College. So great representation for the North Island in the girls under 16 double scull, but some good support starting to form for St Andrews down there as well. So looking forward to seeing how this plays out very shortly as they get ready to go. And that's your first look at Lucy and Billy from Queen Margaret College, just gently tapping and getting ready to go in this A final. Burnside High School, for live stream listeners, they are leading this race coming down through the last 500. Chasing them hard is lane number 2, Avonside Girls High School, back down to Villa Maria College. So South Island going pretty well here in the B final of the girls under 16 double scull. Nice and quiet up at the start there, but they are sitting with their blades squared and buried. So I'd say the 2-minute roll call has taken place in the under 16 double, sponsored by SL Racing. Let's see what happens as those ladies come out of the block shortly. Down in front of us at the 250 is Burnside. Burnside starting, oh gosh, they're sculling well. Some of these front crews have just really been taught beautifully how to scull and sweep these boats. But Burnside High School down into lane number 2, Avonside Girls also travelling really well. Then from Avonside we would go over to Gisborne Girls High School. Tucked in between them is ACG Tauranga. Right down on the inside is Nelson as well. Let's see how they finish off. We're away in the A final. We've got to go to the A final now. They're all underway. All crews are out of the blocks first. Really nice and fast and tidy. And we go right to the centre of the course. Lanes 4 and 5. Huanui College and Samuel Marsden Collegiate have come out like rocket ships here in the under 16 double. Right down on the inside, going head to head, St Andrews and Onifero. Then we come back out to lanes number 7 and 8, Wellington East Girls College and Queen Margaret College. B final is going to be won by Burnside. Avonside will be second, and third will be probably out on the outside. The third place is going to go to that crew in lane number 6. So well done, ladies, and a very good finish for you in lane number 6 from Gisborne Girls. Back out to the A final. Let's go and have a look. Oh, it's the girls from Huanui College, Dovey and Anna Baradell. Chris Williams is their coach. They have half a length now over lane number 5. Lane 5 is Samuel Marsden Collegiate, Charlie Fitzgerald and Imogen Hill. So 2 North Island crews looking really good here in the early stages of the girls under 16 double. 2024 champions are from the South Island, Dunstan High School, and the champions for this year will be taking home the Craighead Diocesan Cup. Out in front of us now as they push out to clear water. Geez, they're sculling beautifully, these Huanui girls. And Chris will be happy with the early stages of this A final. And it's Huanui, Dovey and Anna looking really good as they just hit clear water now. As they come down through the 500 metre, they've gone out to clear water now over Samuel Marsden. Samuel Marsden sitting in silver over Cambridge High School in bronze, and that is Kate and Lily. From Kate and Lily, we go further out from them to Wellington East Girls College, Lola and Tabia. And then we would go back inside to 3, 2 and 1, Whanganui High School, Onifero, St Andrews College, and out to Queen Margaret over there in 8. Right, now we see a bit of a push here from 6 and 5, Cambridge High School and Samuel Marsden Collegiate. Just to the right of that picture on the video, you can see the jet stream, if you like, of Huanui College. Huanui pushing out for gold here. Are they going to take home the Craighead Diocesan Cup? We'll tell you soon. And that's Huanui in the background there on the screen. Gosh, they look super relaxed, don't they? Do they know they're rowing an A final? They're out there pushing away from the rest of the field at the moment. Huanui are owning this. Then we're looking for silver. It is no longer sitting with Samuel Marsden. It's sitting with the local girls from Cambridge High School. Cambridge have gone into silver in the girls under 16 double sculls. Bronze currently with Samuel Marsden, but now we see a big push from Whanganui High School's Ruby and Edison. So keep an eye on lane number 3. That's a look at our current leaders. That's who and gosh, I can't get over how relaxed they look. They just look so casual, so far out in front, and they just look like they're having a cup of tea. Anyway, they've got a couple of boat links over the rest of the field here, and that's super impressive. I don't think I've ever seen a crew rate so low in an A final and be so far out in front, but full credit to you. Well done. So it's Huanui bringing it home at the moment, Dovey Maybe and Anna Baradell, and we come down, we are past the 1K. These are the girls that are leading them home at the moment. Cambridge High School are currently sitting in the silver medal, Lily and Kate. And then, here we go, lane number 3. I told you they were coming. Whanganui High School doing a push there on Samuel Marsden. And now we see Wellington East. That's Lola and Tabia with lane 7 on their bow. So those 3 crews going through together. 3, 5, then 7 in that order. Whanganui High School, Samuel Marsden Collegiate, and Wellington East. Right, we're starting to separate out a little bit now as we head down towards the 750. Still no doubt about our leaders. It is Huanui. From Huanui we go to Cambridge High School. Then we look for our bronze medal, and at the moment it might be the Whanganui High School girls out there in lane 3. Ruby and Addison looking really good. They have got a length now over Samuel Marsden Collegiate, who are down there in lane number 5. That is, I think that's the Samuel Marsden crew potentially, just trying to get my colours there. And that would be Charlie and Imogen. And then down there in lane 3, that is Whanganui High School's Ruby and Addison. Cambridge High School also sitting there in a good position for silver. Down we come. We come down to the 500. We are heading down in beautiful conditions here on Lake Karapiro as we get ready to boat the under 16 single, and then the 2 big 8s, the girls and boys under 18 8s, B and A finals will be hitting the water soon. And we are looking currently at Huanui, how wonderful it would be for them to take home the Craighead Diocesan Cup. We are looking for silver now. Cambridge High School out there, Kate and Lily. I thought that was Samuel Marsden, but that is for sure Cambridge High School. So stand down, stay calm. They are looking really, really good here. Cambridge High School, the local girls training on this lake, are sitting very, very clearly in silver and sitting pretty well 3/4 of a length up in that bronze medal is now Whanganui High School. Down we come, inside the last 500, start cheering for these schools. There's a couple of small schools out there. Huanui will be charging down to pick up a gold medal here. Let's show them lots of support as they head down to the 250. They've had clear water from 500 out, and they've just rode away from the rest of the field. Look at them, super cool and calm. I've never seen anything like it. This is just the most casual gold medal I think I've ever seen. And full credit to them. They are rowing beautifully. We are looking for silver. It is with Cambridge High School. Cambridge High School are a length and a quarter down. We go 1 length back to Whanganui High School for the bronze. Then we go a length and 3/4 back to Samuel Marsden Collegiate. Then back down to St Andrews College. Down they come to the 250. Huanui are through. Cambridge are through. Whanganui are through. And here we go. Have we got our medals sorted out? Girls under 16 double coming down to the finish. And this double, I'd love to meet these 2 girls. This is pretty sensational. Look how casual they are. Beautiful rowing. I'm sure it's like a duck to water. There'll be a lot of work going on inside the boat, but jeepers, they're making it look good. Stroke girl in that Huanui boot. Don't look out. Keep going. You're going to get a gold medal. 100 metres to go, Huanui. Hang on. Here comes Cambridge High School. Here comes Whanganui. Here comes Samuel Marsden. Down inside the 100. And Huanui on their way to a gold medal. They've got about another 5 or 6 strokes to pick it up. Cambridge will get silver and Whanganui High School will take the bronze. Congratulations, Huanui. New Zealand champions for 2025. Yes! Well done. Out to Cambridge High School. Well done, ladies. And back into Whanganui for the bronze medal. Congratulations. Over to Samuel Marsden. We go outside of Samuel Marsden to Wellington East. We come back down to St Andrews. Inside of St Andrews to Onifero, and then we go over to Queen Margaret. And wonderful applause for these young scullers. Absolutely. Oh, someone's swimming. Who's that? Is it Huanui? No, it's not. Oh. Fair enough. Job done. Take a dip. They've earned it. They've earned it. Well done, girls. At least it's over the line, not before the line. So well done for that. Oh, I love it. Well done. Do you reckon they've tried that before? Because that was pretty well done. Getting back in that boat and gold medal to boot. Well done, ladies. What a spectacular effort. Just amazing. Oh, my goodness. We're nearly at the finish. We have the boys. I wonder why Matt's up here. He's ready to go. So Matt Jensen, our wonderful Rowing New Zealand board member, will be available for all questions after his race. And he will be calling the Levin Jubilee very, very shortly. But there is another race which I think is very special on the program. They have to wait all day for it. It's the boys under 16 single. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're just taking our bets in the tower here, so we're just going to have to dull this down a bit so it doesn't go public. But out in front of us is the boys under 16 single scull B final, and we give these boys lots of attention because it must be pretty brutal going just before the big eights. And I think rowing an under 16 single is tough enough as it is, but the joy of rowing it before the big eights, of course, is that they get the crowd support. So please let's make sure we support both the B and the A final of these under 16 boys. Sponsored by Winter Woolly. We have lane number 1 for the B final, Burnside High School, Glendowie College in 2, Wakatipu High School in 3, Tauranga Boys College in 4, Whanganui High School in 5, Pukekohe High School in 6, and Wentworth College is in lane 7. That's the makeup of the 7 young men racing in the boys under 16 single scull in the B final. Five and 4 at the moment, so Joseph Dudson from Whanganui High School and Corin Brown from Tauranga Boys College. Those are the 2 young men going well here in the early stages of the B final for the boys under 16 single. After the boys under 16 single, I'll hand over to Matt to bring down the girls under 18 Coxed B final. And then I assume I'll do the B, and then Matt will call down the Levin Jubilee, and I'll have the distinct honour of bringing down the Maadi Cup at 4:50. So out in front of us, the boys under 16 single scull B final, and these young men are well and truly into their race. They are heading towards the 1,000 metre mark, which means they're in the second 500. We go out to Tauranga Boys College and Whanganui High School. Corin Brown and Joseph Dudson going really well there. We also come outside of Whanganui High School, and Vaughan Cameron from Pukekohe is also travelling really well out there in lane number 6. Lane number 1 is Thomas Carey from Burnside High School. I hope he's got some good support. Once again, we will let you know when the A final is on the way. It's pretty quick to line up these singles. Most of them are ready to go. And they are lined up well, and can't quite see from that shot whether the white flag's up. It's a little bit too high in the air, but we'll bring it to you shortly as soon as the A final's on the track for these under 16 single scullers. But out in front of us, 1, 2, 3, lane number 4 is going quite well. That's Corin Brown from Tauranga Boys College. 2 over from him is Vaughan Cameron from Pukekohe. And we look at the starting lineup for the A final. So they will be underway any moment now, racing for the Leith Menzies Cup, which was looked after in 2024 by Wellington College Harry Kavanagh. So let's see how this goes in 2025. Who's going to take out the boys under 16 single as we close in on the end of the 2025 Maadi Regatta. Out in the B final still. I'll call this for as long as I can before we go to the A. We're still looking at Tauranga Boys out there in lane number 4, 1, 2, 3, yeah, lane 4, then lane 5 is Whanganui High School, and then we got Pukekohe. We come back down on the inside now. Thomas Carey from Burnside is going well, so all these boys lined up really well, just back a fraction. Maybe Mateus from Wentworth College out there in lane number 7, but still very worthy of being in this B final, given how these guys are lining up as they come down through the 750. Due to get underway in the A final in a minute with this under 16 single, but out here in the third 500 is this B final with lane number 4 sitting out in the lead at the moment. Corin Brown from Tauranga Boys College. He's had a really good race here, and he is getting closely tracked by the 2 scullers either side of him, Ollie Watson from Wakatipu and Joseph Dudson from Whanganui. All right, in the A final of the boys under 16 single scull, we have got Adam Albert May from Whakatane High School. He was the bronze medalist up north. He's in lane number 1. The North Island silver medalist Blake Leach from Hauriki Plains is in lane 2. Carlon Johnson from Napier Boys is in 3. Oliver Colehouse from Francis Douglas is in 4. The South Island champion George Talbot from Timaru Boys High School in 5. Christopher Snyman from St Paul's Collegiate was the North Island champion. He's in lane number 6. Lane 7, Jack Hurley from New Plymouth Boys High School. And lane 8 is the South Island bronze medalist from Ashburton College, Caleb Armstrong. due to get underway anymore. Oh gosh, I hope they don't start right now. Look at lane number 6. Touch around, mate. Get right. Yeah, thank goodness for that. That was not going to look good for the North Island champion if he started on that angle. All right, back out in the B final. Down they come to the 250. Oh, here comes Whanganui. Whanganui High School putting in a big burst here. Here comes over the top of Tauranga boys to Joseph Dudson hanging on here. Then we come back to Corin Brown. Then we come inside of him to Ollie Watson. That's your 1, 2, 3. Then we go down on the inside to Thomas Carey from Burnside. Then we go to maybe Vaughan Cameron from Pukekohe, Tyler Warren from Glendowie, and then over to Matthias Vanderkulen from Wentworth College. Inside the last 250, these lads come. Please give them lots of support. This is their final at the Maadi Cup. This is the B final of a tough event. The under-16 single, our future champions in rowing, coming down in the 250, and it's Whanganui High School over Tauranga boys. Let's give them lots of support. All right, here goes the A final. We're underway. All 8 scullers are out of the blocks. In the boys under 16 single sculls, we are on the track. The very next race is the B final of the girls under 18 Coxed. We are on our way. Let's see how they go. Fantastic start from lane 8 and 1. We have got the Whakatane, the North Island bronze medalist, and the South Island bronze medalist going out together. And this is Adam Albert May from Whakatane in lane 1. He's gone out to 3/4 of a length now over lane number 3, Carlin Johnson from Napier Boys. Then we are looking at lane number 8 and 7. We've got Ashburton College, Caleb Armstrong. Inside of him is Jack Hurley from New Plymouth Boys. These guys are settling down onto their race pace now, but it's lane number 1 who's gone out with a blistering attack early. Is he going to be able to hang on here in the boys under 16 single? He's got no support around him, so when he lengthens, it's all up to him. But a great start here from Adam from Whakatane High School. His coaches Gary and Leighton, this may be the plan, but boy oh boy did he go out quick. He's got 1 length clear now just over lane number 7, Jack Hurley from New Plymouth Boys. Then we come back into lane number 3. We've got Cullen Johnson from Napier Boys High School. The North and South Island champions yet to strike. But just as I say that, potentially a move coming now from perhaps Ashburton College and New Plymouth Boys. Right, that's a look at Adam Albert May from Whakatane High School in the yellow. Look at him. He's looking across going, jeepers, I've got clear water here. This is fantastic. Let's keep going. So lane number 1 doing brilliantly here in the boys under 16 single. He went out super fast, so I'll be very keen to see how he tracks in that third 500. But it is Whakatane at the moment. And here comes all the others. They're starting to push up. You can see a previous boat that's been won by Ashburton there out in lane 8 in the under 17 single. It's called the Molly Gibson for obvious reasons. Lane number 7 is going well now, so a big move there for him in lane 5. So Jack Hurley from New Plymouth Boys, and we just start to call for the first time the South Island champion. George Talbot from Timaru Boys is on the hunt. He is chasing now. He's going hard is Timaru, but the current leader is now with lane number 7. It is New Plymouth Boys High School. I did think that blistering start from lane 1 would be too hard to sustain, but it was a brave effort from him. Right, lane 7 and 5, then 8. That is the medals at the moment. So lane number 5 is the South Island champion, George Talbot. Then we go to lane number 7, New Plymouth Boys High School, Jack Hurley sitting in silver by half a length. Then we look for the bronze medal. We come back into lane number 3, Carlon Johnson from Napier Boys, and also going with him, Jack Hurley from New Plymouth. Also not out of the picture yet is that winner's boat in lane 8, Ashburton College. Good work from the South Island bronze medalist, Caleb Armstrong, coached by Justin and Mary. Down we come. We are through the 1,000 metre into the third 500, and he hits the lead for the first time. The South Island champion, George Talbot, has gone to the lead. Timaru Boys are leading the boys under 16 single. Down we come now. That's our look at Timaru Boys. Beautiful sculling there. and the coaches out of Timaru, Mac and Blake, they'll be biting their fingernails now because they're keeping an eye on that lane number 3. Carlon Johnson from Napier Boys is pushing up. He hasn't got a big lead there. And then we come all the way down to lane number 3 and 5. So Timaru Boys, Napier Boys. Who are we looking at now? Right down there. Oh gosh, this is tight. 5, 7, 3. That's what we're looking at the moment. So Timaru Boys, New Plymouth Boys, and Napier Boys. That is your gold, silver, bronze. But I tell you what, the fastest mover at the moment, keep an eye on lane 3. Who's that? Napier. Where are the Napier supporters? He's on his way. Here comes Carlon Johnson. What can he do? He's come to half a canvas with Timaru. He's gone into silver. Lane 7 is now sitting in bronze. Jack Hurley's in bronze. This is epic racing for under 16 boys as they head down towards the 500. It will feel like an eternity for these boys, but jeepers, they're doing such an amazing job. And this lead keeps changing. It's 3, 5, 3, 5, 7. That's gold, silver, bronze. 3, 5, 7. Now 5, 5, 3, 7. So Timaru's gone again. George Talbot has moved again. He's gone into gold as we come past Flynn Cove. He's gone out to half a canvas now over lane number 3's Napier Boys High School. Lane 7 now 3/4 of a length back, sitting in bronze. New Plymouth Boys High School out there in lane number 7. Right now, what have you got in the tank? Lane 3. What can Napier Boys do? Can he respond? Timaru Boys is on his way home. We're inside the 500. Get down to the waterfront. They need your support. They're in a single scull. They need to hear from you. How are we going? Hauraki Plains would be sitting in 4th at the moment. Then we go over the far side and we come back down also to Whakatane and further back to Francis Douglas. We head down to the last 250. Oh my goodness, they're going through bow wall, half a canvas. It's 3 and 5. Lane 3's gone to the lead again. Napier Boys High School, Carlon Johnson. Matt Middington, what have you done with him? He's doing brilliantly. What a sprint coming from Napier. Start cheering him on. Down we come into the 250. It's lane number 3. Napier Boys High School may be taking home the Leith Menzies Cup as we start to sprint for home. But look at these 3 scullers. This is phenomenal. We've got New Plymouth Boys having a go now. Lane number 7, Jack Hurley. George Talbot, the South Island champion, is gone again. Oh, here he goes. He's digging deep. Timaru Boys is digging deep. Can he overtake lane number 3? Down we come to the last 100. Timaru is sprinting. Oh, Timaru's in gold. Timaru is in gold. Here we go. Napier in silver. And then we go over New Plymouth in bronze. 100 now, and now. So it's Timaru Boys High School. Timaru's got it by 1/4 of a canvas over New Plymouth. Down we come towards the finish. Who's going to win the gold medal in the 16 single? Oh, I think it's going to be this young sculler, George Talbot. I think he's going to do it. It's going to be on the line, lane number 5. Oh, congratulations to Timaru Boys. Timaru over lane number 3, Napier, and then we go over to an epic race from lane number 7. Congratulations, New Plymouth Boys. Good on you. All right, Matt Jensen's going to call the girls under 18 8B final now.
All right, thank you, Kirsty. Yes, we now have the B final of the girls under 18 Coxed. This event is sponsored by Milford, and in lane number 3 we have St Margaret's College number 2. Lane 4 is St Peter's School. Lane 5 is St Cuthbert's College, and in lane 6 Cambridge High School. So these 4 crews are through the 1,000 into the third 500 metres of this race, and I think at the moment it's St Peter's School, who are ahead of St Cuthbert's in second, looking to try and get into the top 10 of the girls under 18-8. And then we go back, it's about a length back to St Margaret's College 2 and then Cambridge High School. So that's how these four are currently panning out in the girls under 18 8B final. Bit of a move happening here from St Cuthbert's as they start to try and push up on St Peter's, who are leading this race as they approach the 7:50 to go. So yeah, the mover on the track at the moment is St Cuthbert's. St Cuthbert's starting to try and push up on St Peter's School, who are leading this B final, trying to get that 9th spot in the country. So they're coming down to 750 metres left to travel. Then we go back to St Margaret's College number 2 and then Cambridge High School. So those are the top 4. St Cuthbert's still trying to desperately push up on St Peter's as the excitement builds for the A finals, which will follow shortly behind the B finals of the girls and boys under 18 8s. So St Cuthbert's definitely moving. They've gone through 7:50 to go. They've been absolutely pushing, and I think it's now very close. It's about a canvas between St Cuthbert's and St Peter's. St Peter's got out to that early jump, and St Margaret's College number 2 only about 3/4 of a length back from that leading pack, that leading fight between St Cuthbert's and St Peter's. Then we go back to Cambridge High School, but in the battle for the top 10, I think St Cuthbert's just now, bow ball for bow ball, very close to St Peter's. It's going to be a great sprint here in the B final of the girls under 18 8 to see who gets the win in the B final. St Peter's still holding on though. St Peter's still in front of St Cuthbert's. But St Cuthbert's are definitely, they have the bit between their teeth. They've got the rating up and they are pushing now. We'll be able to pick up the boy line as they come towards the 500 metres left to travel. And it's so close between these two crews. It's a great battle here, but I think now St Cuthbert's just slightly in front of St Peter's School. So St Cuthbert's have moved into the lead of the B final here in the girls under 18 8, but St Peter's are right on their tail at the moment. Last 500. We'll call when they take their rating up for the wind, and St Cuthbert's have gone. St Cuthbert's have just taken the rating up, but St Peter's starting to respond. And those two, as they fight away, St Peter's now have a real move on their hands. What have St Cuthbert's got? St Peter's, who had led this B final, St Cuthbert's gave it a good nudge. They wound early, but it's now back to St Peter's. St Cuthbert's have the rating up, but St Peter's have the length and advantage at the moment. Those two crews only have a length advantage over St Margaret's College in that 3rd spot. Then back to Cambridge High School in this B final. St Peter's still moving with 250 left to go. I think they've now got half a length over St Cuthbert's. So St Cuthbert's are still in touch to see if they can get up. They're having another go. St Cuthbert's moving again, but St Peter's still have that half length advantage and the length in their strokes. St Cuthbert's giving it them their all. St Margaret's still moving, only a length back. They're in that 3rd spot in the B final here, but it's now down to the last 150. And it looked like it's going to be taken out by St Peter's College. They're down to 100 to go with 3 seats advantage here in the B final. St Peter's, they're setting up and they're now just continuing to extend away, and I think that's the way it's going to finish here in the girls under 18 8 B final. Last couple of strokes, and it will be congratulations to St Peter's School, who will take out the B final, half a length over St Cuthbert's. Well raced for them. Then we go back to St Margaret's College in 3rd and Cambridge High School in 4th. All right, I can announce the points for the President's Skulls Trophy after the conclusion of the under-16 singles. So no more sculling events. The final points in 5th place is Dunstan High School on 15. 4th place, Wanganui High School on 19. 3rd place, and there's only 1 point between 1st and 2nd and 1 point between 2nd and 3rd. In 3rd place, it's St Paul's Collegiate on 21. 2nd is St Peter's School on 22. And congratulations to Wakatipu High School, first on 23 points and winners of this year's President's Skull Trophy on final points.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. It's starting to get serious now. We got the B final of the boys 18-8. Then we move into the Live-In Jubilee with Matt Jensen calling that, and then I'll be back on for the Maadi Cup. When I look out into the crowd, I can see a lot of red and white. And red and white means one thing. Is it going to be their day? Is it going to be Westlake Boys' Day? Who's going to take out the Maadi? Is it going to be Waikato Diocesan? Is it going to be St Margaret's in the Live-In Jubilee? Who's going to take out the girls' 8? Looking forward to it. And it's not too far away as we await the B final of the boys under 18 Coxed. This event sponsored by Milford. King's College number 2 in lane 1. Christ College number 3 in lane 2. Auckland Grammar number 1 in lane 3. Christ College number 2 in lane 4. Christchurch Boys High School number 1 and 5. St Kentigern College number 1 and 6. St Andrews College number 1 and 7. And St Peter's College number 2 are in lane 8, and the B final is underway. The B final in the boys under 18-8 is underway. There was wonderful support for the B final and the girls 8. Thank you for giving them that support as they came to the line for those 4 crews. Excuse me, and let's see how this unfolds. Remember, there's a top 10 badge for this for the top 2 here. The 2 crews that finish first and second in the boys under 18-8 B final will get one of those top 10 badges. So let's see how that goes. They are out of the blocks and on their way in the B final of the boys 8. Straight away, I head out to lane number 5. Christchurch Boys High School are out in front in the B final of the boys under 18-8, chasing them hard as they settle down onto their race beat. We come back to lane number 3 currently. That is Auckland Grammar number 1. They are sitting there with quite a good race beat. We go on to the other side of that Christchurch Boys crew. St Kentigern are pushing hard. They are just they're back a little fraction now. They'll be Christchurch Boys, and inside of Christchurch Boys is Christ College number 2. Inside of Christ College number 2 is Auckland Grammar number 1. That's your 1, 2, 3 in the B final of the boys under 18-8. This event sponsored by Milford. After this, we will go straight into the A final of the Live-In Jubilee. Matt Jensen will call that for you, and I'm super excited to see. I can tell you that everyone upstairs in the tower here has chosen a different girls' 8 to win this, but I'm not going to tell you who it was unless my guess is correct. So back out to the B final of the boys 8, and I'm still looking at Christchurch Boys High School, but a very big move there from the crew inside of them. Christ College number 2, and trying to stay with them is Auckland Grammar. Daniel Taylor doing some good work here, trying to hang on with that overlap with Christ College number 2. Christchurch Boys High School swinging beautifully out there in lane number 5, and their coxswain Toby Brook doing a good job there, trying to maintain that first position as they come down to the 1K. These boys will finish this race pretty quickly because they're very, very strong, very fit, and very fast. So as these boys start to head down through that 1K and into the second 1,000, let's see how they're tracking. I'm watching them as they come through the 1K, and it's still Christchurch Boys High School. From Christchurch Boys, we are now looking at Christ College, Auckland Grammar, and St Kentigern, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. But it's overlap with all 3 of those crews except for Christchurch Boys High School into this 3rd 500. Down they come, the big blue and black of Christchurch Boys, coached by Tim and Josh. And these guys are into the third 500. It's catch me if you can from here to see who gets that last top 10 badge for New Zealand in the under 18-8. Is it going to be Auckland Grammar or is it going to be Christ College number 2? Big move from Auckland Grammar trying to stay with college number 2. Then we go to St Kennigan. Then we go outside of them for the first time to St Andrews. From St Andrews, we come back into King's College number 2 and over to St Peter's College number 2 in lane number 8. Heading down to the last 500, still no change with the leader. Christchurch Boys High School looking really good here to take home a top 10 badge and win the B final of the boys under 18-8. Second and third is still with Christ College number 2, Auckland Grammar. Then we go over to St Kennigan College. Outside of them is St Andrews. Then we come back down on the inside to College number 3. Then we go to King's College number 2 and over to St Peter's College number 2, sitting in 8th position. Girls under 18-8s are going into the blocks very slowly. There's still a bit of time. As soon as they're good to go, if it gets any closer, I'll hand straight to Matt. But at the moment, we still only have one crew in the blocks. Down we come here to the 500. Let's start supporting these schools, ladies and gentlemen. This is their Maadi Cup. This is their under 18-8. And this might be their final time rowing for your school. Down they come, Christchurch Boys through now, College now, Grammar now. Then we go to St Kennigan, we come back to lane 2 flying, Christ College number 3, King's College number 2 also going well. Then we go out to St Andrews and St Peter's College on the outside. We're heading down pretty quickly to the last 250 and we're keeping an eye on Christchurch Boys and what can Auckland Grammar do? Are Auckland Grammar climbing over the top of College number 2? What's going to happen here as we come to the 250? We do know it's clear water to Christchurch Boys High School. They're going to take a top 10 badge for New Zealand as they complete their rowing for their school. Down they come to the 250. Christchurch Boys will go through first. We're looking for that second place. Is it College? It's Christ College over Auckland Grammar back to St Kitts. Through they go now. And Christchurch Boys are on their way home. They are going to pick up 9th in New Zealand in the boys under 18-8. They're going to do it by a length and a quarter over Christ College, who have got half a length over Auckland Grammar. And St Kennigan are starting to push up on Grammar as we come down to the last 100. Christchurch Boys about to go through first. They're going to be 9th in the country as they transfer through this time now. Well done, Christchurch Boys. Here comes Christ College. They go through now. Auckland Grammar through now. St Kitts now. Then we go over to College again. Then we come back inside out to St Andrews, back into College 3. Congratulations, Christchurch Boys High School. Well done to you. You take the win in the B final. And second is going to be Christ College inside of you in the yellow boat. Congratulations. Then we come back to St Kitts and Grammar. Then we go over to St Andrews. We come back into another Christ College crew. And then just on the line, how's it going to finish? Oh my goodness, super close. It may have gone on the outside to St Peter's and back into Kings. All right, the girls are starting to line up. I'm going to hand over to Matt Jensen for the Live-In Jubilee. Here we go.
All right, thank you, Kirsty. We now look to the girls under 18-8, the Live-In 75th Jubilee Cup. This cup has been hotly contested from these girls' schools over a number of years, and it's been largely driven by the Canterbury region that have dominated with 18 wins for Rangiruru, 7 for St Margaret's. Then we go back to 3 for Wanganui Girls, Marlborough Girls, and Waikato Diocesan. We also have 2 wins for Wanganui High School, Westlake Girls and Diocesan, and Wanganui Collegiate